Abijah. We forget Abijah's character in his eloquence. He carries a spell with him. Judging from his speech, one would suppose him faultless, entirely noble in every aspiration and impulse, and sublimely religious and unselfish. The whole Abijah is not here. This is but the ideal Abijah. Whoever shows himself wholly upon any one occasion? Who does not sometimes go forth in his best clothing? We must read the account of Abijah, which is given in the Book of Kings, before we can correctly estimate the Abijah who talks in the Book of Chronicles. It is, perhaps, encouraging that while men are upon the earth, they should not be so dazzlingly good as to blind their fellow men.
Yet it is pitiful to observe how men can be religious for the occasion.
Nearly all men are religious at a funeral, but few men are religious at a wedding. Abijah has a great cause to serve, and he addresses himself to it not only with the skill of a rhetorician, but with the piety of a mind that never tenanted a worldly thought. God knows the whole character, how bright we are in points, how dark in many places, how lofty, how low. Knowing all, he judges correctly, and his mercy is his delight. Neither God nor man is to be judged by one aspect, or one attribute, or one quality. We must comprehend, so far as we may be able,
the whole circuit of character and purpose before we can come to a large and true conclusion.
But as we have to do with the ideal Abijah, let us hear what he has to say in his ideal capacity. We will forget his faults while we listen to the music of his religious eloquence. Abijah comes before us like a man who has a good cause to plead.
He fixes his feet upon a mountain as upon a natural throne,
And from its summit he addresses a king and a nation, and he addresses his auditors in the sacred name of the Lord God of Israel. He will not begin the argument at a superficial point, or take it as starting from yesterday's new raw history hardly settled into form. He will go back, and with great sweep of historical reference, he will establish his claim to be heard. In two. Chronicles 13th chapter and 5th verse, Abijah asks, "Ought ye not to know that the Lord God of Israel gave the kingdom over Israel to David forever, even to him and to his sons by a covenant of salt, the binding covenant, the covenant that even pagans would not break? If you have eaten salt with a man, you can never speak evil of him with an honest heart. You must forget your criticism in the remembrance of the salt. You are at liberty to decline intercourse and fellowship and confidence. You are perfectly at liberty to say, 'I will have nothing to do with thee in any association whatsoever.' But you cannot be both friend and enemy. You cannot eat salt with a man and smite him in the face,
or wound him in the heel,
or hurt him in any way, at any time, in any line or point. That was pagan morality. We are fallen a long way behind it in many cases. For what Christian is there who could not eat all the salt a man has, and then go out and speak about him with bitterness,
plunder him, frustrate his plans,
anticipate him in some business venture, and laugh at him over his misplaced confidence? Abijah recognized the perpetuity of the covenant. The kingdom was given to David forever, if not in words, yet in spirit. If chapter and verse cannot be quoted, Yet the whole spirit of the divine communion with David meant eternity of election and honor. It is right to hold up the ideal covenant. It is right that even men who themselves have broken covenants should insist that covenants are right. We must never forget the ideal. Our prayers must express our better selves.
A dying thief may pray.
Again and again, we have to fall back upon the holy doctrine that a man is not to be judged in his character by the prayers which he offers, inasmuch as his prayers represent what he would be if he could. Abijah, having to deal with the perpetual covenant, charges Jeroboam with breaking it. Yet Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, the servant of Solomon, the son of David, is risen up and hath rebelled against his Lord. All rebellion is wrong, unless it arises from a sense of injustice, untruthfulness, or dishonesty. No man has a right to dissent from the national church unless his dissent be founded upon conscience, a right conception of the nature of the kingdom of Christ upon the earth, which leads him to say to certain men, "Stand off. No part of the empire has a right to arise against the central authority,"
of which itself constitutes a part,
merely for the sake of expressing political prejudice or selfish design. Every rebellion must be put down that cannot justify itself by the very spirit and genius of justice. Separation becomes schism when it but expresses a whim, an aversion of a superficial or technical kind. And every rebellion is wickedness, is born of the spirit of the pit, that cannot justify itself by appeals to justice, nobleness, liberty, and God. Yet our rebellions have made our history. We should have been in slavery but for rebellion. The rebels are the heretics that have created orthodoxy. We owe nothing to the indifferent, the languid, the selfish, the calculating, the let alone people who simply want to eat and drink and sleep and die. That they were ever born is either an affront to nature or is the supreme mystery of human life. Abijah, therefore, is perfectly right when he insists upon mere rebellion being put down.
but when rebellion expresses the spirit of justice and the spirit of progress, the new revelation, the new day, all the Abijahs that ever addressed the world can only keep back the issue for a measurable period. The accusation of Abijah was that Jeroboam had gathered unto him vain men,
The children of Belial.
for vain men read sons of worthlessness, empty fellows,
Who will join any mob that pays best? Men who will cheer any speaker for a half-crown an hour.
and put out anybody on any plea on any side for extra remuneration.
Where do these men come from? Whose language do they speak? Whose image and superscription do they bear?
They are in every country.
They worship in the sanctuary of mischief and bow down at the altar of selfishness. They know not what they do. They will make a cross for a day's wages. Evil company follows evil men. Worthless fellows are soon dissatisfied with the company of righteousness. The intercourse becomes monotonous and suffocating. A bad man could not live in heaven. It is not in the power of mercy to save men from hell.
For they carry hell with them.
They are perdition. Who can wonder if desecration followed in the steps of worthlessness? Abijah asks, Have you not cast out the priests of the Lord?
The sons of Aaron and the Levites. and have made you priests after the manner of the nations of other lands,
so that whosoever cometh to consecrate himself with a young bullock and 7 rams, the same may be a priest of them that are no gods? Let them bring the offering, and then they may become priests and do what they please at altars that have no foundations,
the incense of which is a cloud that heaven will not absorb.
William Rufus declared that church bread was sweet bread. How many men have eaten church bread who ought to have died of hunger? What responsibility attaches to some people in this matter? Church bread ought never to be given away, ought never to be dishonoured with the name of a living. No man should be in the church who could not make 5 times the money out of it that he ever made in it. It should be felt that if he put forth all his power, both his hands, his whole mind and strength, he could be the greatest man in the Commonwealth. Jeroboam would admit anyone to the altar. He would make room if there was none. He would cast out a priest of the Lord to make room for a priest of Belial. This is the accusation which Abijah brings against Jeroboam and his company of rebels. Now Abijah turns to state his own case.
He tells us what he and his people are.
But as for us, the Lord is our God, and we have not forsaken him. And the priests, which minister unto the Lord, are the sons of Aaron, and the Levites wait upon their business.
And they burn unto the Lord every morning and every evening burnt sacrifices and sweet incense.
The shewbread also set they in order upon the pure table, and the candlestick of gold with the lamps thereof, to burn every evening. For we keep the charge of the Lord our God, but ye have forsaken him. What a character Abijah gives himself! Let us remember that we are dealing with an ideal man, and not with the real personality. Take this, however, as an ideal representation, and how perfect it is in every line. The Lord is our God. We have a sound and vital theology. We have a clear upward look, and no cloud conceals the face divine. No idols have we, no images of wood,
No pillars, no groves, no high places where idolatry may be performed as an entertainment.
The man reasons well. He insists upon having cornerstones in any edifice or argument he puts up. When he accuses, he goes back to the covenant of salt. When he claims a right position, he claims that it is a theological one.
He holds the right God. Losing the right theology,
We lose all the detail with it. When the conception of God is wrong, no other conception can be right. It is only bold because it is true to say that if a man has not the right desire after the right God, he cannot keep correct weights and scales. The custom house, the inland revenue, the excise, call it what you please, may to some extent keep him up to the right mark. But in his soul, he takes in every customer that comes near him. If he does not, he loses sleep. This applies to the so-called heathen as well as to the Christian. It is not necessary that a man should have a clear and perfect revelation of God, but that in his heart he feels that he is a creature, not a creator. A subject, not a sovereign, that he is under responsibility and not above it. In that proportion only can he deal righteously and nobly with his fellow men. And the priests, which minister unto the Lord, are the sons of Aaron, and the Levites wait upon their business. Here is apostolic succession before the time of the invention of the term. Here is an excellent pedigree, a most complete genealogy. Our priests are in the Aaronic line, and the Levites know their business and keep to it. Everything is in order in our church. That is beautiful, and that is right. We need not shrink from adding, that is necessary. We must have nothing to do with men who are not in the Aaronic and apostolic succession. They must not occupy our pulpits,
nor be allowed to make pulpits of their own.
No man must sell them wood or stone with which to construct a pulpit. They must be forbidden by the genius of law from ever preaching or attempting to preach. When we let go the doctrine of apostolic succession, we let go a vital treasure and blessing. We may differ as to our definition of apostolic succession, but surely there can be no difference among frank and enlightened hearts and minds as to what apostolic succession is. No man is in the apostolic succession who is not in the apostolic spirit, and no man is out of the apostolic succession who is animated by the spirit of the apostles. That is not a spirit which is conferred by the tips of any fingers. That is the gift of God. Do you see your calling? Brethren, God has chosen you. What a church is God's, not a church of waxworks, all made at one factory, and all charged for in one invoice, but living men, characterized by innumerable individualities, some broad as the firmament, others beautiful and tender as little flowers that can only grow in the fullest sun warmth, some military in argument and in discipline, others persuasive in pathos, sympathy and tenderness. There is no monotony in God.
One star differeth from another in glory.
No two blades of grass are microscopically identical. There is a common likeness in the worlds and in the sub-economies of nature. But the more penetrating our vision is made by mechanical and scientific aids, the more wondrous in difference are discovered to be the very things which are supposed to be identical. We must never allow the apostolic succession to be handed about without its being accompanied by the apostolic spirit. Every man is in the apostolic succession who believes in the apostles,
who follows them as they followed Christ,
and who would know nothing among men but Jesus Christ and him crucified.
And they burn unto the Lord every morning and every evening burnt sacrifices and sweet incense.
The shewbread also set they in order upon the pure table, and the candlestick of gold with the lamps thereof, to burn every evening. At that time piety was mechanical. It could not be otherwise. God never forces history.
The days come, each with its own burden and its own blessing, its own dawn and its own apocalypse.
We cannot have today what is due tomorrow. God's seasons move in measured revolution,
and come to us in orderly and timely procession.
And no man can hasten them by lighting his campfire, or striking his matches,
or kindling his little inflammable powder.
We cannot imitate the sun.
Some have tried to mimic the stars.
But where is the image of the sun that the sun has not obliterated by one midday look? The time came when all these ordinances were set aside.
There was to be no more burning. There was to be no morning sacrifice and evening sacrifice and sweet incense,
or shew, bread and candlestick of gold and lamps thereof for evening burning. Ye are not come unto the mount that might be touched, and that burned with fire, nor unto blackness,
and darkness, and tempest, and the sound of a trumpet,
and the voice of words.
which voice they had heard entreated that the word should not be spoken to them any more.
Yea, come unto Mount Sion, and unto the city of the living God,
The heavenly Jerusalem, and to an innumerable company of angels,
to the general assembly and church of the firstborn, which are written in heaven, and to God the judge of all, and to the spirits of just men made perfect, and to Jesus, the mediator of the new covenant, and to the blood of sprinkling, that speaketh better things than that of Abel. So we may misuse history by going back and making that necessary which has already been abrogated. We may thus ill treat the day of rest.
by measuring it and weighing it in Jewish scales.
We may cast a cloud over the day of Jubilee that comes every week, by measuring its beginning and its ending by Jewish arithmetic.
We may make the whole week sabbatic by Christian consecration,
There will always be ordinances.
because while man is in the body, he needs external helps.
Collateral assistances and auxiliaries. He is not always equally awake. He is not always equally spiritual. He needs the communion of saints,
The coming together in holy fellowship,
all the associations of a sacred time and a sacred place, and through the active yet subtle ministry of these, he comes to feel that he is in touch with God. Here in the body pent, we need such aids as can penetrate our prison and minister to the liberty of the soul. Now, Abijah says, as a kind of climax, and, behold, God himself is with us for our captain, and his priests with sounding trumpets to cry alarm against you. O children of Israel, fight ye not against the Lord God of your fathers, for ye shall not prosper. How steadfastly Abijah abides by the altar.
he cannot be tempted one step from the throne of God.
His appeal is sublime because it is religious. It is historically religious.
The Lord God of your fathers.
It would seem to be a solemn thing to cut off oneself from all the currents of history, to bury our fathers over again in a deeper grave. Yea, to bury them at night time, so that when the morning came, we could not tell where they were interred. Abijah will have a historic line.
He maintains the doctrine of philosophic and personal heredity and organic unity. He will insist upon it that the men of his day represented the men of dead generations,
and were to do what they would have done had they then lived. Not only was it historically religious, but it was religion accentuated by motives.
such as act most powerfully upon human conduct, for ye shall not prosper.
That appeal they could understand.
The double appeal constitutes God's address to men. Here he is bound to point out consequences,
Though he would not have life built upon them.
and there is no other way of getting at certain people than by telling them that if they believe not, they shall be damned.
They are so curiously and fearfully made that only hell can excite their attention. The preacher does not declare this doctrine of fire,
or mere penalty for the sake of revealing God and acting upon human thought and conduct.
he knows it is an appeal more or less tinctured with possible selfishness.
He cannot but despise the man who asks for heaven simply because he has smelt the fire of hell. But the Christian preacher will begin where he can.
He has to do with all classes and conditions of men. All men do not occupy the highest point of thought, do not approach the kingdom of heaven from the noblest considerations, and he is the wise pastor. He has the great shepherd heart, who receives men by night, by day, through the gate of fear, through the portals of love, who keeps the door ajar for men, not knowing when they may come home. He is but a poor preacher.
And he knows it, who bids people come to God that they may get to heaven.
But he is aware that some people can only understand through the medium of such terms, if ever. And he really hopes for them that by experience they may eventually rise to a nobler level.
And desire God for God's own sake. He only is in the Spirit of Christ who would pray as much,
give as much, suffer as much, if he knew he had to die this night, and be blotted out forever,
as he would do and give if he knew he were this night going into everlasting glory.
To be good in order to buy heaven is not to be good. To be religious in order to escape hell is not to be religious. Yet we must always so judge human nature as to provide for people who can only act through fear and through love and hope of reward, that their education will be continued and completed,
and someday they will look back upon their infantile beginning and pity themselves.
The great thing, however, is to begin. If we are afraid of hell,
let us ask great questions.
If we are in hope of heaven, let us begin to do great services. Hell and heaven have nothing to do with it in reality, but they have to do a great deal with it initially, instrumentally and educationally. What was the upshot of the war? Who needs to inquire? When omnipotence goes forth to war, what can be the issue of the battle? God takes out his glittering sword,
and his hand lays heavy in judgment.
Can grasshoppers stand before him?
Oppose a wooden fence to a boundless conflagration,
and you may act almost rationally, most rationally, as compared with those who set a grasshopper to oppose the march of God. The writer in the Book of Kings takes a much worse view of Abijah's character than we find in the Book of Chronicles. From the first Book of Kings, we learn that Abijah endeavored to recover the kingdom of the 10 tribes and made war on Jeroboam. No details are given, but we are also informed that he walked in all the sins of Rehoboam, idolatry and its attendant immoralities, and that his heart was not perfect before God, as the heart of David, his father. In the second Book of Chronicles, Abijah's war upon Jeroboam is more minutely described, and he makes a speech to the men of Israel, reproaching them for breaking their allegiance to the house of David, for worshipping the golden calves, and substituting unauthorized priests for the sons of Aaron and the Levites. He was successful in the battle against Jeroboam, and took the cities of Bethel, Jeshanah and Ephraim, with their dependent villages. Nothing is said by the writer in Chronicles of the sins of Abijah, but we are told that after his victory he waxed mighty, and married 14 wives, whence we may well infer that he was elated with prosperity.
And like Solomon his grandfather fell during the last 2 years of his life into wickedness,
as described in Kings. Both records inform us that he reigned only for the period of 3 years. Ahab, God is the time keeper, he says now.
We think we see the exact juncture when it would be right to go.
But if we went just then, a serpent would bite us on the road. We want to go to heaven. But God says, not yet. We want to begin the battle. But God says, wait. In the 18th chapter of the first book of Kings, we read, "And it came to pass,
After many days, that the word of the Lord came to Elijah in the 3rd year,
saying, Go, show thyself unto Ahab, and I will send rain upon the earth. And Elijah went to show himself unto Ahab. And there was a sore famine in Samaria. Think of waiting many days and doing nothing. But what if waiting be the best working? What if we can best do everything by simply doing nothing?
There's a time to stand still and see the salvation of God.
Mark another thing in these verses. The Lord said, Go, and Elijah went. Not Elijah objected, Elijah reasoned, or Elijah pointed out the difficulties, but simply Elijah went. That is the true ideal of life.
Always be ready.
Contrast with this the case of Jonah. Elijah had no fear of Ahab.
He who fears God cannot fear man.
If you go up to your duties in your own strength, you will find them difficult. If you come down upon them from high communion with God, you will find them easy.
The governor of the house of Ahab was called Obadiah.
The word Obadiah means servant of Jehovah, and it would seem to have been a true description of the man.
For we read that Obadiah feared the Lord greatly.
It is possible for a man to be very bad in one direction and very tolerant in another. It was so in the case of Ahab.
He was the worst of the kings of Israel, yet he kept a governor over his house who feared the Lord greatly. The Lord causes the most wicked men to pay his religion the homage which is due to its excellence. A bad king employs a good governor.
He who himself disobeys Jehovah, yet engages a servant who fears the Lord greatly. The thief likes an honest man for steward. The blasphemer likes a godly teacher for his child. The great speculator prefers an unspeculative man for bookkeeper. It is thus that virtue has many unconscious votaries.
He who is the slave of idolatry becomes an easy prey to the power of cruel tempters.
We do not know that Ahab was a cruel man, but we do know that Jezebel was a cruel woman, and Ahab was greatly influenced by his passionate and sanguinary wife.
Ahab's provocation of the Lord may have been in the direction of idolatry alone.
But to be wrong in your conception of worship is to expose yourself to every possible attack of the enemy. To pray in the wrong direction is to be weak in every other. Ahab was a speculative idolater. Jezebel was a practical persecutor. Ahab showed that speculative error is consistent with social toleration. You must distinguish between Ahab and Elijah in this matter. It was Jezebel who slew the prophets of the Lord, and Ahab knew that his servant,
Obadiah, had hidden 50 of these prophets in a cave.
and yet Ahab kept Obadiah in his service. But redeeming points do not restore the whole character. One swallow does not make a summer. In the same character may be met great faith and great doubt. Obadiah risked his life to save 50 of the prophets of the Lord. yet dare not risk it, without first receiving an oath, for the greatest profit of all. This mixture we find in every human character. How abject, how august is man! In Ahab, Obadiah, Elijah, and Jezebel, we see a fourfold type of human society. A is the speculator,
The godly servant, the far-seeing prophet, and the cruel persecutor.
Society has got no farther than this today. The Ahabs of the age are leading us away into speculation that ends in idolatry and in infinite provocation of the Lord. The Obadiahs of the age are still praying
and serving God, and saving even the worst households from the wrath of heaven. The Elijahs of the age are still hurling their divine thunders through the corrupt and stagnant air,
and piercing with lightning shafts the gloomy and threatening future. And the Jezebels of the age are still narrow, bitter, indignant, vengeful, and sanguinary.
Wondrous combination, so checked, so controlled by invisible but benignant power.
Speculative error has its counterpart in actual cruelty, and patient worship has its counterpart in daring service.
We sometimes hear that Ahab was a covetous man.
Are we quite sure that the charge is just and that it can be substantiated? This charge is based on the affair of Naboth's vineyard. How could Ahab be covetous? He proposed terms, saying, "Give me thy vineyard, that I may have it for a garden of herbs, because it is near unto my house, and I will give thee a better vineyard than it. Or, if it seems good to thee, I will give thee the worth of it in money." The terms do not, upon the face of them, appear to be unreasonable or inapplicable. Surely this is not mere covetousness, if covetousness at all. The vineyard was close to the palace, and that fact was assigned as a reason for wishing to open negotiations concerning its transfer. But do we not sometimes too narrowly interpret the word covetousness? It is generally, at least, limited to money. When a man is fond of money, wishes to add to it, and is not scrupulous as to the means by which he seeks to enhance his fortune, we describe him as covetous. The term is perfectly applicable in such a case, but the term covetous may apply to a much larger set of circumstances,
and describe quite another set of impulses and desires.
We may even be covetous of personal appearance. We may be covetous of popular fame.
Such as is enjoyed by other men.
We may be covetous in every direction which implies the gratification of our own wishes, and yet, with regard to the mere matter of money, we may be almost liberal. This is an astounding state of affairs. Man may be liberal with money, and yet covetous in many other directions.
Sometimes when covetousness takes this other turn,
we describe it by the narrower word, envy. We say we envy the personal appearance of some.
We envy the greatness and the public standing of others.
But under all this envy is covetousness. Envy is in a sense but a symptom. Covetousness is the vital and devouring disease. Under this interpretation of the term, therefore, it is not unfit or unjust to describe Ahab as a covetous man. Look at his dissatisfaction with circumstances. He wishes to have a garden of herbs. That is all. He is king of Israel in Samaria, but there is one little thing of which he has not yet possessed himself,
and until he gets that in his hand he cannot rest well.
There is a dream that troubles him. There is a nightmare which makes him afraid to lie down to sleep. Look at what he has. Who can measure it? Who can run through the enumeration of his possessions? Who can take an exhaustive inventory of all the riches of the king of Israel? But there is one little corner that is not his, and he wants it, and until he can get it all the rest goes for nothing.
The great Alexander could not rest in his palace at Babylon because he could not get ivy to grow in his garden.
What was Babylon, or all Assyria, in view of the fact that this childish king could not cause ivy to grow in the palace gardens? Ahab lived in circumstances.
He lived in the very narrowest kind of circumstances.
As a little man, he lived in little things. And because those things were not all to his mind, it was impossible for him to be restful or noble or really good. Once let the mind become dissatisfied with some trifling circumstance, and that fly spoils the whole pot of ointment. Once get the notion that the house is too small, and then morning, noon, and night you never see a picture that is in it, or acknowledge the comfort of one corner in all the little habitation. The one thing that is present in the mind throughout all the weary hours is that the house is too small. Once get the idea that the business is undignified, and you go to it late in the morning and leave it early in the afternoon, neglecting it between times. You are also ashamed to speak of it, and will not throw your whole heart and soul during business hours into its execution. Once get the notion that the neighborhood is unfashionable, and it goes for nothing that the rooms are large and airy,
That the garden is one of the best you ever had.
that there is ample scope for a rich library,
That all the neighbors are men of peculiar intelligence and goodness.
all go for nothing, because the tempter has said, this neighborhood is not a fashionable quarter of the town, and when people come to know that you are living here, they will lose confidence in you and respect for you. If we live in circumstances, we shall be the sport of events. We shall be without dignity,
Without calmness, without reality and solidity of character. Let us therefore betake ourselves into inner thoughts,
into spirituality of life,
into the soul's true character,
into the very sanctuary of God. There we shall have truth and light and peace. There the stormy wind cannot disturb us, and the great darkness is but an outside circumstance. For within there is the shining of the light of God. Then notice in Ahab a childish servility to circumstances. Ahaziah. Ahaziah was the son of Ahab and Jezebel.
he was badly born.
Some allowance must be made for this fact in estimating his character. Again and again we have had occasion, and shall indeed often have, to remark upon the disadvantages of children born of wicked parents. It is not for us to lay down any final doctrine of responsibility. We must leave that in the hands of a just and gracious God. Terrible spectacle. However, it is to see a man whose father sold himself to work wickedness in the sight of the Lord,
who bound himself as for a price to show rebellion on the very floor of heaven.
Ahaziah was a prince of evil, a man who said he would defile the sanctuary and commit his supreme sin within the shadow of the altar. and whose mother laid the plans for the murder of Naboth, and who all but personally superintended their execution. What can we expect from such a child of darkness, who can gather grapes of thorns, or figs of thistles? Was he responsible for his own actions?
Society is often hard on such men, not unreasonably or unnaturally.
Yet society is often very gracious to such men, saying with an instinctive piety and sense of justice, after all, such men are not to be personally blamed for their antecedent. They may indeed be open to some measure of suspicion, but even they must have their opportunity in life. Let us consider the case of Ahaziah and see how matters stand for our own instruction. To understand the matter thoroughly, we must go to the 22nd chapter of the first book of Kings. Then said Ahaziah, the son of Ahab, unto Jehoshaphat, Let my servants go with thy servants in the ships. But Jehoshaphat would not. Jehoshaphat was right when he acted upon his instinct. By and by, he came to act upon a basis of calculation, and then a compact was entered into. But who dare set aside the voice of instinct, the very first voice that rises in the soul to make judgment and to give direction? Jehoshaphat, on hearing the proposal of the son of Ahab, said, No, I have known thy father too well. I am too familiarly acquainted with thy family history. Thou shalt not send thy servants with mine.
It would be well for us if we could sometimes act more promptly upon our instincts.
It would have been well for Jehoshaphat if he had acted upon his instinct. Ahaziah fell through the lattice, and in his helplessness he became religious. Man must have some God. Even atheism is a kind of religion. When a man recoils openly from what may be termed the public faith of his country,
He seeks to apologize for his recoil,
and to make up for his church absence by creating high obligations of another class. He plays the patriot. He plays the disciplinarian. He will be a Spartan in personal training and drill. In some way, he will try to make up for or defend the recoil of his soul from the old altar of his country. It is in their helplessness that we really know what men are. Do not listen to the frivolous and irresponsible chatter of men who, being in robust health, really know nothing about the aching, the sorrow, the pain, the need, and the agony of this awful human life. What does our helplessness suggest? Instantly we go out of ourselves to seek friendship, assistance, and sympathy. Oh, would some gentle hand but touch my weariness? Thus cries the helpless one. All that being fairly and duly interpreted, has a religious signification. The cry for friendship is but a subdued cry for God.
Sometimes men will invent gods of their own.
This is what was done practically by Ahaziah. Men will go out after novel deities. This is what is being done every day, not under that name. But the mere name makes no difference in the purpose of the spirit. Say new enjoyments, new entertainments, new programs, new customs, these, being interpreted as to the heart of them,
mean new altars, new helpers, new gods.
It is said of Shakespeare that he first exhausted worlds, and then invented new. That was right. It was but of the liberty of a poet to do so. But it is no part of the liberty of the soul. Necessity forbids it. because the true God cannot be exhausted. He is like his own nature, so far as we know it in the great creation. He is all things in one, gleaming and dazzling as noontide, soft and gentle as the balmy wind, strong as the great mountains and rocks,
beauteous as the tiny fragrant flowers,
musical as the birds that make the air melodious,
awful as the gathered thunder which hovers above the earth as if in threatening.
Who can exhaust nature? Who can exhaust nature's God? Still, the imagination of man is evil continually. He will invent new ways of enjoying himself.
He will degrade religion into a mere form of interrogation.
This is what Ahaziah did in this instance. Go, inquire of Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron, whether I shall recover of this disease. All that we sometimes want of God is that he should be the great fortune-teller. How true it is that Ahaziah represents us all in making his religion into a mere form of question, asking, in other words, into a form of selfishness. The messengers have now come. They have taken their speech from their king, and they are on the road to consult Baal-zebub, a god of Ekron. But who is this who meets them? And who asks, is it not because there is not a god in Israel that you go to inquire of Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron? The men had said nothing about their errand. Who is it that reads the heart night and day, to whom the darkness and the light are both alike, and from the fire of whose eye nothing is hid? How do we get the impression that when we have perfected our lie, it is in some sense public property? We are sure the man whom we meet knows it. He looks as if he did. Elijah is an abrupt speaker. The hairy man and girt, with a girdle of leather, did not study the scanning of his sentences.
He struck with a battering ram.
His interrogations were spears that quivered in the heart. His looks were judgments. What an effect he produced upon these men! Why did they not go past him and say, "Keep thy speeches to thyself, thou hairy man, nor interfere with the king's messengers"? We cannot do that. We know that some men are not to be turned away so. We may attempt to deceive, evade, or disappoint them.
But they have a magnetic and most marvelous influence upon us.
Though they do not speak in the imperative mood,
They speak with imperative force. The men turned back like whipped children to tell the king what they had heard.
and Ahaziah was surprised at their early return. He cannot sleep. He asks that the book of the Chronicles may be brought, that he may look up events and see where the loop slipped, where the wrong entry was made, or where the minutes were not carried out in detail. All this means that Elijah lives in some form or other and will meet us and confront us and have it out with us. Look at the conflict between Ahaziah and Elijah. The Tishbite. Ahaziah is the king and Elijah is only the prophet. And the king ought to have everything his own way ex officio. Now we shall see what metal Elijah is made of.
He handled kings as if they were little children.
He took them up and set them down behind him and said, "Wait there until I return, and stir at your peril. The prophet should always be the uppermost man. Kings are nothing compared to teachers and seers, men who hold the judgments of God on commission. The great men of the nation are the prophets, the teachers, the educators of thought,
The inspirers of noble sacrificial enthusiasm.
See how Elijah tramps among the kings.
He has no favor to ask.
If he were driven to ask for one morsel of bread, he would be Elijah no more.
Ahaziah sends to Elijah and says, "Come down."
These words sound very commanding and imperative. Elijah answered, "If I be a man of God, then let fire come down from heaven and consume thee and thy 50.
And there came down fire from heaven and consumed him and his 50.
Look at the conflict and its parties. On the one hand, petulance. On the other, dignity. On the one side, anger, fretful, fuming, petty. On the other, judgment, calm, sublime, comprehensive, final. Ekron was one of the royal cities of the Philistines. Its situation is pointed out with considerable minuteness in Scripture. It is described as lying on the northern border of Philistia and of the territory allotted to Judah. It stood on the plain between Beth-Shemesh and Jabneel. Jerome locates it on the east of the road leading from Azotus, Ashdod, to Jamnia, Jabneel. From these notices, we have no difficulty in identifying it with the modern village of Achaia. Achaia stands on the southern slope of a low and bleak ridge or swell which separates the plain of Philistia from Sharon. It contains about 50 mud houses, and has not a vestige of antiquity except 2 large and deep wells and some stone water troughs. Ekron means wasteness. The houses are built on the accumulated rubbish of past ages, and, like their predecessors,
if left desolate for a few years, they would crumble to dust.
The most interesting event in its history was the sending of the ark to Beth-Shemesh. A new cart was made, and 2 milch kine yoked to it, and then left to choose their own path. And they took the straight way to the way of Beth-Shemesh, the position of which can be seen in a gorge of the distant mountains eastward. The deity worshipped at Ekron was called Baal-zebub, and we may conclude from the story of Ahaziah that this oracle had a great reputation, even among the degenerate Israelites. Ekron was a large village in the days of Jerome,
and also in the age of the Crusades.
Asa. Asa was a good king of Judah. He did that which was good and right in the eyes of the Lord.
Is God not only good and right because these might be variable terms?
There are persons who set themselves to the presumptuous and impious task of settling for themselves what is right and what is good. In the case of Asa, he did not invent a righteousness, nor did he invent a goodness which he could adapt to his own tempers, ambitions, and conveniences. He was right and good, and did that which was good and right in the eyes of the Lord, his God, while the land had peace. Asa set to work and built walls, towers, and fences, and did all that he could for the good of his country. Zerah, an Ethiopian warrior, did not understand silence. He mistook quietness for languor.
He made the vulgar mistake of supposing that quietness was indifference. He did not know that repose is the very highest expression of power.
Zerah brought against Asa, "King of Judah, no fewer than 1,000,000 soldiers, to us a large number, but to the Orientals quite a common array." Zerah's host was the largest collected army of which we read in Scripture, but it does not exceed the known numbers of other Oriental armies in ancient times. Darius Cardamanus brought into the field at Arbela a force of 1,040,000. Xerxes crossed into Greece with certainly above 1,000,000 combatants. Artaxerxes Neman collected 1,260,000 men to meet the attack of the younger Cyrus. What was to be done? Asa did not shrink from war, though he never courted it. He must meet the foe in battle. Before doing so, he must pray. Lord, it is nothing with thee to help.
Whether with many or with them that have no power.
Help us, O Lord, our God, for we rest on thee, and in thy name we go against this multitude. O Lord, thou art our God. Let not man prevail against thee. Having risen from their knees, they launched themselves against the Ethiopians, and were mighty as men who answer straw with steel. They fought in God's name and for God's cause. And the thousand of the Ethiopians were as nothing before the precise and terrific stroke of men who had studied war in the school of God.
The defeat of Zerah is one of the most remarkable events in the history of the Jews.
On no other occasion did they meet in the field and overcome the forces of either of the two great monarchies between which they were placed.
It was seldom that they ventured to resist,
unless behind walls. Shishak, Sennacherib, Esarhaddon, Nebuchadnezzar, Alexander, and Ptolemy I
were either unopposed or only opposed in this way.
On the other occasion on which they took the field, which was under Josiah against Necho, their boldness issued in a most disastrous defeat. Asa, then, began upon a good foundation. He established himself upon a great principle. That is what all young people especially should take to heart right seriously. Do not make an accident of your lives, a thing without center, purpose, certitude, or holiness. Be right in your great foundation lines, and you will build up a superstructure, strong, after the nature and quality of the foundation upon which you build. Do not snatch at life. Do not take out an odd motto here and there and say, "This will do for the occasion." Life should be deeply laid in its basis, strongly cemented together in its principles, noble in its conviction. Then it can be charitable in its concessions and recognitions. And Asa took courage and put away the abominable idols out of all the land of Judah and Benjamin, and out of the cities which he had taken from Mount Ephraim, and renewed the altar of the Lord. Let us not trifle with the occasion by suggesting that we have no idolatries to uproot, no heathen groves to examine, to purify or to destroy. That would indeed be making light of history and ignoring the broadest and saddest facts of our present circumstances. The world is full of little gods, man-made idols, groves planted by human hands, oppositions and antagonisms to the tried theism of the universe. We are apt to think that the idols are a long way off, far beyond sea, or that they existed long centuries ago and spoke languages now obsolete or forgotten. Nothing of the kind. They live here. They build today. Our gods are 1,000,000 strong. We do not call them gods, but we worship them nonetheless. Luck, accident, fortune, fashion, popularity, self-indulgence. These are the base progeny of idols that did once represent some ideal thought and even some transcendental religion. Idolatry has retrograded. Polytheism has gone quickly backward, Asa said. In effect, we must be right about our gods before we can be right with one another. That is true teaching.
With a wrong theology, we never can have a thoroughly sound and healthy economic system. This was the cornerstone upon which Asa built his great and gracious policy.
What was the effect of it upon other people? We find that the effect then was what it must always be. They fell to him out of Israel in abundance, when they saw that the Lord, his God, was with him. Such is the influence of a great leadership. If Asa had been halting, the people would have halted too. Asa was positive, and positiveness, sustained by such beneficence, begets courage in other people. They fell to him out of Israel in abundance. That is,
they came over to him and were on his side. They ranked themselves with Asa. They looked for his banner and called it theirs.
When they saw that the Lord,
as God, was with him, nations perish for want of great leaders.
Social reforms are dependent to a large extent upon the spirit of the leadership which has adopted them. The Church is always looking around for some bolder man,
some more heroic and dauntless spirit,
who will utter the new truth. If any truth can be new, say, rather, the next truth. For truth has always a next self, a larger and immediately impending self. And the hero, who is also martyr,
must reveal that next phase of truth and die on Golgotha for his pains.
Can we not, in some small sense, be leaders in our little circles, in our business relations, in our family life, in our institutional existence? Many people can follow a tune who cannot begin one. That is the philosophy we would unfold and enforce. Regard all leaders with prayerful hopefulness, insofar as they want to do good and to be good.
Sympathize with them.
Say to Asa, even the king, what thou hast done, thou hast well done.
In God's name we bless thee for the purification of the land, and for the encouragement of all noble things.
Asa showed the limits of human forbearance and human philosophy.
He broke down in the very act of doing that which was right because he went too far. He made a covenant,
and the people made it along with him. Solemn renewals of the original covenant, which God made with their fathers in the wilderness, occur from time to time in the history of the Jews,
following upon intervals of apostasy.
This renewal in the reign of Asa is the first on record. The next falls 300 years later, in the reign of Josiah. There is a third in the time of Nehemiah. On such occasions, the people bound themselves by a solemn oath to observe all the directions of the law,
and called down God's curse upon them if they forsook it.
And they entered into a covenant to seek the Lord God of their fathers with all their heart and all their soul, that whosoever would not seek the Lord God of Israel should be put to death, whether small or great, whether man or woman. That is the danger. You cannot make men religious by killing them, by threatening them,
by inflicting upon them any degree of penalty.
Do not force a child to church. Lead it. Lure it. Make the church so bright and homelike and beautiful that the child will eagerly long for the time to come when the door will be opened. Asa was impartial. There was a touch of real grandeur about the man. He would not even allow his mother to keep an idol. The queen had an idol of her own in a grove. and also concerning Macha, the mother of Asa, the king. He removed her from being queen because she had made an idol in a grove,
And Asa cut down her idol,
and stamped it and burnt it at the brook Kidron. Thus ruthlessly Asa disestablished that little royal church. See how burningly in earnest the man was, and what a man will do when his earnestness is fervent. He knows nothing about fathers, mothers, partialities, or concessions. He says, light is the foe of darkness, and you cannot have any little dark corner of your own. This light must find you out, chase away every shadow and purify every secret place in human life and thought.
some have supposed that Macha,
The mother of Abijah, and Masha, the mother of Asa, were different persons, the former being the daughter of Absalom, the latter the daughter of Uriel of Gibeah. There are really no grounds for this. Maha, the mother of Abijah,
enjoyed the rank of Queen Mother not only during his short reign of 3 years,
but also during that of her grandson, Asa, until deposed by him on account of her idolatry. The original word for idol appears to signify a horrible abomination of some monstrous kind. And instead of in a grove, we should read for an Asherah, the wooden emblem of the Canaanitish deity. There seems little doubt that some obscene emblem is meant, of the kind so often connected with worship of the productive powers of nature in ancient religions, substituted as a still greater abomination for the ordinary Asherah. Clearly, the act of Marsha was one of so flagrant a kind that Asa took the unusual step, on which the historian here lays great stress, of degrading her in her old age from her high dignity, besides hewing down her idol and burning it publicly under the walls of Jerusalem. Now, said Asa, in effect, what is good for the public is good for the individual. What is good for the subject is good for the queen. Athaliah. Athaliah was a king's daughter and a king's wife. She had a son whose name was Ahaziah, but as he was an invalid,
he did not occupy the throne longer than about 12 months.
As soon as his mother saw that he was dead, a fierce and most murderous passion seized her heart. She then resolved to be queen herself. In order to carry out this nefarious purpose, she slew all the seed royal, so that, there being no successor to the throne, she ascended it and reigned as queen.
It is very wonderful that some of the most cruel and startling things in the world have been done by women.
One called Laodice poisoned her 6 sons one by one,
that she might be Empress of Constantinople. Another, ironically named Irene,
took the eyes out of her own boy,
that he might be incapable of empire, and that she might reign alone. These things were done in the ancient time.
Is any of the cruelty of heart left still?
The accident may be changed. What about the passion and purpose of the heart? Let everyone answer the question individually.
Athaliah made her heap of corpses and laughed in her mad heart, saying that now she was queen, but always some fleance escapes the murderer's clutch. In that heap of corpses there was an infant boy, hardly 12 months old.
He was spared. The sword had not taken his little life, but the queen knew not that the child Joash had escaped. He was taken, and with his nurse was hidden in the temple, and there he was trained by the good priest
Jehoiada for some 6 years.
All the while the queen was reigning and doing evil. The little boy was saved by his aunt,
Jehosheba, and when 6 years had passed, and the boy was 7 years of age,
being 12 months old when he was snatched from impending ruin.
Jehoiada called the rulers together and all the chief and mighty men of Israel.
He then revealed the secret to them.
Having disposed these dignitaries in military order and with military precision around the person of the young king, Jehoiada brought the crown and put it upon his head,
and he gave him the testimony or book of Leviticus.
Having gone through all this ceremonial process,
the young king stood upright by the pillar of inauguration in the temple, and all that great throng then clapped their hands and shouted, "God save the king!"
Louder the shout rang till the queen heard it in her own house,
which was not far off. The nearer the church, the farther from God, has been wittily said.
Athaliah hastened to the sacred place to know the reason of this hilarious tumult,
and when the case was made clear to her, she shrieked and cried,
"Treason! Treason!" But her voice found no echo in the hearts of men. Not a soul fluttered, not a heart started up in the royal defense. The woman, the evil daughter of an evil mother, was taken out by the way along which the horses came into the king's house,
and the sword which she had thrust into the throats of others drank her own blood.
In an event of this kind, there must be some great lessons for all time.
These are not merely momentary ebullitions of wrath or malice. They have history in them. They are red with the common blood of the whole race. Very few men stand out in ancient history with so fair and honorable a fame as good Jehoshaphat.
It is like a tonic, intellectual and spiritual, to read his vivid history.
He was a grand king, long-headed, good-hearted, honest, and healthy in purpose of doing wondrous things for his kingdom and for the chosen of God.
But is there not a weak point in every man? Does not the strongest man stoop? Does not great Homer sometimes nod? Jehoshaphat had this weakness,
that he hankered after some kind of connection with the wicked house of Ahab. He had a son whose name was Jehoram, or Joram, and he wanted his son married. He must look around for royal blood.
Explain it as we may, no man has explained it fully yet. Jehoshaphat wanted to be connected with the evil house of Ahab. To that house he looked for a wife for his son, Jehoram.
Yet his son married Athaliah,
and she brought into the kingdom all the idolatry of Ahab and the fierce bloodthirstiness of Jezebel.
That was the root of the mischief. Some roots lie a long time before they begin to germinate. There may be roots in our lives which will take 10 years or 40 years to develop, but the root will bring forth according to its kind. Let us take care what roots we plant in our lives, what connections we form.
Jehoram, the son of good Jehoshaphat,
walked in the evil ways of the kings of Israel, and he wrought that which was evil in the sight of the Lord.
Mark the reason given by the inspired historian. He had the daughter of Ahab to wife.
What secrets were indicated by that one reason?
What a whole volume of tragedy is wrapped up in that brief sentence.
The responsibility seems to a large extent transferred from Jehoram and placed upon his wife,
who was a more subtle thinker, a more desperate character, with a larger brain and a firmer will,
with more accent and force of personality.
Jehoram played the evil trick, repeated the foul habit, went in the wrong direction, bowed down to forbidden altars. For he had the daughter of Ahab to wife. She lured him.
The seduction was hers. She won the conquest.
When he would have bowed the knee to the God of heaven, she laughed at him and mocked him into Baal worship.
He fell as a victim into her industrious and cruel hands. Be not unequally yoked together. Do not look upon marriage lightly.
Do not suppose that it is a game for the passing day, a flash and gone, a hilarious excitement,
a wine bibbing, a passing around of kind salutations. then dying away like a trembling echo. Beware what connections you form,
and do not suppose that the laws of God can be set aside with impunity. Get out of your heads the infinite mistake that you can do as you like and escape the operation of divine law. Deliver yourselves from the cruel delusion that you can sow tares and reap wheat.
Be not deceived. God is not mocked, for whatever a man sows that shall he also reap.
Our family life explains our public attitude and influence. What we are at home, we are really abroad. Wives, do not destroy your husbands. When they would do good, help them. When they propose to give to the cause of charity, suggest that the donation be doubled, not divided. When they would help in any good and noble work, give them sympathy, prayer, and blessing.
We never knew a man yet of any enduring public power that was not made by his wife, and we never knew a public man yet that fully appreciated the value of that ministry.
It is secret. It is at home. It does not show.
It is chalked on a blackboard, and not gilded on a high ceiling.
It is silent,
but vital.
We have seen a man go down in his church life, and we have wondered why.
It was his wife, the daughter of Ahab, who was degrading him, narrowing him and dwarfing him in his thinking and sympathy. We have seen a man go up in his public influence,
and we have found that it was his wife who was encouraging him, helping him, telling him that he was on the right way,
and wishing him good luck in the name of the Lord.
See to it that your home is right. Have a beautiful home, morally and religiously, a sacred house, a sanctuary where joy is the singing angel. And then, when you come abroad into the marketplace, into the pulpit, into parliament, into trade and commerce, or into any of the social relations of life,
you will bring with you all the inspiration which comes from a home that blooms like a garden or glows like a summer sun.
Do not suppose that the divine purpose can be set aside by Athaliahs,
Irenes, Laodices, or any false, furious or desperate characters of any kind.
The Lord promised David that he should always have a candle in Jerusalem.
The light was very low sometimes. It was reduced to a spark in young Joash.
But it was God's candle,
and Athaliah's wild breath could not blow out that light. The word of the Lord abideth forever. Observe a very strong peculiarity in human nature, as shown in the conduct of Athaliah.
She went into the temple and saw the young Joash with a crown upon his head, and she shrieked out, "Treason! Treason! Poor innocent Athaliah!"
Who would not pity so gentle a dove,
with a breast of feathers and a cruel dart rankling in it? Sweet woman, gentle and loving creature, injured queen.
Her hands were perfectly clean.
She was the victim of a cruel stratagem. She was outwitted by heads longer than hers. She, poor unsuspecting soul, had been brought into this condition, and all she could do was to cry in injured helplessness, "Treason! Treason! How moral we become under some circumstances! How very righteous we may stand up to be under certain provocations!"
Who could but pity poor Athaliah,
who had nursed her grandchildren with a wolf's care?
We do this very self-same thing very often in our own lives.
Where is the man who does not suppose that he has a right to do wrong, but let other people do wrong, and then hear him, given a religious sect of any name whatsoever, that has the domination of any neighborhood? And the probability is that that religious sect will use its supremacy somewhat mischievously in certain circumstances.
It will not let anybody who opposes its tenets have an acre of ground in that neighborhood.
Nor will it allow any sect that opposes its principles to build a church there. No, it takes a righteous view of the circumstances.
It will not trifle with its responsibilities. It can allow no encroachment. It is charged with the spirit of stewardship and must be faithful to its sacred obligations.
So it cants and whines,
Whatever its name be, if it be the name we bear religiously,
so much the worse. We speak of no particular sect, but of any sect that may be placed in such peculiar circumstances as to claim the domination and supremacy in any neighborhood. Now let any member of that sect leave that particular locality and go to live under a wholly different set of circumstances,
and apply for a furlong of ground, or for a house that he may occupy as tenant. Then let it be found that his religious convictions are a bar to his enjoyment of local properties and liberties. He will cry out, "Persecution!
Persecution! How well it befits his lips!
The very man who in one district persecuted to the death those who opposed him removes to another locality, where a screw is applied to his own joints, and he raises the cry of persecution.
It is Athaliah's old trick,
and will have Athaliah's poor reward. See how the cry of the wicked is unheeded.
Athaliah was a woman,
and by so much had a claim upon the sympathy of the strong.
Yet no man's heart went out to her in loyal reverence. Jehoash, or Joash as the name was shortened, was trained in the temple under the good Jehoiada.
He was blessed in his aunt, for it was his aunt who took him, the daughter of Ahab,
but not by the mother of Athaliah, and Joash did good all the days of Jehoiada,
the priest.
See the influence of a noble life. See how religion may help royalty,
and how that which is morally true lifts up patriotism to a higher level.
No country is sound at heart, through and through good and likely to endure, that draws not the inspiration of its patriotism from the loftiness and purity of its religion.
All these tragedies are making the earth reek with abomination today.
Athaliah lives in a vigorous progeny. Balaam comes into the narrative most suddenly, but he will never go out of it again. Other men have come into the Bible story quite as suddenly,
but they have only remained for a time.
Balaam will never disappear. We shall read of him when we come to the book of the Revelation of John the Divine. There are some historical presences that you can never get rid of. It is useless to quibble and question. The same mystery occurs in our own life. Some persons, having been once seen, are seen forever. You cannot get away from the image or the influence,
or forget the magical touch of hand or mind or earth. They turn up in the last chapter of your life Bible.
You cannot tell whence they come. Their origin is as great a mystery as is the origin of Melchizedek. They come into your lifelines as quickly and abruptly as came Elijah, the Tishbite, and they take up their residence with you, subtly coloring every thought, secretly and mightily turning speech into new accents and unsuspected expressions, full of significance and revealing that significance in ever surprising ways and tones. Why sit down and look at the story of Balaam as though it was something that occurred once for all? It occurs every day. God teaches by surprise. He sets the stranger in our life, and while we are wondering, he turns our wonder into a mystery more sublime. Who would have a life foursquare, in the sense of limitation, visible boundary, tangible beginning and ending? Who would not rather be in the world as if he had been in some other world, and as if he were moving on to some larger world? We lose power when we lose mystery. Let us not chaffer about words. If the spirit of mystery is in a man, the spirit of worship is in him. And if the spirit of worship is in him, it may detail itself into beliefs, actions and services which are accounted right,
and whose rightness will be proved by their beneficence.
Balaam comes as suddenly as Melchizedek, as unexpectedly as Elijah.
but we shall find him at the very last an instructive historical character.
He is called Balaam, the son of Beor, and he is domiciled at Pethor, on the river Euphrates. At that time, the king of Moab was called Balak, and when Balak saw how Israel had destroyed the Amorites, he said, "Fighting is out of the question. If we have to come to battle,
we may as well surrender before we begin.
The numbers are overwhelming. Now shall this company lick up all that are round about us, as the ox licketh up the grass of the field. You can hear the lick and the crunch,
and be present at the destruction."
It was a day of fear and much sorrow in Moab. What then was to be done? Herein came the wisdom of Balak. He also lives to the end of life's chapter. Before to the end of that chapter we shall find the touch of superstition in the human mind. Balak would have recourse to supernatural help. He had heard of Balaam, the soothsayer of Pethor, a man of divination, a person who had power to bless and to curse, the Simon Magus of his day. So he took advantage of his superstition,
and thought to sow the air with curses which would work where his little sword could not reach.
That is not a mean thought. Call it perversion or superstition. You do not touch the inner and vital mystery of the case. The great agonies of life are not to be explained by calling them perversions, or labeling them superstitions, or denouncing them as nightmares or dreams. They are there. Man must obey voices, which are not always articulate and reportable as to words and tones. It may be more superstitious to deny the supernatural than to affirm it. Never forget the cant that is talked against cant. Do not believe that they are the heavenly, pure and brilliant souls who have no church, no religion, no altar, who live under the dome of their own hats and walk on the marble of their own boots. Whose prophets, pray, are they? They must be accounted for, as well as the Melchizedeks,
the Balaams and Elijahs of old time.
What is their history? Where have they made their mark? What marvels of beneficence have they performed? Or do they only live in the very doubtful region of sneering at other people's piety? Balak's was a great thought. We do not adopt its form,
but we should perhaps do unwisely to reject its spirit and intent.
Balak said, "Numbers are against us. If it is to be a mere contention of army against army, Moab will be destroyed at once. The thing to be done, if it can be done, is to enlist the service and the action of the supernatural." Quite right. We say so now, if that can be done. Any other thing that can be done is contemptible in comparison. So Balak sent for Balaam, who made answer that he would not come.
By and by Balak sent other princes more honorable still, with offers of promotion and honor and abundant wages.
Balaam said he would ask God. He asked God, and angered him by so doing. Some second prayers are worse than superstitions. So God said, "If the men come to call thee,
rise up and go with them.
Yet the word which I shall say unto thee, that shalt thou do."
But God's anger was kindled against Balaam, and God's anger was kindled because he went.
And the angel of the Lord stood in the way for an adversary against him. Now he was riding upon his ass,
and his 2 servants were with him. And the ass saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And the ass turned aside out of the way,
and went into the field. And Balaam smote the ass, to turn her into the way. But the angel of the Lord stood in a path of the vineyards, a wall being on this side and a wall on that side. When Balak heard of Balaam's arrival, he was glad. Gold went for nothing. Now the soothsayer had come.
Riches were as water poured forth.
In those days, a supernatural went for something in the marketplace. It is the cheapest of all things now. Ideas are without value. Religious thoughts are mere breath.
But Balaam remembered that he was only to speak what God told him.
So he began to play the priest. He would have altars put up. He took up his parable and said, Balak the king of Moab hath brought me from Aram, out of the mountains of the east, saying, Come, curse me, Jacob, and come, defy Israel. Balaam would have altars put up and sacrifices rendered.
But the answer was, no.
Israel cannot be cursed. So Balak took him to another point of view, where perhaps the multitude looked greater, or did not look so great. And he took up his parable and said, Rise up, Balak, and
hearken unto me,
thou son of Zippor. And again the people were to rise like a lion,
and lift up themselves as a young lion.
And the people were not to lie down until they had eaten of the prey and drunk of the blood of the slain. Well then, said Balak, if that be the case, this thou must do for me, neutralize thyself.
Be nothing, act as if thou hadst not come at all.
Neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam said, No, you cannot treat God's messengers in that way. As a matter of fact, they are here. You have to account for them being here,
and to reckon with them while they are here.
We cannot quiet things by ignoring them. Simply by writing unknowable across the heavens, we really do not exclude supernatural or immeasurable forces. The ribbon is too narrow to shut out the whole heaven. It is but a little strip,
and looks contemptible against the infinite arch.
We do not exclude God by denying him, nor by saying that we do not know him, or that he cannot be known. We cannot neutralize God, so as to make him neither the one thing nor the other. So Balaam was the greatest mystery that Balak had to deal with. It is just the same with the Bible, God's supernatural book. It will not lie where we want it to lie. It has a way of getting up through the dust that gathers upon it, and shaking itself, and making its pages felt. It will open at the wrong place. Would it open at some catalogue of names, it might be tolerated, but it opens at hot places, where white thrones are and severe judgments,
and where scales are tried and measuring wands tested.
It will speak to the soul about the wrongdoing that never came to anything,
and a wicked thought that would have burned the heavens and scattered dishonor upon the throne of God.
Balak said, in effect, would to heaven I could get rid of this man. He took Balaam to another point of view, and Balaam set his face toward the wilderness, and took up his parable. He sang a sweet and noble song. How goodly are thy tents, O Jacob, and thy tabernacles, O Israel! As the valleys are, they spread forth, as gardens by the river's side, as the trees of line aloes which the Lord hath planted,
and as cedar trees beside the waters.
He shall pour the water out of his buckets,
and his seed shall be in many waters,
and his king shall be higher than Agag,
and his kingdom shall be exalted.
God brought him forth out of Egypt. He hath, as it were, the strength of an unicorn. He shall eat up the nations his enemies,
and shall break their bones and pierce them through with his arrows.
He couched, he lay down as a lion, and as a great lion. Who shall stir him up? Blessed is he that blesseth thee, and cursed is he that curseth thee.
Balak made a bad bargain that day.
He added unto his troubles. Instead of diminishing them, Balak would gladly have parted with Balaam,
but he could not get rid of him.
And Balak was wroth. It became a king to become angry, and Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam. And he smote his hands together, and said unto Balaam, I called thee to curse mine enemies, And, behold, thou hast altogether blessed them these 3 times.
And therefore now flee thou to thy place.
I thought to promote thee unto great honor,
But lo, the Lord hath kept thee back from honor.
Balaam then made a great speech to Balak. He said, Is this not precisely what I said to the king's messengers? Did I not say, if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the commandment of the Lord,
to do either good or bad of mine own mind?
But what the Lord saith, that will I speak. Now I will tell that which I see. And then came the parable of the man whose eyes are open. And he took up his parable, and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, hath said, and the man whose eyes are open hath said, he hath said which heard the words of God, and knew the knowledge of the Most High,
which saw the vision of the Almighty,
falling into a trance,
but having his eyes open.
I shall see him,
but not now.
I shall behold him,
but not night.
There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab,
and destroy all the children of Sheth.
And Edom shall be a possession, Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies, and Israel shall do valiantly. Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion,
and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city.
Then the parable is continued, Balaam looking Balak full in the face. And last of all Balaam rose up, and went and returned to his place, and Balak also went his way. You cannot carve your God into any shape that will please your fancy. You cannot send for any true faith and bribe it to speak your blessings or your cursings. Balaam was a man of noble sentiments. Look at some of his words. Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my last end be like his. And again, God is not a man, that he should lie, neither the Son of Man, that he should repent. And again, I shall see him,
but not now.
I shall behold him,
but not nigh. Then take the grand words which he spoke to Balak, as reported in the prophecies of Micah.
Never did man preach a nobler sermon than this. He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of thee,
but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God.
Who can amend that speech? Who can refine that gold? Who dares touch that lily with his mean paint? Who taught Balaam that great speech? We sometimes say we find, scattered up and down in ancient literature, morals as beautiful as any we find in the Bible. Possibly so. Who wrote them? Whence did they come? Is God the God of one corner of the creation? Is God a parochial deity? Is there not a spirit in man, universal man? Wherever there is a line of beauty, God wrote it. Wherever there is a sentiment which is charged with the spirit of beneficence,
that may be claimed as a good gift of God.
Apostle Paul never uttered a nobler sentiment than is uttered by Balaam,
as reported in the prophecies of Micah.
This is the Sermon upon the Mount in anticipation. That is the vicious church, built on the wrong foundation, aiming at the wrong heaven, which does not recognize in every literature and in every nation all that is good, noble, wise, prophetic. Balaam's convictions and wishes disagreed sometimes. Therein he was most human. He knew he ought not to go to Balak, and yet he wished to go. He would ask the second time. He would doubt his own convictions, or he would adjust them according to the shape and temper of circumstances, wherever he came from. He claims herein to be quite a near neighbor of ours. Doubt may exist as to the exact relation of Pethor to the river upon which it was built,
but there can be no doubt whatever of the blood relationship between Balaam and our own age.
Speaking impulsively from the center of his convictions, he said, "No, nothing shall tempt me to go. You speak of gold and silver. Were Balak to give me his house full of gold and silver, I would not go. I am the Lord's servant, and the Lord's work alone will I do." Then the thought occurred to him, a second message coming, borne by more honorable princes. Perhaps I might go and obtain this wealth and honor, and still do my duty. He is on the downward road now. A man who thinks to do forbidden things and spend the bounty for the advantage of the church is lost. There is no power in him that can overcome the gravitation that sucks him downward. He says, "I will bring back all Balak's gold and silver,
and add a transept to the church or another course of marble to the altar."
He will never return. God will not have his house so patched and bungled, nor does he want Balak's gold for the finishing of his sanctuary. A nobler spirit was Abram, who said no to the king of Sodom, lest thou shouldest say, "I have made Abram rich." The whole story of Balaam is intensely oriental and primeval. The first deputation is dismissed in obedience to a divine warning. But, so far as we know, the wages of unrighteousness, which Balaam loved, are carefully retained. A second embassy of nobler messengers,
carrying richer gifts,
succeeds. He does not at once dismiss them, as God had required, but presses for permission to go with them, which at last is granted. Balaam would earn the fame and honor apparently within his grasp. Yet he knows that when the prophetic afflatus comes on him, he can only utter what it prompts, with a feigned religiousness. He protests that if Balak were to give him his house full of silver and gold, he could not go beyond the word of Jehovah.
Is God to do less or more?
But he also bids them wait overnight to see if he may not, after all, be allowed to go with them. If his ignoble wish to be allowed to curse an unoffending nation be gratified, he has the wealth he craves. If it be refused, he can appeal to his words as proof of his being only the mouthpiece of God. That Balaam should have been allowed to go with Balak's messengers was only the permission given every man to act as a free agent, and in no way altered the divine command that he should bless
and not curse.
Yet he goes as if at liberty to do either,
and lets Balak deceive himself by false hopes, when the will of God has been already decisively made known.
Balaam's was a maneuvering life, very truthful, and yet very false, very godly, and yet very worldly, a most composite and self-contradictory life, and still a most human life. Balaam never breaks away from the brotherhood of the race in any of his inconsistencies. When he is very good, there are men living today who are just as good as Balaam was. When he is very bad, it would not be difficult to confront him with men who are quite his equals in wrongdoing. When he is both good and bad almost at the same moment, he does not separate himself from the common experience of the race. He was always arranging, adjusting, endeavoring to meet one thing by another,
and to set off one thing over against another.
It was a kind of gamester life, full of subtle calculation, touched with a sort of wonder which becomes almost religious,
and steeped in a superstition which reduces many of the actions of life to a state of moral mystery wholly beyond ordinary comprehension.
Elah. There was once a king in Israel named Elah. He reigned over Israel in Tirzah 2 years. He had a servant called Zimri, who was a captain of his chariots. Zimri was a born traitor. Treachery was in his very blood. In the case of Elah, Zimri had a marked advantage, for Elah was a drunken fool. He was in the habit of visiting the house of another of his servants, a steward called Asa. There he had what drink he asked for, and he asked for a great deal, so much that he was often drunk in his servant's house. On one of these occasions, Zimri went in and killed him, and reigned in his stead.
These are the facts with which we have to deal.
Are they very ancient, or are they happening about us every day? Is Elah dead? Is Zimri clean gone forever? And is the house of the servant Asa closed, so that the master can drink no more with the steward? Elah lives in every man who has great chances or opportunities in life, but allows them to slip away from him through one leak in the character. Elah was a king and was the son of a king,
So his openings in life were wide and splendid.
but he loved strong drink, and thus through that leak in his character all that might have made him a man oozed away, and left him a king in nothing but the barren name. Strong drink will ruin any man. It is the supreme curse of England. I will say nothing now of the old, but to the young I may speak a word. I care not, young man, how many and how brilliant in life your chances are. If you drink wine in the morning, as many young men in London do,
You are as good as damned already.
you think not, but that only shows the infinite deceitfulness of the enemy. He tells you nothing of the kind. This is parson's twaddle. Take your wine when you want it, and let it alone when you do not care for it. There is suppressed mockery in that high challenge. There is no soundness of health in it. Every drink but leaves you weaker. Every emptied glass is another link added to the strong chain thrown upon your limbs. Zimri still lives in all persons who take advantage of the weaknesses of others. Zimri knew that Elah was a drunkard, and he further knew through Elah's habit of drunkenness alone could he be reached. On every other side of his character, Elah may have been a strong man, acute, shrewd and far-sighted, but when in drink he was, of course, weak and foolish. Zimri played his game accordingly.
He said, Elah goes to Asa's house after sundown.
In half an hour after going,
He will begin to fall under the effects of wine.
then the worst wine will be brought out, and he will go mad under its poison and become drowsy. I must get Asa out of the way. The fool will go on any errand I name,
On promise of another horse.
that is it. The Bible says, and Zimri went in and smote him and killed him. He took advantage of his master's weakness, and his progeny is numerous on the earth. Some people trade on the weaknesses of others. They study them. They adapt themselves to them. They watch for striking time, and seldom miss the mark. How else could the net be always ready for the bird? How else could the pit be always prepared for the unsuspecting and bewildered traveller? There is an infernal science in these things, a devil's black art. And does not Asa still live in those who find the means whereby men may conceal their evil habits and indulge their unholy desires? They seem to say, in my house you may do what you please. I shall not look at you. Come when you please. Go when you like. I am nobody, if you like to call me so. The Tirzah, whose name means pleasantness, and which was Elah's capital, was an ancient royal city of the Canaanites, captured by Joshua. After its conquest, it is not again mentioned in history till the time of Jeroboam,
Who appears to have chosen it as his principal residence.
The geographical position of Tirzah has not been given by any ancient geographer. Zimri reigned only 7 days in Tirzah. Omri, captain of the host, was made king over Israel in the camp. He besieged Tirzah and took it. Zimri, seeing that the city was taken, went into the king's palace, set it on fire and perished in it. The last mention of Tirzah in scripture history is in connection with Menahem, who went from Tirzah to Samaria, and smote Shalom, and reigned in his stead. Solomon made the comparison. Thou art beautiful, O my love, as Tirzah. Elijah. Elijah means Jehovah is my God. There is often much in a name. It is a history sometimes, a summing up of generations. It is sometimes an inspiration, recalling memories that stir the soul to high daring. There are two places called Tishbe, one in Gilead and the other in Galilee. Elijah belonged to the former. Sometimes character is mysteriously and very deeply affected by country. Gilead was a wild and mountainous district, bordering on Arabia, and consequently half Arab in its customs.
There was a wonderful similarity between the man and the region.
Stern, bleak, grand, majestic, and awful were they both. John the Baptist seemed to bring the wilderness with him when he came into the city. Children born in luxury are apt to be themselves luxurious. Children born in slavery will hardly ever be free, though slavery has been abolished. To the end of life we carry the color which first impressed itself on our vision. All revelations seem to us to be sudden. Look at the suddenness of the appearance of Ahijah to Jeroboam, and look at the instance before us. Elijah, the Tishbite, said unto Ahab, the total apostasy of the 10 tribes, Israel, was now almost accomplished, and yet a faithful prophet of the Lord stands up in the degenerate land and declares that Jehovah is his God, and in sacred solitariness protests against the abominations of Israel and her king. No mild man would have been equal to the occasion. God adapts his ministry to circumstances. He sends a nurse to the sick room and a soldier to the battlefield. The son of consolation and the son of thunder cannot change places. You are right when you say that the dew and the light and the soft breeze are God's. But you may not, therefore, suppose that the thunder and the hurricane and the flood belong to a meaner Lord. Imagine the two men standing face to face, Ahab, the dissolute king, and Elijah, the faithful prophet. Probably there is no finer picture in ancient history. Terrible indeed is the national crisis when king and prophet come into collision. There is not a combat between two men. Mark that very closely. It is right against wrong, faithfulness against treachery,
Purity against corruption.
Look at them, Ahab and Elijah, as they face one another. Consider the boldness of the prophet. Religion is never to be ashamed of its own testimony. As we look at the scene, not wanting in the elements of the highest tragedy, we see the value of one noble witness in the midst of public corruption and decay, and the grandeur as well as necessity of a distinct personal profession of godliness. It is not enough to be godly. We must avow it in open conduct and articulate confession. Let us now observe how Elijah proceeds to deal with Ahab. There shall not be dew nor rain these years. But according to my word, here is physical punishment for moral transgression. So it is. And that is just what a parent does when he uses the rod upon his child for falsehood. You can only punish people according to their nature. The garroter can submit to any number of censures and lectures,
But he dreads the cat o' 9 tails.
Physical punishment for moral transgression is the law of society. So the liar is thrown out of his situation. The ill-tempered child is whipped. The dishonorable man is expelled from social confidence. With regard to the particular punishment denounced against Ahab, it is to be remembered that drought is one of the punishments threatened by the law if Israel forsook Jehovah and turned after other gods. This, then, was the brief communication which the prophet addressed to the king. God's threatenings are terrible in their conciseness. He leaves no room in a multitude of works for ambiguity and verbal wriggling. The soul that sinneth shall die. The wages of sin is death. There is no peace, saith the Lord, unto the wicked. And as he can be concise in threatening, so he can be concise in promise. I will give you rest. I will give you living water. He that believeth shall be saved. Ask, and it shall be given you. Thus great things can be said in few words. God is light. God is love. Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved. Ye must be born again. At the bidding of the word of the Lord, Elijah turned eastward and hid himself by the brook Cherith, a place nowhere else mentioned in the Bible, and no place like it has as yet been discovered in Palestine. It was a torrent course facing the Jordan, but whether it was one of those which seem Mount Ephraim, or of those on the opposite side of Jordan, in the prophet's own country, is uncertain. But what is the meaning of the extraordinary expression, I have commanded the ravens to feed thee, by omitting the points, which are generally allowed to have no authority? The Hebrew letters may signify Arabians. Then the passage would read, I have commanded the Arabians to feed thee. Or, if we retain the present pointing, the word may be translated merchants, according to the speaker's commentary. But it is better to allow the word ravens to stand. It implies a miracle. But the whole Bible is a miracle, and so is our own daily life. Could we but see the inner movement and look beyond all symbols to the spiritual reality. But Elijah's brook dried up. Prophets may be overtaken by the operation of their own prophecies. The great laws are impartial. Yet wonderful is the scope within which exceptions may be established. This incident gives an instance in point. Arise, get thee to Zarephath, which belongeth to Zidon, and dwell there. Behold, I have commanded a widow woman there to sustain thee. This place is called Sarepta in the New Testament. It lay upon the great public road which connected the two towns. A little village called Saraphend now occupies the situation. But how did it come about that Elijah was sent to a place so near the city of Jezebel's father? It has been suggested that it would be the last place that he would be suspected of having chosen as a retreat. When Elijah came to the gate of the city, the widow woman was there gathering sticks, and he asked her for a little water in a vessel, that he might drink. And, as she was going to fetch it, he asked her to bring also a morsel of bread in her hand. But she had no bread, not so much as a cake, only a handful of meal in a barrel, and a little oil in a cruse. She was just going to dress this little food for herself and her son, that we may eat it and die. But Elijah claimed it in the name of the Lord, and gave to her in return the gracious promise, the barrel of meal shall not waste, neither shall the cruse of oil fail, until the day that the Lord sendeth rain upon the earth. We may here admire and imitate one of the finest instances of ancient faith. The woman was asked for all she had, and she gave it.
But mark, she was put in possession of a promise.
This is God's law. He gives the promise first, and then asks for the faith of man. It was so in the ease of Abraham. It is so with ourselves today. And the barrel of meal wasted not, neither did the cruse of oil fail. This is the continual miracle of nature. This is the security of life. We are puzzled by it. But what of that? Possibilities to be determined by our weakness or by God's strength. We could have increased the flour had we sown the seed, reaped the grain, and called in the aid of the miller. Now let us venture on the supposition that Almighty God is able to do just a little more than we can do, and the whole difficulty is gone. The air wastes not, nor the light, nor the force of nature. What if God can touch points which happen to lie beyond the range of our short fingers? We must allow something for deity. And now sorrow fell upon the poor woman's house. Her only child died, and her heart was lacerated even to torment and agony. But the Lord was merciful. Elijah took the dead child away into a loft, the upper chamber, which was often the best part of an eastern house, and cried unto the Lord, and stretched himself upon the child 3 times, and cried again and again unto the Lord, and the child's life returned. Then the glad mother hailed Elijah as a man, and one in whose mouth was the word of the Lord. Elijah had put himself beyond the reach of Ahab, not because he feared him or distrusted the power of God in critical circumstances, but because God's providence or government is a great scheme with innumerable sides, and requires time for its full disclosure and accomplishment. We are not to hasten the march of God. To everything there is a season. Everywhere we see this idea of time observed and honored. Though there is famine in the land, we cannot urge the seasons forward. The child, too, must have years of growth, though his father be disabled, and there be none to earn the household bread but himself. So, in the case before us, Ahab must be wearied out with searching for Elijah.
He must be made to see how fruitless may be the efforts even of a king.
And at last, when success does come, it must come not from his side at all. We have said that Ahab was a speculative idolater rather than a cruel persecutor. Jezebel acted the part of cruelty. Ahab acted the part of unbeliever and spiritual rebel generally. A proof of the probable correctness of this view is found in the incident before us. For when Ahab met Elijah, he did not show a spirit of cruelty. He said unto the prophet, Art thou he that troubleth Israel?
He did not threaten Elijah with the sword. He did not demand his immediate surrender and arrest.
He seems rather to have looked upon Elijah with wonder, perhaps not unmixed with admiration of a figure so independent and audacious. The tone of the king's mind may be inferred from the kind of challenge which he accepted. It exactly suited his speculative genius. Elijah proposed a trial between himself and the idolatrous prophets, 850 in number, proposing that the God who answered by fire should be God. The idea instantly commended itself to Ahab as excellent.
He liked the high and practical speculation.
He was fond of intellectual combat, and he warmed at the notion of a holy fray. The man who could accept a notion of this kind was not cruel, wild, or fond of human blood. Ahab was even wickedly religious. The more altars and groves the better, yea, altar upon altar, until the pile reached to heaven, and grove after grove, until the line met itself again and formed a cordon around the world. If he had started from a right center, Ahab had been the foremost evangelist in the ancient church. Let us now look at controversy itself. This plan was proposed by the prophet of the Lord, and not by the servants of Baal. Truth addresses a perpetual challenge to all false religions and all wicked and incompetent workers. Its challenges have heightened and broadened in tone from the first ages until now. Moses challenged the necromancers of Egypt.
Elijah challenged the priests of Baal. Christ challenges the world.
At first, the challenge was more strictly physical, but now it is intensely spiritual. What religion produces the highest and finest type of character? That is the challenging question. That sane men should prefer a display of physical power or skill to a spiritual contest is an illustration of the infancy and rudeness of their minds, and not a proof of the best form of competition. Where, in Christian or in pagan lands, have we the finest men, the purest character, the most sensitive honor? Where are schools, hospitals, asylums, and charities of every kind most abundant? That Christian countries are disgraced by some of the foulest crimes possible in human life may but show that their very foulness and atrocity never could have been so vividly seen and so cruelly felt but for the enlightenment and culture furnished by Christianity. In any other countries they would have been matters of course, but in Christian lands their abomination is seen by the help of Christian light.
The appeal or challenge was forced upon the prophets of Baal.
It was not spontaneously accepted by them. This should be made very clear, as it is a point apt to be overlooked. Perhaps the common impression is that Elijah challenged the prophets directly, standing face to face with them, without any medium of communication. Nothing of the kind. Elijah first challenged King Ahab, who snatched eagerly at the sensational chance, little knowing what he was snatching at. Having spoken first to the king, Elijah spoke next to the people, and demanded why they hesitated between two opinions, insisting that they should make a choice between Jehovah and Baal. Then Elijah made his grand appeal to the people of Israel, and they answered and said, "It is well spoken." Having secured the approval of the king and the people,
Elijah called upon the prophets to proceed to trial.
Today, Christianity appeals not to a few sectarian prophets, nor to a few bewildered speculators, nor to a few scientists who are wild with boy-like joy because they have found a bird's nest, though they have never seen the bird that built it. But Christianity makes its appeal to the great and broad heart of human nature, to the common sufferings of the race, to the indestructible sentiments of mankind. In Elijah's day, the people said, "It is well spoken." Of Christ it is said, "The common people heard him gladly." Every assault upon truth must bring mockery and death upon the assailants.
Elijah mocked the prophets on Carmel and slew them at Kishon.
Elijah was a prophet of truth, but of sternness and terror.
He lived in a tempestuous atmosphere.
Lightning seemed to play around his temples, and his voice was as thunder. Van der Velde gives a vivid delineation of the precise locality of the Carmel contest. He was, it is believed, the first traveler who identified the site of the burning. The rock shoots up in an almost perpendicular wall, more than 200 feet in height, on the side of the Vale of Esdraelon. This wall made the burning visible over the whole plain and from all the surrounding heights, so that even those left behind and who had not ascended Carmel would still have been able to witness, at no great distance, the fire from heaven that descended on the altar. Here the place must have been, for it is the only point of all Carmel where Elijah could have been so close to the brook Kishon as to take thither the priests of Baal and slay them, return again to the mountain, and pray for rain, all in the short space of the same afternoon. Down 250 feet beneath the altar plateau is a vaulted and very abundant fountain. While all other fountains were dried up, one can well understand that there might have been found here that superabundance of water which Elijah poured so profusely over the altar. Elijah.
When Elijah supposed that his work was done, He was ordered by Jehovah to go up and return on his way to the wilderness of Damascus. And he who supposed that his ministry was concluded had yet to anoint Hazael to be king over Syria and Jehu, the son of Nimshi, to be king over Israel. But the anointing of these kings was a comparatively insignificant circumstance.
The great point of the commission is contained in this sentence. And Elisha, the son of Shaphat of Abel Maholah, shalt thou anoint to be prophet in thy room. Probably it had not occurred to Elijah that he could have a successor.
A very subtle indication is thus given of his approaching end.
The Lord, instead of telling Elijah that he had many a year left to spend in holy service, gave him to understand that even he, mighty prophet though he was, could be dispensed with, and a man of almost unknown name would be qualified by divine inspiration to take his room.
We cannot imagine Elijah's feelings under these circumstances.
If a great demonstration of regard had been made on the part of the Lord God of Israel, because Elijah was weary,
the prophet might have supposed himself to be of vital consequence to the divine economy.
But to be told that Elisha, a man who was ploughing the 12th plough in the field while his 11 servants were ploughing beside him, would succeed to the high dignity, was really to inflict in the most gracious way a very solemn humiliation upon a man who had become so self-conscious as practically to ignore the resources of the living God.
Elijah was a man in what we should now term comfortable circumstances.
As he was ploughing in his field of Abel Maholah, the meadow dance, Elijah drew near and threw over the ploughman his prophetic sheepskin mantle, and passed on in silence,
leaving Elisha himself to interpret the graphic symbol. Elijah instantly comprehended the purpose,
and, running after Elijah,
he begged to be allowed to kiss his father and mother,
after which he promised to follow the senior prophet. It is noteworthy that at this time Elisha must have been quite a young man, an inference which may be fairly drawn from the fact that 60 years after this event he was still in the exercise of his prophetic office. It is a noticeable circumstance,
which repeats itself even in our own day,
that Elisha was in many respects the exact counterpart of Elijah. By choosing all kinds of character and capacity to represent the divine kingdom, God shows his infinite wisdom in a way which even the dullest understanding can hardly fail to appreciate.
He is not dependent upon one particular aspect of genius, or one particular aspect of eloquence,
but he calls whom he will to the prophetic office and the ministerial function, and it should be our part to accept his vocations, however much we may be surprised at the course which they take and at the social consequences which they involve. At the time in which Elijah and Elisha exercised their functions, religion and morals had gone down to the lowest possible point in Israel. The very schools of the prophets had themselves felt the corrupting influence of the times. Ahab was able to gather 400 false prophets at a time, the remarkable circumstance being that they were not prophets of Baal,
but false prophets of the Lord himself.
It can hardly be a matter of surprise, therefore, that a man of burning spirit, arising under such circumstances, should begin his ministry with displays of power which can hardly escape the charge of being stern or even violent. The 2nd chapter of the 2nd book of Kings introduces us to the beginning of Elisha's ministry.
He had just seen Elijah ascend,
and he felt that he was left alone to carry on the great work which had been so wondrously conducted by a master hand. In the 12th verse, we see how Elijah estimated the character and service of Elijah.
He exclaims, "My father,
my father." He thus indicates the most serious loss which can befall human life. This is not altogether a cry of reverence, but it is also a cry of orphanhood. In their brief intercourse, one with the other, Elijah had naturally taken the paternal place, and Elisha, as a very young man, had felt the comforting influence exercised upon him by the mighty prophet. This is a cry of young sensibility. The almost child feels himself to be quite alone.
He who an hour ago supposed that,
after all, he might be able to continue the work of Elijah, now felt how terrible was the void that was created by Elijah's absence.
we do not know the bulk and value of some ministries until they are removed from us,
We become quite familiar with them,
and attach no particular significance to their exercise.
we come to think we have some right in them, and that by some means or other they will be present with us always. When, however, the great removal does take place, and we look around for the familiar face and expect to be touched by the familiar hand, but find our expectations disappointed, the natural cry is, "My Father, my Father." These words, too, may fairly be construed as suggesting an aspect of Elijah's character which is generally overlooked. Probably it has hardly occurred to us to regard Elijah as a man of special tenderness. We think of him as a great comet, or as a flash of lightning, or as a mighty whirlwind, or under any figure that suggests grandeur, majesty, and force. But we have never associated with Elijah the notion of graciousness, tenderness, love, and that easy familiarity which constitutes the very soul of friendship. Now, however, by the ascription of his name, we do seem to know somewhat of the genial intercourse which passed between father and son, the senior prophet and the young apostle of God. And it is delightful to infer that such intercourse had been conducted on the one side paternally, and on the other side filially.
We do not know altogether what men are when we only see them in public life.
The great parliamentary orator may be the simplest of all men when he is in the domestic circle. The great commander of armies,
whose courage never quails,
may have the heart of a woman when he stands in the presence of suffering childhood. It is important for all who attempt to delineate the characters of public men to remember that they see only one aspect of those characters and are not qualified to pronounce upon the whole man. The next expression of Elijah is the chariot of Israel and the horsemen thereof. This is an apparently incoherent exclamation. When properly understood, however, it conveys a further tribute to the ministry which was exercised by the ascending prophet. The real meaning is, "My Father, so much better than all chariots and horses. In thy absence the chariot of Israel and the horsemen thereof are useless. They were used by thee, and under thy conduct could be turned to good account. But now that thou art gone, they do but mock our loneliness and make us feel still more bitterly our helpless condition." Greater question than "Where is Elijah?" now occurred to the desolate young man. Instantly he seizes the reality of the occasion, and by exclaiming, "Where is the Lord God of Elijah?" he shows that he is not called to a merely official position,
but that he is elected to represent the divine majesty upon earth.
The young man thus begins well. There is nothing frivolous in his inquiry or in his interpretation of events. The very depth of his feeling gives us an index to the capacity of his mind. Rely upon it that he who can feel as Elisha did must have a mind equal in its proportions to the fine emotions which enlarge and ennoble his heart. Had the young man deported himself in a way which suggested self-sufficiency,
his prophetic office would have been destroyed well nigh before it was created.
It is when we stand back in humility and in almost despair and cry out in our desolateness, "Where is the Lord God of Elijah?" That we begin our work in the right spirit, and only then. In this whole ministry of righteousness and redemption, there is no place for self-sufficiency. Apostle Paul said, "Our sufficiency is of God." The great inquiry, who is sufficient for these things, keeps down human ambition and vanity, and
prepares the heart for the utterance of prevailing prayer.
The question which was thus propounded by Elisha is full of suggestion to ourselves. When we come to read the Bible, we should not inquire so much where inspiration is,
but where is wisdom which can be applied to our own circumstances and be made unto us as the very staff of life.
We need not exclaim, in considering the Christian ministry of our own day, where are the miracles of the Lord Jesus Christ and his apostles? Our inquiry should be, where are the healed men, the comforted hearts, the forgiven souls, the rejoicing spirits?
Who care to inquire into the mechanism of the organ when he can hear its music and be bowed down by its most solemn appeals?
And when the sons of the prophets which were to view Jericho saw him, they said, "The spirit of Elijah doth rest on Elisha." And they came to meet him, and bowed themselves to the ground before him. There was no mistaking that spirit.
Who can mistake the presence and influence of fire?
Better that our spirit should be discovered than that our credentials should be examined. Of what avail is it that a man can produce a whole portfolio of testimonials, if nobody has discovered in him the presence and effect of the divine Spirit? This tribute is also to the credit of the sons of the prophets, for their judgment was vital, and was not accidental. There are men who will only regard providence as operating in one way,
or as operating in one form.
These sons of the prophets did not belong to such an inferior class of judges. It is remarkable, too, that the organic unity of the prophetic office is hereby recognized. The sons of the prophets do not treat Elijah as a novelty,
a new sensation, or as representing a new point of departure. They unite the old with the new.
Though the man has changed, the spirit remains the same. This is what must be always regarded in reading Christian history and in watching the course of the Christian ministry. Old ministers depart,
but when new men come, they come with the old spirit and with the old truth.
Or if they come with any other spirit or any other doctrine, they should, in the degree of the change,
be suspected of being other than genuine successors of the prophets.
Elisha begins his ministry by doing good. That is to say, by healing the water that was diseased. This appeal to the prophet to do something for the city of Jericho was itself a tribute to the genuineness of the prophetic office as exercised by him. It is always beautiful to notice how great power is associated with the doing of good. What is it to be a prophet of any age, if the age is not practically benefited by the exercise of the office? The age does not want ornamental prophets, nominal prophets, official prophets. The age is crying out for men who can give it bread, who can heal its water,
who can mitigate its sorrows, who can destroy its oppressions. By this sign must all prophets live or die.
It would have been a poor thing on the part of Elisha to have shown the mantle of his predecessor if he could not also show his power. We are only in the apostolic succession as we are in the apostolic spirit. We may have all the relics which the apostles left behind, the cloak that was left at Troas, the parchment, the staff, and the vessels out of which they ate and drank. We may even have the scrolls which they used in reading the Holy Scriptures, but all these things will constitute only a burden if we have not, along with all other possessions, the mighty and eternal Spirit of the living God,
without whose energy even the apostles themselves were but common men.
Elisha, having cured the water, went up from the depressed plain of Jericho to the top of the highland of Jordan, to the height of 3,000 feet,
that he might come unto Beth El, which, alas, became the chief stronghold of the calf worship. The popular sentiment was debased to the lowest possible point.
Even the little children were tainted with the awful disease of contempt for the greatest names and the greatest thoughts in all Israel. And he went up from thence to Beth El. And as he was going up by the way, there came forth little children out of the city, and mocked him, and said unto him, Go up, thou bald head, go up, thou bald head. And he turned back, and looked on them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth 2 she-bears out of the wood, and there 42 children of them. And he went from thence to Mount Carmel, and from thence he returned to Samaria. This miracle has occasioned no little difficulty to those who read it only in the letter. It is not a narrow incident which can be regarded as a mere anecdote and treated, as it were, within the limits of its own 4 corners.
We must understand the spirit of the age in which the incident occurred. We must realize that the whole air was full of idolatry and blasphemy.
We must also remember that the very Church of Israel itself was deceitful above all things and desperately wicked,
with hardly one spot of health on all the altar from the crown of the head to the sole of the foot.
We must keep steadily before our minds the fact that the places which are mentioned in this incident had become as Sodom and Gomorrah, not perhaps in the physical and carnal sense, but in the still worse sense of spiritual alienation and spiritual contempt for everything associated with the name of the living God. When Elisha, therefore, wrought this deed of violence, this miracle of destruction, his action must be regarded typically and as strictly in keeping with the necessities of the occasion. Only this kind of miracle could have been understood by the people among whom it was worked, and who had an opportunity of feeling its effects, either directly or incidentally. How often it happens that the first miracle is one which is marked peculiarly by a destructive energy. This would seem to be the miracle which our own first zealous impulses would work, had they the power to express themselves in such a form.
When the soul is alive with the purity of God,
when the heart glows and burns with love, when the whole being is in vital sympathy with the purposes of the cross of Christ, the first and all but uncontrollable impulse is to destroy evil, not to reason with it, or make truce with it, or give it further treatment of any kind,
but instantly and violently to crush it out of existence.
This impulse will be trained unto other uses in the school of Christ. We see, in the opening of the 6th chapter of the 2nd book of Kings, some of the simple and happy relations which existed between the elder and the younger prophets. Is it not possible to revive some of these relations? Look at the case. And the sons of the prophet said unto Elisha, Behold, now the place where we dwell with thee is too strait for us. Put into modern language, the statement amounts to this: our college is getting too small, and we want more room. Let us therefore consider this practical question, and see what can be done.
Elijah did not live with the young men.
That, perhaps, was rather a happy than an unhappy circumstance, though a very beautiful picture could be drawn concerning domestic collegiate life. A college or a school with the teachers and the students all living together must, one would surely say, be a little heaven on earth. What can be, ideally, more perfect than the old prophet surrounded by all the younger prophets, eating and living together, having a common room, a common hostelry, a common home? What can be, imaginatively, more taking, pathetic, and satisfactory?
Without pronouncing a judgment upon that inquiry,
It is enough to be so far just to the text to say that Elisha did not adopt that system of collegiate life.
He went around from place to place. He visited the schools of the prophets in the various localities.
And when he came to this place, the young men said, "We have not room enough.
We must consider our circumstances
and endeavor to enlarge our accommodation." What did they propose? It is well now and again to hear what young men have to suggest. It is useful to listen to young politicians in national crises, that we may hear how they would treat the patient. It is most desirable that young voices should mingle with old voices in the common council. Now it is the turn of the young men to speak. What will they propose to Elisha? The answer is given in the second verse. "Let us go, we pray thee, unto Jordan, and take thence every man a beam, and let us make a place there where we may dwell." The city was not situated exactly upon the Jordan, but upon a stream, a little way from it,
which flowed into that great river.
And now the young men proposed to get a little nearer to the main stream,
for the district of it was called the Valley of Palms.
Palestine was notably destitute of trees,
but in this particular locality timber was to be got.
So the young men made the proposition to Elisha. What does the proposition amount to? It amounts to something which in this day might horrify a good many of the successors of Elisha. The young men said, "Let us go and cut down our timber and enlarge our college with our own hands." Did they propose that the question should be reported upon, that it should be brought first under the attention of the General Committee, then be referred to a subcommittee, being bound to make a report to the General Committee, and the General Committee being unable to attend, or to constitute a quorum, and so go on to forget the whole business? The young men said, "We want room. Let us make it. We want a larger college. Let us build it." Why not adopt the same principle today?
There is nothing so easy as to send around an appeal for a contribution and never get any reply to it.
We, wanting to be missionaries, should go by the next boat, wanting to preach the gospel to the heathen. We should ask, "When does the ship start?" Being unable to pay the fare, we should work our passage. If people should ask us what we are doing, and whether we have lost our senses, we should say yes. If we be beside ourselves, it is unto God. Then an impression might be made upon those who look on. They would say, "Surely these men are in earnest. Be they right or be they wrong, be they fanatical or sober-minded, their earnestness burns in them like a fire, and such men can neither be put back nor be kept down." However, without wishing to modernize the details of this incident, which,
owing to our civilization,
would be impossible, it is enough to remember that, in the early days of collegiate and school life, the scholars were prepared to do something toward helping themselves. They did not send for builders from Jerusalem,
or even from the city of Jericho.
They undertook the work at their own impulse and at their own charges. There is a line of beauty even in the proposition of the young men. They desired Elisha's permission. They said, in effect, "Father, may we go?" They were enthusiastic,
but they were under discipline.
They had fire enough, but they responded to the touch of the master. And one said to Elisha, "Be content, I pray thee, and go with thy servants." They were stronger when the elder man was with them.
Sometimes the eye is the best master.
It often happens that the man who is standing in the harvest field, resting upon his rake, a picture of dignity and ease, is doing more than if he were sweltering himself by cutting down corn with his own sickle. His eye is doing the work, and his presence is exerting an immeasurable and happy influence upon the whole field.
Elijah was not asked to go and fell the timber, but to be with the young men while they did the hard work.
And becoming young again himself, as old men do become young when associated with young life, he replied,
I will go.
The work is a common work. It belongs to me as well as to you. It belongs to all Israel, insofar as all Israel is true to the living God. Come, let us go in one band. Union is strength.
Now they went, the old and the young together.
Why would they not go alone? Perhaps they were all reminded of what happened when once they did go alone.
Elijah ordered that food should be prepared.
And when the seething pot was on, one of the young men went out and gathered something and threw it into the pot, and nearly poisoned the whole college. Small wonder if one of them, remembering this, said, No more going out alone. If you please, we once took the case into our own hands, and I remember how many of us fell sick, and how we cried to Elisha, Master, there is death in the pot, and he kindly took up a handful of meal, sprinkled it into the vessel, and restored its healthfulness. The pot was relieved of all the disease which it had contained, and the meal most happily proceeded. We should remember our blunders, and learn from them. We are always safer in the company of the old and wise than when we are in our own society. Happy is the man who takes counsel with his elder neighbors, and who can sometimes renounce himself and say unto wise men, Such and such are my circumstances. Now, what would you advise me to do? Elisha and the young men have now gone down to the Jordan.
Elijah felled no tree, but he did his own particular kind of work. The Syrian king could not rest.
In his heart he hated or feared the king and the hosts of Israel. There was chronic war between Israel and Syria. The king of Syria said, I will fix my camp in such and such a place. Of this the sacred record says, And the man of God sent unto the king of Israel, saying, Beware that thou pass not such a place, for thither the Syrians are come down. There is a ministry of warning. Men may not go themselves to battle, and yet they may be controlling the fortunes of war. We need statesmen, spiritual interpreters, religious teachers,
men of thought and men of prayer.
And they may be doing more practical work than is being done by those who are engaged in the physical work of leading armies and commanding military hosts. This is what Elijah did.
He felled no tree. He wielded no sword.
Yet, alike in the building of the college and in the direction of the war,
his was the supreme mind.
The prophet saved the king. This must always be the case. The great man of the nation is the man who can think most profoundly and most comprehensively.
The architect is a greater man than the builder. The prophet is a greater man than the king. He reads more. He sees farther. He grasps a larger field.
He is master of metaphysical principles,
which alone endure. They wear the clothes of the present time.
They adopt the form of the passing generation.
But they go on from age to age, themselves always the same, their adaptations being addressed to the immediate and pressing necessities of the people.
We have been told that justice is not an intermittent apparition. That is perfectly true in one sense. But justice is often a deferred creditor, and sometimes that may be done tomorrow which cannot be justly done today. The prophet sees all this. He looks ahead.
He has a larger horizon than is accessible to the vision of other men.
So let it stand, an eternal lesson that the greatest men in any nation are the men who can think most, pray best, feel most deeply and penetrate the metaphysics and the inmost reality of politics and of civilization.
Spiritual power is not only useful in one direction,
it is alarming in another.
When the king of Syria felt himself baffled,
all his plans thrown into uncontrollable bewilderment,
his heart was sorely troubled.
it is the immeasurable that frightens men. It is the unknown quantity that troubles all their calculations and causes them to feel that after they have completed their arithmetic, their conclusion is a lie. What was in the air? Whose was this ghostly presence that was upsetting men? Hadad's well-laid schemes. What was it or who that always went before him, and that made his proposals abortive and turned all his policies into mocking nothings? Had there been any man who was visible and measurable, that man could have been dealt with. There is always a quantity equal to any quantity that is known. What is wanting in one way can be made up in another, as, for example, what is wanting in number may be made up in quality. As one great leader said in ancient history,
when his soldiers were saying they were too few for the battle, "How many do you count me for?"
that touched the fire of the army and inspired the soldiers with confidence. Now the matter was revealed to the king,
and he took means to remove the spectral influence. He made this arrangement: "Go and spy where he is,
that I may send and fetch him."
When he knew that Elijah was in Dothan, the king sent thither horses and chariots and a great host.
What unconscious tributes bad men pay to good influences! Men do not know wholly what they are doing. Why, this was but a poor prophet,
wearing a hairy robe that had descended to him. He was no king. He had no sword or horse. He was but a man of prayer.
How did Ben-Hadad propose to capture him? The king sent horses and chariots and a great host to take a man whose sword was the word of God,
whose helmet was the defense of the Most High, whose breastplate was righteousness.
Here are 3 arms of the Syrian service: footmen,
horsemen, and chariots.
And remember that these were all employed to bring one poor man to the king's presence. Well might Elisha have said, before Antigonus uttered it, "How many do you count me for?"
Elijah might have taunted the king of Syria,
saying, "Why all this ado? Would not one soldier have been enough to take one prophet?" He might have come on foot. A horse was not necessary, and certainly not a sword. One soldier might surely have arrested me.
But bad men unconsciously pay tribute to good men.
They say, in effect, Elisha is only one, but a stubborn one. Only one tree.
But his roots seem to have spread themselves through the earth, and to have taken hold of the entire scheme of things.
He is only one, yet, what is strange, he is many in one. And this, indeed, was the interpretation given by Elisha. For he said, "They that be with us are more than they that be with them."
Who can tell how many angels are round about the praying man?
How is it that when the arresting hand is laid upon some men, it becomes softened, the muscles relax and have no more pith in them?
And the men come back to say, "Never man spake like this man."
Arrest him we cannot. This is a tribute paid to the Christian religion. Men have passed parliamentary statutes against it, but the religion of the cross has outlived the statutes, has seen them grow into yellow letters, has observed them being cancelled or otherwise passing into obsoleteness. We are now brought to a very striking point in the incident. The servant of Elisha came back, saying, "Alas, my master, how shall we do? I have been up early, and behold, a host compasses the city, both with horses and chariots." Then Elisha said, "Lord, open his eyes. Let this young man see."
At present he can only look upon appearances,
which are not realities. The universe is within the universe. The Bible is within the Bible. The man is within the man. This servant of mine sees only the outer circle. the rim or rind of things.
Lord, show him the reality.
Let him see, and then he will be at peace. There is a view of sight. There is a view of faith.
The worldly man goes by what his bodily eyes notice or discern.
The spiritually minded man walks by faith, not by sight. The telescope does not create the stars. The telescope only reveals them, or enables the eye to see them. If, then, a telescope can do this, shall we deny to that spiritual power within us called faith, the power which we ascribe to a mechanical instrument which our own hands have fashioned? Look upon a given object. Say, you take a piece of glass 2 inches square. Look upon it and ask, is there anything on that glass? Looking with the naked eye, the sharpest man would say that glass is perfectly free from blot,
stain, flaw, or inscription of any kind whatsoever.
Now put that same 2-inch square of glass under a microscope, and look through the microscope. What is upon it? The Lord's Prayer, upon a speck not discernible by the naked eye. If, then, we ascribe such wonderful powers to a glass, which we ourselves have determined as to its size and its relation to other glasses, shall we deny to a certain spiritual faculty the power of seeing that which cannot be discriminated by unaided reason, by all the pressure of analogy, by all the reasoning of inference? We insist that if such wonderful things can be done mechanically, things at least equally wonderful can be done by forces that are spiritual. The sun does not make the landscape. The sun only shows it. A man may stand upon a high hill on a dull grey day and say, I can imagine what this would be when the sun was shining.
But no man can imagine light.
It stands as a sacred mystery in our life that the sun never comes within the lines of imagination. The sunlight is a continual surprise, even to the eyes that have most reverently and lovingly studied it. When the sun looks upon the landscape, there are new colours,
new distances, new forms.
A whole work is wrought upon the landscape, which can only be described by the word wizardry. So it is with the Bible, the great work of the living God. Look at it with the natural vision,
and you may discover in it particular beauties.
You may say, the poetry is noble,
the English is pure, and the moral sentiment of the book is not without a certain elevation. But the Bible wants no such reluctant or impoverished compliments. Let the soul be touched by the Spirit that wrote the book.
Let the eyes be anointed by the living God. And then the Bible is like a landscape shone upon by the noonday's cloudless sun.
Elijah took his own way with the Syrian army.
And here occurs a point worthy of special note.
When the Lord smote the people with blindness,
according to the word of Elisha, the latter said unto them, This is not the way, neither is this the city. Follow me, and I will bring you to the man whom ye seek. But he led them to Samaria. What? Then did the man of God resort to a false strategy? This is a very serious case, indeed, and has occasioned much difficulty. Nor need we wonder, for in the speaker's commentary we find such words as these. Untruth has been held by all moralists to be justifiable toward a public enemy. Where we have a right to kill, much more have we a right to deceive by stratagem. When words like these occur in a Christian commentary,
no wonder that infidelity should seize upon the annotation as a prize,
or use it as a weapon. No such comment can we adopt in perusing this portion of sacred scripture. It cannot be justifiable to treat a public enemy by untruth or deception. We have no right to kill,
and therefore we have no right to deceive by stratagem.
This is not the way to recommend the word of the living God. The incident must be taken in its totality. The reader must not arrest the progress of the narrative by stopping here or there to ask a question.
He must see the incident in its completeness,
and seeing it, he will have reason further to glorify God for the pure morality of the book and the noble spirit of the record.
Elijah might well so far follow his illustrious predecessor as to use the weapon of irony or taunting in dealing with the Lord's enemies. Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, "Cry aloud,
for he is a god." As well might we stop there and say, by Elijah's own testimony, deity was ascribed to Baal.
We forget the irony of the tone. We forget that Elijah was mocking the debased prophets.
So Elisha might say, "This is not the way, neither is this the city. Follow me, and I will bring you to the man whom ye seek." There was a taunt in the tone. There was sarcasm in the emphasis. Nor is the verse to be read in its unity. It is to be read as part and parcel of a whole narrative. Now, what became of all this so-called deception and stratagem? When the people were come into Samaria, Elisha said, "Lord, open the eyes of these men, that they may see."
He prayed first that their sight might be taken away.
That seemed to be cruel. Now he prays that their sight may be given to them again.
And behold, they were in the midst of Samaria.
And the king of Israel said unto Elisha, when he saw them, "My father," as if he had become a convert. The son of Ahab and Jezebel said to Elisha, "My father," a reluctant and hypocritical compliment, for Jehoram could be neither reverent or true. "But," said he, observing the prize that was before him, "shall I smite them? Shall I smite them?" This was a Hebraism equal to smiting. "Shall I smite?" So Jehoram said, "Shall I?" "Smiting, smite them," Elisha answered. "No." Now, let us hear what this man can say, who has been judged guilty of untruth and of stratagem.
Elisha said to Jehoram,
"Thou shalt not smite them." "Wouldst thou smite those whom thou hast taken captive without thy sword and without thy bow?" This is the same as saying, if you yourself have won the victory, then you can smite. But you did not take these men, and therefore you shall not smite them. What you have taken by your own sword and spear may be your lawful prize in war. But here is a capture with which you have had nothing to do. What then is to be done? Here Elisha set bread and water before them, that they may eat and drink and go to their master. And so great provision was prepared, and when they had eaten and drunk,
he sent them away and they went to their master.
We might even excuse a strategic act in order to secure such a conclusion.
Elijah was supposed to be about 100 years of age when he died.
We have seen that he was a domestic rather than a public prophet.
He was unlike his great predecessor and father.
The awful Elijah dwelt alone.
He came upon society now and then, came down like a flood from the threatening clouds,
shot out like a fire,
and burned the men whom he approached. Elijah was exactly the contrary. He worked his miracles in the house. He often called upon people. He was quiet,
serene, most sympathetic and tender-hearted.
Now and then he could stand bolt upright and send away proud men from his door with a disdain that they could never forget. But in the usual process of his life he was a mother man in Israel. He went into people's houses and asked how they were. He consented to increase their oil and their flour, and to bless their family life with prophetic benedictions.
Gehazi. The name Gehazi means Valley of Vision, and is appropriate enough if we think of what Gehazi saw as to the nature of wickedness when the prophet opened his eyes. Let us note what points there are in this case which illustrate human life as we now know it. In this way, we shall test the moral accuracy of the story, and that is all we are now principally concerned about. Gehazi was the servant of Elisha, the man of God. Surely then he would be a good man. Can a good man have a bad servant? Can the man of prayer, whose life is a continual breathing unto God of supreme desires after holiness, have a man in his company, looking on and watching him, and studying his character, who denies his very altar and blasphemes against his God? Is it possible to live in a Christian house and yet not be a Christian? Can we come so near as that, and yet be at an infinite distance from all that is pure and beautiful and true? If so, then we must look at appearances more carefully than we have been wont to do, for they may have been deceiving us all the time. Surely every good man's children must be good, for they have had great spiritual advantages. They have, indeed, had some hereditary benefits denied to many others. Their house has been a home, their home has been a church, and surely they must show by their whole spirit and tone of life that they are as their Father as to all spiritual aspiration and positive excellence. Is it not so? If facts contradict that theory, then we must look at the theory again, more carefully, or we must examine the facts more closely, because the whole science of cause and effect would seem to be upset by such contradictions. There is a metaphysical question here, as well as a question of fact. A good tree must bring forth good fruit. Good men must have good children. Good masters must have good servants. Association in life must go for something. So we would say, emphatically, because we think reasonably, that facts are against such a fancy. What is possible in this human life? It is possible that a man may spend his days in building a church, and yet denying God. Does not the very touch of the stones help him to pray? No, he touches them roughly, he lays them mechanically, and he desecrates each of them with an oath. Is it possible that a man can be a builder of churches, and yet be a destroyer of Christian doctrine and teaching generally? Yes, yes. Let us come closer still, for the question is intensely interesting and may touch many. It is possible for a man to print the Bible and yet not believe a word of it. On first hearing this shocking statement, we revolt from it. We say it is possible for a man to handle type that is meant to represent the greatest revelation ever made to the human mind without feeling that the very handling of the type is itself a kind of religious exercise. Yet men can debauch themselves in the act of printing the Bible, can use profane language while putting the Lord's Prayer in type, can set up the whole Gospel of John without knowing that they are putting into visible representation the highest metaphysics, the finest spiritual thinking, the most tender religious instruction. Let us come even closer. A man can preach the gospel and be a servant of the devil. Who then can be saved? It is well to ask the question. It is a burning inquiry. It is a spear-like interrogation. We would put it away from us if we dare. Now, let this stand as our first lesson in the study of this remarkable incident, that Gehazi was the servant of Elisha,
the man of God, and was at the same time the servant of the devil. He was receiving wages from both masters.
He was a living contradiction, and in being such, he was most broadly human. He was not a monster. He was not a natural curiosity. He is not to be accounted for by quietly saying that he was an eccentric person. He represents the human heart, and by so much he brings against ourselves an infinite impeachment. It is in vain that we shake our skirts, as if throwing off this man and all association with him and responsibility for him. This cannot be done. He anticipated ourselves. We repeat his wickedness. The iniquity is not in the accident, in the mere circumstances, or in the particular form. The iniquity is in the heart, yea, in the very heart itself. Marvel not that Christ said, "Ye must be born again." Gehazi did not understand the spirit of his master. He did not know what his master was doing. How is it that men can be so far separated from one another? How is it that a man cannot be understood in his own house, but be thought fanciful, fanatical, eccentric, and phenomenally peculiar? How is it that a man may be living among men, and yet not be of them, may be in the world, and yet above the world, may be speaking the very language of the time, and yet charging it with the meaning of eternity? See here the differences that still exist, and must ever exist, as between one man and another. Elisha, living the great spiritual life, the grand prayer life and faith life. Gehazi, grubbing in the earth and seeking his contentment in the dust. These contrasts exist through all time, and are full of instruction. Blessed is he who observes the wise man, and copies him,
Who looks upon the fool,
and turns away from him, if not with hatred, yet with a desire not to know his spirit. Gehazi had a method in his reasoning, said he, in effect, to spare a stranger, a man who may never be seen again, to spare a beneficiary, a man who has taken away benefits in the right hand and in the left, to spare a wealthy visitor, a man who could have given much without feeling he had given anything, to spare a willing giver, a man who actually offered to give something and who was surprised, if not offended, because his gift was declined. There is no reason in my master's policy. It never occurred to Gehazi that a man could have bread to eat that the world knew not of. It never occurs to some men that others can live by faith, and can work miracles of faith by the grace of God. Are there not minds that never had a noble thought? It is almost impossible to conceive of the existence of such minds, but there they are.
they never went beyond their own limited location.
They never knew what suffering was on the other side of the wall of their own dwelling place. They were never eyes to the blind, or ears to the deaf, or feet to the lame. They never surprised themselves by some noble thought of generosity. How, then, can they understand the prophets of the times? Yet how noble a thing it is to have among us men who love the upper life, and who look upon the whole world from the very sanctuary of God, and who say, "A man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the things which he possesseth, but a man's life consists of his faith, love, and charity." We cannot tell how much the prophets are doing to refine their age, to give a new view to all human duty, to inspire those who otherwise would fail for the lack of courage. We cannot tell where the answers to prayer fall, or how those answers are given, but we feel that there is at work in society a mystic influence, a strange, ghostly, spectral action which keeps things together, and now and again puts Sabbath day right in the midst of the vulgar time. There are facts of a high and special kind, as well as what we commonly call facts, which are often but appearances and dramatic illusions. What about the secret ministry, the unnameable spiritual action, the holy elevating and restraining influence? What is that hand which will write upon palace walls words of judgment and keep the world from plunging into darkness infinite? Surely God is in this place, and I knew it not. This, wherever it be, garden or wilderness, is none other than the house of God and the gate of heaven. Gehazi prostituted an inventive and energetic mind. He had his plan. My master hath sent me. saying, Behold, even now there be come to me from Mount Ephraim 2 young men of the sons of the prophets. Give them, I pray thee, a talent of silver and 2 changes of garments. The case was admirably stated. It was stated, too, with just that urgency which increases the likelihood of that which is declared. Elisha spent his time among the sons of the prophets. They all looked to him as a father, as he had once looked to Elijah. He was the young man's friend, the young minister's asylum. They all knew the gracious, gentle, Christ-like Elisha, the antitype of the Messiah, and what was more likely than that 2 of them, in the course of their journeying, should have called on Elisha unexpectedly. It was a free and gracious life that the old ministers lived. They seemed to have rights in one another. If any one of them had a loaf, that loaf belonged to the whole fraternity. If one of them, better off than another, had a house or part of a house, any of the sons of the prophets passing by could go and lodge there. It was a gracious masonry, a true brotherhood. Gehazi was no model man in a moral sense.
His invention was a lie. His cleverness was but an aspect of depravity. His very genius but made him memorable for wickedness.
But Gehazi was successful. He took the 2 talents of silver in the 2 bags, with the 2 changes of garments. He brought them to the tower, and bestowed them in the house. Then he sat down, a successful man. Now all is well. Lust is satisfied. Wealth is laid up. Now the fitness of things has been consulted, and harmony has been established between debtor and creditor, and justice nods, because justice has been appeased. Were the test to end with the 24th verse of the 5th chapter of the 2nd book of Kings, we should describe Gehazi as a man who had set an example to all coming after him who wished to turn life into a success, who had been wronged. Naaman pursues his journey all the more happy for thinking he has done something in return for the great benefit which has been conferred on him. He is certainly more pleased than otherwise. The man of God has at last been turned. He thinks into directions indicated by common sense. All this has come about in the way of business, for nothing that is not customary has been done. Gehazi is satisfied, and Elijah knows nothing about it. The servant should have something, even if the master would take nothing. It is the trick of our own day. The servant is always at the door with his rheumatic hand, ready to take anything that may be put into it. We leave nothing with the master. It would be an insult to him. So far the case looks simple, natural and complete, and we have said Elijah knows nothing about it. Why will men trifle with prophets? Why will men play with fire? When will men know that what is done in secret will be published on the housetops? When will men know that there can be nothing confidential that is wicked? Observe Gehazi going into his master as usual, and look at his face. Not a sign upon it of anything having been done that is wrong.
Look at his hands, large,
white, innocent-looking hands that never doubled their fingers on things that did not belong to them. Fixing his eyes calmly upon Gehazi, he asks, Whence comest thou? Gehazi, thy servant went no whither. Gehazi meant it to be understood that he had been on the premises all the time.
Always within call. The lifting up of a finger would have brought him.
Then came the speech of judgment, delivered in a low tone, but every word was heard, the beginning of the word and the end of the word, and the last word was like a sting of righteousness. Went not mine heart with thee? Oh, that heart! The good man knows when wickedness has been done. Christ knows when he enters into the congregation, whether there is a man in it with a withered hand. Went not mine heart with thee? Was I not present at the interview? Did I not hear every syllable that was said on the one side and on the other? Did I not look at thee when thou didst tell the black, flat, and daring lie? Then came the infliction of the judgment. The leprosy, therefore, of Naaman shall cleave unto thee, and unto thy seed forever. Thou, Gehazi, hast touched the silver, not knowing that it was contagious and held the leprosy. Thou didst bring in the 2 changes of garments, not knowing that the germs of the disease were folded up with cloth. Put on the coat, it will scorch thee.
He went out from his presence a leper as white as snow.
Splendid conception is this silent departure. Not a word was said, not a protest uttered. The judgment was felt to be just.
Cast ye the unprofitable servant into outer darkness.
These shall go away into everlasting punishment. Oh, the hush, the solemn silence. The judgment seemed to begin with the sound of trumpets and the rending of things that apparently could not be shaken. At the end there is simply a going away, a silent motion, a conviction that the sentence is right. See Gehazi as he goes out of Elijah's presence, and regard him as a specimen of those who, having been judged, on the last day will depart, and should consider the price which they really pay for their success. The grateful Syrian would gladly have pressed upon Elisha gifts of high value, but the holy man resolutely refused to take anything,
lest the glory redounding unto God from this great act should in any degree be obscured.
But his servant Gehazi was less scrupulous, and hastened with a lie in his mouth to ask, in his master's name,
for a portion of that which Elijah had refused.
The illustrious Syrian no sooner saw the man running after his chariot than he alighted to meet him, and being glad to relieve himself in some degree under the sense of overwhelming obligation, he sent him back with more than he ventured to ask. Nothing more is known of Naaman. We afterward find Gehazi recounting to King Joram the great deeds of Elisha, and in the providence of God, it so happened that when he was relating the restoration to life of the Shunammite's son, the very woman with her son appeared before the king to claim her house and lands, which had been usurped while she had been absent abroad during the recent famine. Struck by the coincidence, the king immediately granted her application, as lepers were compelled to live apart outside the towns, and were not allowed to come too near to uninfected persons. Some difficulty has arisen with respect to Gehazi's interview with the king. Several answers occur. The interview may have taken place outside the town, in a garden or garden house, and the king may have kept Gehazi at a distance, with the usual precautions which custom dictated. Some even suppose that the incident is misplaced, and actually occurred before Gehazi was smitten with leprosy. Others hasten to the opposite conclusion, and allege the probability that the leper had then repented of his crime, and had been restored to health by his master. Hezekiah. So far in our Bible studies, we have had many weary wanderings among bad men. The fear was that, to some extent, familiarity with them might blunt our own moral sensibility. An afterman has passed before us, out of whose very countenance the image of God had faded. How pleasant it is, and how spiritually exhilarating, to come upon a case in which we read of a different pattern of man. Of Hezekiah, it is recorded in the 18th chapter of the 2nd book of Kings, and he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that David, his father, did. After a long journey underground, we seem to have come suddenly upon a sweet garden, and the sight of it is as heaven. The charm is always in the contrast. If things are not quite so good as we supposed them to be, They are all the better by reason of circumstances through which we have passed,
which have made us ill at ease and have impoverished or disheartened us.
Then very little of the other kind goes a long way. Man comes up out of the Underground Railway and says, when he emerges into the light, "How fresh the air is here! What a healthy locality! How well to live in this neighborhood!" Why does he speak so kindly of his surroundings? Not because of those surroundings intrinsically, but because of the contrast which they present to the circumstances through which he has just passed. Hezekiah was no perfect man. We shall see how noble he was, and how rich in many high qualities. Yet how now and again we see the crutch of the cripple under the purple of the king. It is well for us that he was occasionally and temporarily weak, or he would have been like a star which we cannot touch, and at which we cannot light our own torch. Even Hezekiah was a man like ourselves in many particulars, and therefore what was good and sound in him is all the more attractive and is all the more possible to us. Who can mistake an honest man? If all men were upright, where would be the peculiarity of any individual man's integrity?
But given a corrupt state of society,
when the honest man appears, we say, the wind has changed. It blows balmily and healthfully. It comes from a fine origin, and brings with it many a blessing. Who can mistake the atmosphere of the sea? How it blows away all the city dullness. How it quickens the blood, how it throws off increasing years, and makes the voyager feel almost young again. It is so with honesty, nobleness, charity, and goodness of character when the surrounding air is charged with some kind of poison or pestilence. So it is that we come upon Hezekiah. Perhaps it is well for him that we approach his case after such an experience. He thus gets advantages that otherwise might not have been accorded to him. He looks the higher for the dwarfs that are round about him, the whiter because of the black population amid which he stands, at once a contrast and a rebuke. But from Hezekiah's point of view, the case was different.
Behind him were traditions of the most corrupt sort.
He was as a speckled bird in the line of his own family. It is hard to be good amid so much that is really bad. All attempts at goodness are accounted examples of affectation, conceit, vanity, and Pharisaism. And under such circumstances, sometimes a man's foes may be the people of his own household. They wish he was more pliable,
less Sabbatarian, less devoted to his Bible, less constant in his attendance at church.
He might go once a day,
and give himself one end of the rope not tethered to the altar.
But he will not. Has that man an easy time of it? No hard word may be spoken to him, certainly no bitter word, and yet all the while he may be made to feel that perhaps, after all, he may be affecting somewhat of piety and purity, and that those who are looking on may be better critics of him than he is of himself. At all events, there come to him periods of trial, and sometimes he says within himself, "Shall I today be as constant as I have been, or may I not break away now? Have I not built up a character, and may I not retire upon my moral competence, and live henceforth the life of a latitudinarian? After a long spell of many years, surely I might intermit just a little. Who shall say that the temptation is not subtle and strong? Some men have to force their way to church through innumerable and unnameable difficulties. This ought to be reckoned. Some credit must be due to men who are thus constant to their sense of public duty and religious obligation. Men are not always at church with the entire consent of those who are round about them. What, then, must be done? One of two things. Either yield to the temptation or resist it. You cannot trifle with it. You cannot compromise, and then recur to firmness, and again connive, and again balance, consider, and hesitate. Virtue is not an intermittent grace. We must stand, or we must fall. Hezekiah had a wicked father. How will that wickedness come out in the son? Not perhaps as wickedness, but as infirmity, weakness, and want of constancy in some directions, though there may be no want of firmness in others. Can a man wholly escape the bad blood inherited of his father? We must not forget that Hezekiah's mother's name was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah. How she came to marry a wicked husband must remain a mystery. But the mother will come up in the son. She was the daughter of Zechariah, and Zechariah was a prophet, or seer, a man with double sight, one of those strange men who can see beyond the merely visible and palpable, and can read things that lie behind. Zechariah came up again in his daughter, and the mother came up again in the son, and so there was a mysterious play of inheritance, transfer, transition, reappearance, somewhat of resurrection, a great tragic mystery of transformation and representation. We speak about a man as if he were self-contained, just standing upon so much ground, without relation behind or before, on the right hand or on the left.
But no man is thus insularly placed.
No man is an absolute solitary. Every man has in him the blood of the past and the life of the future. Can a son of a good mother be altogether bad? Most surely not. You must have mistaken the case if you thought so. Your very thinking so may constitute an element of hopefulness in your case. Take comfort from that suggestion. So long as you can think of yourself seriously and of the past and of your advantages, and can compare what you are with what you might have been, there is hope of you. But can there be in all history such an irony as this, that a man should have had a praying mother and himself be a prayerless man? No, it cannot be. Somewhere, at some time and in some way, the better nature will assert itself, and out of a good seed surely there will come a good harvest. But the lesson does not lie upon one side only. Here is encouragement to the praying fathers and to praying mothers. Zechariah read on. Read between the lines of things. Interpret events symbolically. Read the apocalyptic sense of what is happening. And out of all this mental elevation and spiritual conduct, there will come results in your daughter or your son. Abi, pray on. Be just to your father's memory, and say, he was a holy man. I must prove it by being a holy woman. He cannot live upon a written character. He must live in my life. I will prove that such a child must have had a good father. So the vital lessons fall on the right hand, on the left, and around about us. Shame be to us if, amid this shower of monition and encouragement and stimulus, we be deaf and dumb and blind, unfeeling, unresponsive. Hezekiah will now go to work and prove himself to be an energetic reformer. He removed the high places, and break the images, and cut down the groves, and break in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made.
For unto those days the children of Israel did burn incense to it, and he called it Nehustan.
He must have been a strong man. He had no colleague, no ally, no one to say to him, be brave,
be true. He went straight against the hardest wall that ever was built by the stubbornness and perversity of man. It is not easy to begin life by a destructive process of reformation.
Who would not rather plant a tree than throw down a wall? Who would not rather plant flowers and enjoy their beauty and fragrance than give himself the severe toil and the incessant trouble of destroying corrupt and evil institutions? Whoever attempts this kind of destructive work or even a constructive work which involves preliminary destructiveness, will have a hard time of it. Criticism will be very sharp, and selfishness will be developed in an extraordinary degree. If a man be more than politician, if he be a real-born statesman, looking at whole empires at once and not at mere parishes, and if in his thought and purpose he should base his whole policy upon fundamental right, he will not have an easy life of it, even in a Christian country. In proportion as he bases his whole policy on righteousness, temperance, and judgment to come, he will be pelted with hard names and struck at with unfriendly hands. This holds good in all departments of life, in all great reformations, in all assaults made upon ignorance,
selfishness, tyranny, and wrong of every name.
The children of Israel always seemed to live a foolish life. They were the veriest children, so at least we would say, but for fear of branding sweet children with an evil stigma, they were infantile, weak, treacherous to themselves, uncertain at every point, and so, having kept the brazen serpent, they burned incense to it. They liked a visible God.
When the calf appealed to their religious feelings, they danced around it, as if at last they had found a deity.
But who can worship a spirit, invisible, impalpable, far away, near at hand, without a name, without a shape which we can verify and say, it comes to thus much, and this is the weight, and this is the value of it? It requires a mind of some mental strength to stand up, take hold of the brazen serpent and call it Nehushtan, a contemptuous term, meaning a piece of brass, dead brass, useless and worthless brass, a relic but not a god. Let us give credit to the men who have been bold, religiously intrepid, in the midst of circumstances of a most discouraging and overbearing kind. They are the men to whom we owe our present privileges. We have the Bible in our mother tongue because they were valiant. Not a church would have been built today in which men could assemble with a sense of freedom, sweet, joyous liberty, but for the Hezekiahs and others who went forth and, at great cost and great peril, destroyed things evil and black.
By the power of God's almightiness, overthrew them,
and set up a better kingdom. What was the root of Hezekiah's character? At present we have seen phenomena of a gracious kind. We like what we have seen of this man.
He trusted in the Lord God of Israel,
so that after him was none like him among all the kings of Judah, nor any that were before him. For he clave to the Lord, and departed not from following him, but kept his commandments,
which the Lord commanded Moses.
At length a man arose who said, I will do God's will, God helping me. I will not only read the commandments, but I will incarnate them. I will not only speak religious words, but live a religious life. Tender and yet emphatic are the words. He trusted, he clave, he kept, he trusted, that is to say,
he had no other trust.
His religion was not a convenience, one thing among many things, an occasional exercise in piety, but it was a perpetual confidence, the one trust, the all-centralizing and all-ruling fact. Then he clave, he kept close to.
He would not allow anything to come between his hand and the God he seized.
The hand could do nothing except cleave to God and what was possible through that cleaving, and much is possible of a helpful and beneficent kind.
He kept the commandments, counted them one by one, examined himself in them, took himself daily to task about the whole 10.
We live an offhand life. Religion is now as easy as a wave of the hand, a salutation across a thoroughfare. It is something that can be taken up,
laid down, forgotten, and resumed.
What wonder if the Rabshakes of the age come and taunt us, mock our piety, and blow back our prayers before they get to the skies? We want more trust, more cleaving piety, more keeping of the commandments, living in them, and having no other life that is not consonant with them. Now came, as we have often seen, the inevitable temptation. We pass instantly to the visit of Rabshake. This Rabshake was an eloquent man.
He had the gift of mockery. He could jibe well.
He was not without a certain logical qualification. He made a long and offensive speech to the people under Hezekiah's rule,
And he thought he had them at both ends of the argument.
having mocked their piety,
Laughed it down, challenged it, spat upon it. He said, "Perhaps you will say, 'We trust in the Lord.'"
our God, but you forget that this very man, Hezekiah, has thrown down his altars, has taken away his groves, has rooted up the house of your God by the foundations. Rabshake did not understand the destructive reformation wrought out by Hezekiah.
He heard of the groves being cut down and the holy places being removed.
And he said, "This is so much to our advantage. The king of Assyria shall hear of this, and we shall make good commerce of it." Rabshake did not distinguish between idolatry and piety, between a reform essential to health and a mere accident in history. That which was good in Hezekiah seemed to be wickedness to Rabshake. Rabshake assaulted the people, trampled on them, leaped over their bodies, mocked their refugees and their trust, and thrust his fist into the face of Egypt and said, "Come away from Hezekiah. Trust him not. He's blind. He is incapable. Leave him, and I will tell you what the king of Assyria will do for you." And he held this out to them. "I will come and take you away to a land like your own land, a land of corn and wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of olive oil and of honey, that ye may live and not die. And hearken not unto Hezekiah when he persuadeth you, saying, 'The Lord will deliver us.' It is but an empty saying. Come, and I will give you a great Canaan. Sometimes it does seem as if the enemy had the best of it. Everything lies so handily to him. He says, 'I will get you through this difficulty.' I know a lie that would deceive a king. I can instruct you in a policy that would blind a judge. I could get the money for you. You need have no difficulty about that. Why? I say, in confidence, I can let you have it now. What can the preacher do in the presence of such a Rabshake? Or he may not offer temptation in that direction, but in another. He may say, 'All these arguments I could answer, if I cared to do so.' Who wrote the Bible? Who has seen the original manuscripts? Who has ever seen God? It is utterly impossible to know the infinite. Come, and I will make you rich at once in real, solid, practical things. I can give you work instantly, and wages immediately a work is begun. I can give you something in advance. Leave the preacher, the altar, the Bible, and the church. Come and work in the open streets, and be doing something that you can handle, and about which there is no manner of doubt. People will begin then to wonder. They should adopt the policy which was imposed on the children of Hezekiah. But the people held their peace, and answered him not a word, for the king's commandment was, "Answer him not." Nothing is to be got out of wordy controversy.
Live the Christian life.
Grow in grace and in the knowledge of our Lord Jesus Christ. While the controversialist is contemning you, taunting you and smiting you, show to him that you are growing broader, more massive in character, more tender in disposition, more benevolent in every aspiration and desire and purpose, and thus by well-doing put to silence the ignorance of foolish men. Defend your Christianity by the eloquence of your life. The servants of Hezekiah said to him, "What Rabshakeh has said may come to pass.
Let us go to Isaiah and tell him all."
Hezekiah himself thought that perhaps there might be something in it. After all, there he and his servants fell into a state of incertitude. So the servants of King Hezekiah came to Isaiah. They came to the right man, standing up like a king. He said, "Thus shall ye say to your master, Thus saith the Lord, Be not afraid of the words which thou hast heard, with which the servants of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me. Behold, I will send a blast upon him, and he shall hear a rumor, and shall return to his own land. And I will cause him to fall by the sword in his own land."
He would make no violent attack on the men. He would summon no legion of angels to overwhelm this great oriental potentate.
He would simply send a blast.
He would change the wind.
He would scatter something upon it and bid it blow across the brain of the king of Assyria. And the king would not know his right hand from his left, nor the morning from the night. He would be calling everybody by the wrong name, and be asking for things that he did not wish to possess, and be generally thrown into a state of unbalanced and wandering mind. I will send a whisperer to him. He shall simply go to the ear of the king of Assyria and say something, and the king will take fright and fly away in a panic. O Hezekiah, continue thy prayer.
Repeat thy morning sacrifice and thine evening oblation.
And as for the king of Assyria, I will send a blast and a rumor. I will answer Rabshakeh.
Let the contempt of the enemy be answered by the contempt of heaven.
Rabshakeh, having found that the king of Assyria was warring against Libnah, returned. And when he heard that Tirhakah, king of Ethiopia, was come up to war, he once more addressed Hezekiah in terms of exultation and contempt. Rabshakeh was pretendedly anxious that Hezekiah should not be deceived by the Lord. Praise God. And then he taunts him with many a history in which Assyria had been conqueror over opposing nations. He completes his taunt by asking, "Where is the king of Hamath, and the king of Arpad, and the king of the city of Sepharvaim, of Hena and Ivah?" This message came to Hezekiah in the form of a letter, or letters, and he instantly went up into the house of the Lord and spread it before the Lord. There is no need to regard this as in any sense involving a heathenish custom. The meaning simply is that Hezekiah consulted the Lord on the whole matter
and declined to take anything into his own counsel or power.
He acknowledges the dignity of God by the expression, "O Lord God of Israel,
which dwellest between the cherubims."
Then he pointed to the letter, which more immediately concerned himself, thus showing his consciousness that the majesty of the Lord did not separate him from taking an interest in earthly things. We are not to stop at the point of majesty, but are to reason that, because God is so majestic and august, he will pay attention to the prayers and desires of the beings whom he has created in his own image and likeness. The divine majesty is not a rebuke to human approach,
but is an encouragement to human prayer.
When Hezekiah says, "Thou art the God," the emphasis is to be laid on the pronoun. Thou art the true God, and thou alone. When he desires God to bow down his ear, and here the reference is not so much to listen to Hezekiah's prayer as to the words of Sennacherib. The meaning of the whole petition may be, "Interpose immediately and energetically between me and mine enemy.
Let thine ears hear.
Let thine eyes see, and let thine arm be extended." Hezekiah acknowledges that the kings of Assyria had destroyed the nations and their lands,
and had cast the gods of the nations into the fire.
By so much he gives the Assyrians credit for having spoken the truth,
and for having thus founded their project against Israel upon the success which they had already attained.
Hezekiah acknowledges, indeed, that the gods of the nations were no gods. At the same time, he feels that to the minds of the Assyrians they may have been as real deities, and their overthrow may have encouraged the Assyrians to believe that Jehovah was like unto them. Thus the prayer of Hezekiah was argued and ordered in logical and historical form, and was intended to excite, as it were, the very jealousy of the Lord God of Israel. We now turn to the reply which was made to Hezekiah through the lips of Isaiah, the son of Amos. The reply was manifestly given in a contemptuous tone. The virgin, the daughter of Zion, hath despised thee, and laughed thee to scorn. The daughter of Jerusalem hath shaken her head at thee. This is a poetic personification of place, Zion being regarded as mother of the people dwelling there. While the term virgin may denote the inviolable security of the citadel of Jehovah, it may also intimate that a woman, even a solitary woman, was enough, when under the inspiration and protection of God, to repel the assault of the most boastful and audacious king. The expression, hath shaken her head at thee, has been literally rendered, hath nodded behind thee. It signifies an act of security, as, for example, in the 22nd Psalm, all they that see me laugh me to scorn. They shoot out the lip, they shake the head, saying, he trusted on the Lord that he would deliver him.
Let him deliver him,
seeing he delighted him. The people of Jerusalem are represented by this expression as nodding their heads in contempt at the retiring envoys of Sennacherib. The answer of Isaiah to Hezekiah was a religious revelation to the king of Assyria. The 22nd verse puts into interrogative form a reproach against the ignorance of the king. Whom hast thou reproached and blasphemed? And against whom hast thou exalted thy voice, and lifted up thine eyes on high? The meaning evidently is that the king did not know the real nature of the God of Israel and Judah, and that he was making an infinite mistake in confounding that nature with what he had already seen of the idols of the nations. Humiliation is promised to the king of Assyria. A hook is to be thrust into his nose, a bridle is to be put on his lips, and he is to be turned back by the way which he came. While the king of Assyria is humiliated, the remnant that escaped of the house of Judah is promised again to take root downward and bear fruit upward. Literally, shall add root to root, shall take firmer root than ever, as a tree often does after a storm.
The ravaged land was to be newly stocked by the remnant that was to be saved out of Jerusalem.
All these statements are supported by the declaration, the zeal of the Lord of hosts shall do this. Thus, the promise is not made in any human name or guaranteed by the conquests of human history. It is immediately connected with the very purpose and power of the Most High. Nor is this the only instance in which divine strength is promised on behalf of Judah and of Israel. We read, for I will defend the city, to save it, for mine own sake, and for my servant David's sake. We must always be careful to notice that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, and that no occasion is ever given for man to glory in man, but that everywhere, from the beginning of religious history, as given in the Bible, it is God who is king, ruler and protector,
and to him all the glory of deliverance and conquest undividedly belongs.
And that night the angel of the Lord went out and smote in the camp of the Assyrians 180,500. And when they arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses. Again and again we say, it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God.
Let Rabshakeh talk. Let him deliver his burning messages. And when he has ceased his mockery, it is not necessary for us to answer.
God will defend his own cause. Here we stand. We think all history is on the Christian side. But let us not forget that the finest argument in favor of Christianity is a Christian life. Micaiah was the son of Imlah,
a prophet of Samaria, who in the last year of the reign of Ahab,
king of Israel, predicted his defeat and death. AUC 897. This was 3 years after the great battle with Ben, king of Syria, in which the extraordinary number of 100,000 Syrian soldiers is said to have been slain,
without reckoning the 27,000 who,
it is asserted, were killed by the falling of the wall at Aphek. Ahab had proposed to Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, that they should jointly go up to battle against Ramoth-Gilead,
which Ben-Hadad was bound by treaty to restore to Ahab.
Jehoshaphat assented in cordial words to the proposal, but he suggested that they should first inquire at the word of Jehovah.
Accordingly, Ahab assembled 400 prophets,
while in an open space at the gate of the city of Samaria, he and Jehoshaphat sat in royal robes to meet and consult them.
The prophets gave a unanimously favorable response.
Among them was Zedekiah,
the son of Chenaanah.
He made horns of iron as a symbol, and announced, as from Jehovah, that with those horns Ahab would push the Syrians till he consumed them. For some reason which is unexplained, and can now only be conjectured, King Jehoshaphat was dissatisfied with the answer,
and asked if there was no other prophet of Jehovah at Samaria.
Ahab replied that there was yet one, Micaiah,
the son of Imlah, but in words which obviously call to mind a passage in the Iliad. Here,
106, he added, I hate him, for he does not prophesy good concerning me, but evil. Nevertheless, Micaiah was sent for,
and after a vain attempt had been made to tamper with him, he first expressed an ironical concurrence with the 400 prophets, and then boldly foretold the defeat of Ahab's army and the death of Ahab.
In contradiction of the false 400, Micaiah said he had seen Jehovah sitting on his throne,
and all the host of heaven standing by him, on his right hand and on his left.
He said, Jehovah asked, who shall persuade Ahab to go up and fall at Ramoth-Gilead? A spirit came forth and volunteered to do so.
On being asked wherewithal, the spirit answered that he would go forth and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all the prophets.
Irritated by the account of this vision, Zedekiah struck Micaiah on the cheek. Then Ahab ordered that Micaiah be taken to prison
and be fed on bread and water till his return to Samaria.
But Ahab was killed,
and Micaiah's fate is unknown.
This incident is found in both the first book of Kings and in the second book of Chronicles. Jabez. The 9th verse of the 4th chapter of the first book of Chronicles contains a reference to Jabez. The whole history is brief, and Jabez was more honorable than his brethren, and his mother called his name Jabez, saying, because I bear him with sorrow. And Jabez called on the God of Israel, saying, Oh, that thou wouldst bless me indeed, and enlarge my coast, and that thine hand might be with me, and that thou wouldst keep me from evil, that it may not grieve me. And God granted him that which he requested. Nothing more is known of this Jabez or of his brethren. The speaker's commentary regards the fact as remarkable that Jabez should be introduced without description or patronymic, as if a well-known personage, and supposes that he was known to those for whom the Book of Chronicles was written, either by tradition or by writings which have perished. The word Jabez signifies sorrowful. Jabez was distinguished in some way above his brethren. By this distinction, we are not to infer the exercise of an undue partiality in the spirit of his parents. Account for it as we may, some men appear to be born with what may be called a larger religiousness of nature than other men. It is easy for them to pray. It is a delight to them to peruse all sacred writings. It is a positive pain to them to be deprived of religious privileges. We must leave this mystery as insoluble. It is a very pleasant mystery to those who are gifted with religious intuition. But, on the other hand, it is a most appalling mystery to those who seem to be what we cannot better describe than by calling them natural atheists. The name which Jabez bore was a memorial of his mother's sorrow, not a prophecy of his own. Yet Jabez was animated by that inexplicable superstition which discovers in names and circumstances omens and predictions which the imagination can never treat with disregard. Jabez might intellectually know that his name did but represent what his mother had endured, yet a subtle feeling took possession of him,
as if he himself would in some way be involved in the same sorrow.
Nor was this an irrational conclusion. As a matter of fact, some men are born to more sorrow than others, as certainly as by constitution some men are more religious than others. Here again is a dark and painful mystery. We see the operation of this mystery even in the same family, where one of the children may be full of sunlight, hope and music, and another may be doomed to walk in darkness throughout a lifetime, unable to discern between summer and winter,
loaded with trouble and oppressed with undefinable apprehensions.
Jabez is known to history as preeminently a man of prayer, although it has been considered that the prayer of Jabez was uttered in view of some imminent battle or other dreaded experience. Yet by common consent, Jabez has been regarded by Christian students as a typical man of prayer. Judging the case within the narrow limits of the history given in verses 9 and 10, it would seem as if Jabez started life in an act of prayer. The image is at once graphic and beautiful. Think of a young man standing at the door of his house,
looking abroad at the unknown and unmeasured world, listening to the conflicting voices which troubled his native air,
and then turning his eyes to heaven and asking divine direction before he would take a single step from the threshold of his home. Nothing of the nature of mere romance attaches itself to this picture.
This indeed is what every young man ought to do before going out to battle or labor.
It would appear from instances which have come under our view that God condescends to receive from men promises of religious life on certain providential conditions. We cannot understand this now, but it is perfectly clear from such instances as Jacob and Jabez that God was willing to respond to propositions of obedience founded upon the realization of specified blessings. The prayer of Jabez must be judged to be good for the sufficient reason that it was answered, and God granted him that which he requested. Is the conduct of life then open to regulation upon such high and sacred lines? May a young man come before the Almighty, speak out all his heart, and receive promises of continual guidance and defense from the Living One? If we could realize the certainty of this holy commerce as between earth and heaven, our whole life would be lifted to a noble level. Our spirit would be released from the dominion of fear, And instead of laboring in toilsome prayer, we should be filled with the spirit of triumphant thankfulness and praise. What privileges are open to the young! It lies within their power to give a whole lifetime to God. Those who have advanced considerably in life can now but give a fraction of their days, but the young soul can give God the brightness of the morning, the glory of noonday, and the tranquillity of evening.
Let the young think of this,
and give themselves diligently to the study of such instances as that of Jabez, knowing that if they remember their Creator in the days of their youth, increasing age will mean increasing joy. Jehoram, king of Judah, verses 16 to 29, inclusive of the 8th chapter of the 2nd book of Kings, should be compared with the 21st chapter of the 2nd book of Chronicles. The name Joram is an obvious contraction of Jehoram. Joram and Jehoram were practically interchangeable terms. The king of Israel is called Joram,
and the king of Judah Jehoram.
In another place, Joram is the name of the king of Judah. In 2 other places, both kings are called Jehoram. Jehoram walked in the way of the kings of Israel,
as did the house of Ahab. In other words, as the house of Ahab acted.
Jehoram, as son-in-law of Ahab and Jezebel, gave his patronage to the worship of the Tyrian Baal. Jehoram had examples enough before him of the fate which had befallen idolatrous worship,
and yet, turning his eye backward upon all the ruins which had been created by divine anger, he pursued his evil way as if the Lord had approved the house of Ahab and its idolatry, rather than manifested his judgments upon them.
Rational men may well ask themselves how it is that history is lost on some minds.
They look backward and see that from the beginning sin has always been followed by punishment, and punishment has in many cases been carried as far as death itself. Yet in view of all the suffering, and in full sight of the innumerable graves dug by the hand of justice, they continue the same policy without one particle of alteration.
One would have supposed that,
looking at the history of the kings of Israel,
Jehoram would have said,
I see now exactly what to avoid, and to see what to avoid is to begin to see what to cultivate and establish.
It is perfectly evident that the worship of Baal is doomed,
or that wherever it is set up, divine anger instantly and severely attests the displeasure of God.
It must be my care, therefore, to destroy every trace of idolatry,
and build up faith in the true God.
This would have been called reflective and philosophical on the part of the king.
And indeed anything that stood opposed to this course of reasoning would seem to be marked by incredible fatuity.
The contrary, however, is the exact fact.
With all the evidences of divine displeasure around him, Jehoram continued in the worship of Baal, or in some other form of idolatry, which might appeal to the popular imagination, or gratify the desires of his own corrupt fancy.
It is easy for moralists to condemn this neglect of history, and to point out to those who, having neglected it, come into suffering and loss,
that they ought to have been wise before the event. But the very same thing is done even by the moralists who criticize the course of Jehoram and his predecessors.
This is the sin of every age, and it should be looked at clearly and acknowledged frankly,
because until we do bring ourselves into vital relation to it, our reasoning will be founded on false bases and will hasten itself to false conclusions.
All history is teaching us that the wages of sin is death,
that the way of transgressors is hard, that,
though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not go unpunished,
that the face of the Lord is as a flint against evildoers.
Yet, with this plainest of all lessons written on the very face of history,
men are doing today as their predecessors did centuries ago, and will probably continue to repeat the folly and the wickedness until the end of time.
Surely this is as curious a puzzle as any that occurs in all the annals of human history. It would seem, indeed, to be more than a puzzle, to be,
in fact, indicative of a suicidal disposition on the part of the actor.
It would not be tolerated in any other department of life. If a man had known that 100 of his ancestors were killed by drinking a certain liquid,
and he thus knowingly put that liquid to his lips, the iniquity of his suicide would be aggravated by the knowledge of what had occurred in the records of his family.
How many murders, then, may he be said to accomplish who murders himself as to his moral nature and spiritual cultivation?
He does not do it in ignorance.
All history is surrounding him with its evidence,
and is doing its utmost to secure his attention, and he himself is not unwilling to acknowledge that the testimony of history is uniform and absolute. Yet some immeasurable force within him drives him with infinite fury to the repetition of every sin and the defiance of every judgment.
What was the reason of all this patronage and support of idolatry? Jehoram had an excellent father,
and if anything was to be expected from the operation of the law of hereditary dispositions,
it would be that Jehoram would be of the same quality as Jehoshaphat. Some curious and energetic influence must have been at work to throw back all hereditary quality and convert the man into a totally different nature. What was that influence?
An expression in the 18th verse explains its nature and its scope, for the daughter of Ahab was his wife. Wherever we find a name of Ahab, we also find the presence of evil.
Ahab lived again in his daughter,
though Jehoshaphat did not repeat himself in his son. The evil that men do lies after them.
Jehoram was under home influence, and is not home influence most potent of all? It is a daily influence.
It begins with the early morning and continues all the day through.
It does not assume aggressive attitudes or excite suspicion by tumult and defiance of temper.
It is noisy or quiet,
persistent or reluctant, energetic or languid, according to the peculiar circumstances of the family history.
At this moment, a word too energetically spoken might defeat its own object. At another moment, a languid reference might be more than a vehement appeal, and on still other occasions, anger, fury, and clamor may bring to a point a long process of suggestion and education.
This is the mystery of home life. The plotter waits for opportunities, creates them, puts them in the way of his victim,
measures distances,
regulates the methods of approaches.
He studies his prey,
watches him with an evil eye, remembers all his words,
weighs them, calculates all their unspoken meanings, and at the right moment interposes his own influence. Wicked men in this respect are often models to good men. The enemy of souls never rests.
Your adversary, the devil,
as a roaring lion walketh about, seeking whom he may devour.
Nor is he always a lion. Sometimes he is as a serpent,
and sometimes even as an angel of light. But his evil policy never hesitates. When he blesses, it is that he may curse. When he leads his victim into the light,
it is that he may have the greater influence over him to persuade him into the darkness. Is it of no consequence with whom we live our daily life? Is the married relation one that expresses mere taste or momentary pleasure? Are not the companionships of life its true sources of tuition and inspiration?
Man who is in happy fellowship at home may get some of the worst hereditary infirmities and disabilities, and may be encouraged into attainments of correct self-discipline and virtue, which under other circumstances would be simply impossible.
The conversion of the world, it would seem, must begin at home.
We must have happier married relations,
fuller domestic confidence, riper household trust and sympathy. Out of all this daily education, under happy influences, There may come a kind of character, rich in its own quality and beneficent in its influence on society. Jehoram had provoked the Lord, yet so pitiful is the God of heaven that he spared Judah for the sake of David,
his servant, as he promised to give David always a light. But Jehoram was nevertheless severely punished for his wickedness.
In his days, Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah
and made a king over themselves. Libnah also revolted at the same time.
Thus the peace of the kingdom was broken up,
and Jehoram was made indirectly to suffer for the sin of idolatry.
How quietly the 23rd verse reads. It says, "And the rest of the acts of Joram, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Judah?" It would seem as if the bad king had simply fallen asleep like a tired child. But in the second book of Chronicles, we read that Jehoram died of sore diseases, and that the people made no burning for him. That is,
the usual honors of a sovereign were withheld in this particular case.
Jehoram died in contempt and neglect.
He departed without being desired.
In other words,
he departed without regret, died unregretted. He was not refused burial in the city of David, but his body was not laid in the sepulchres of the kings.
Thus, sooner or later, wickedness finds out a man
and brands him with dishonor.
If, under other conditions, wickedness is carried to the grave amid great pomp and circumstance, it is only that the dishonor may be found in some other quarter, in the hatred of good men, and in the bitter recriminations of those who have been wronged. Set it down as a sure doctrine that,
whenever a bad man is buried,
dishonor attaches to his whole name,
and contempt withers every flower that may be planted over his grave.
The words, "but not in the sepulchres of the kings," may receive a larger interpretation than the technical one which belongs to this immediate circumstance. Men are buried in the sepulchres of the kings when their lives are full of beneficence, when their names are the symbols of noble charity,
large-minded justice, heroic fortitude, tender sympathy for others.
Their burying place is not a merely topographical point, their relation to the hearts that knew them, their place in the memory of those who lived with them, the tears which are shed over the recollection of their good deeds, the void which has been created by their removal, all these constitute the royalty of their interment, the end of Jehoram, king of Judah. Who would choose it? Jehoram undertakes an expedition against King Mesha, but in doing so he pays a tribute to the power of the king of Moab by allying with himself Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, and also the king of Edom. A remarkable character is given of Jehoram.
He was not an imitator of the evil of his father as to its precise form, but he had his own method of serving the devil. We should have thought that Ahab and Jezebel had exhausted all the arts of wickedness,
but it turns out that Jehoram had found a way of his own of living an evil life.
Warned by the untimely fate of his brother, which had fallen upon him expressly on account of his Baal worship,
Jehoram began his reign by an ostentatious abolition of the Phoenician state religion, which his father had introduced. Jehoram went back to the olden times and re-established the worship of the calf, after the pattern which Jeroboam,
its founder, had patronized.
His doing so, however, he found to be quite compatible with a secret allowance that the people should practice their own form of worship. There is room in wickedness for the exercise of genius of a certain limited kind.
The limitation is imposed by wickedness itself, for,
after all, wickedness is made up of but few elements. Any persons suppose that if they do not sin according to the prevailing fashion, they are not sinning at all.
They imagine that by varying the form of the evil they have mitigated the evil itself.
good deal of virtue is supposed to consist in reprobating certain forms of vice. A man may be no drunkard,
according to the usual acceptation of the term,
and yet he may be in a continual state of intoxication.
It is possible to shudder at what is usually known as persecution, and yet all the while to be beheading enemies and burning martyrs.
Jehoram made a kind of trick of wickedness.
He knew how to give a twist to old forms, or a turn to old ways, so as to escape part of their vulgarity and yet to retain all their iniquity.
Most alarming thought it is to the really spiritual mind that men may become adepts in wickedness, experts in evil doing, and may be able so to manage their corrupt designs as to deceive many observers by a mere change of surface or appearance.
We do not amend the idolatry by altering the shape of the altar. We do not destroy the mischievous power of unbelief by throwing our skepticism into metaphysical phrases, and thus making verbal mysteries where we might have spiritual illumination. We are deceived by things simply because we ourselves live a superficial life and read only the history of appearances.
What is the cure for all this manipulation of evil, this changing of complexion and of form, and this consequent imagining that the age is improving because certain phenomena which used to be so patent are no longer discernible on the face of things?
We come back to the sublime doctrine of regeneration.
As is the answer to the great inquiry, what is the cure for this heart disease? Marvel not that I said unto thee, Ye must be born again.
We may change either the language or the manners of wickedness, or the times and seasons for doing wicked things,
and we may decorate our wickedness with many beautiful colors.
But so long as the heart itself is unchanged, decoration is useless, yea,
worse than useless, for it is a vain attempt to make that look true, which is false, an endeavor even to deceive omniscience itself. And Mesha, king of Moab, was a sheepmaster, and rendered unto the king of Israel 100,000 lambs, and 100,000 rams,
with the wool.
But it came to pass,
when Ahab was dead, that the king of Moab rebelled against the king of Israel.
Enduring masteries are not of a physical kind. Ahab held Mesha simply by a strong arm, and the consequence was that, as soon as Ahab was dead,
Mesha refused to render the tribute.
This historical circumstance, limited so far as the mere letter is concerned, is full of significance to the Christian Church and to all Christian countries. Let us not call ourselves masters of positions or of men, simply because we happen to have the stronger arm. The dominion which is acquired by mere strength and held by superior force is an illusion wherever it is found. The men whom we may so hold may be hypocrites enough to assume an acquiescent attitude,
or even to display a complacent demeanor. They may even go so far as to appear to be grateful for the rule which they cannot set aside.
But all such appearances are of necessity without reason,
and therefore without continuance.
They are always to be suspected. This would be so in the case of the Christian faith, had we the power of imposing even its nominal belief upon any nation. Suppose we say that any man not professing the Christian faith shall certainly be fined,
imprisoned, or otherwise punished. It is easy to see that such a threat might in many instances bring about an appearance of acquiescence.
But it must be, by the very necessity of the case, appearance only.
Faith is a question of the individual judgment and of the individual heart, and cannot be controlled in any degree by external authority.
Suppose we create a law making it penal to open places of business on the Sabbath day, looking upon all commercial houses whose business was suspended for a particular time.
We might say, see how unanimously and happily the Sabbath day is observed in this country. But such would be an altogether superficial and mistaken judgment.
The Sabbath day cannot be kept by law.
If the Sabbath is not kept by the reason,
and is not hailed with thankful delight by the very heart, it can never be kept at all. All shops may be closed. All places of amusement may suspend their entertainments. All toys may be put away from the nursery. All outdoor enjoyments and avocations may be withdrawn for the time. But the people who have retired in apparent acceptance of these conditions, but not in heartfelt acquiescence with them,
are breaking the Sabbath every moment they breathe. Here is a great law for the house,
the church, and the nation. The head of the family who rules by mere dread or tyranny is not training an obedient household, but he is preparing an outburst of sedition,
which sooner or later must transpire, and when it occurs his ruin is certain.
The same law applies in the matter of capital and labor.
The man who only works that he may receive his wages never truly serves or makes his labor into a delight. The man who can threaten the laborer by withdrawment of pecuniary recognition never elicits from that laborer a response to duty,
though he may insist on a formal compliance with law.
What a blessed mastery is that of Jesus Christ in this respect!
For Christ reasons with men,
and addresses the very highest form and quality of mind.
He sets before men the alternative courses of life,
and beseeches them to accept the straight and narrow way leading to repentance.
Certainly he threatens.
He denounces, he declares an awful issue for the wicked man. But it is not mere threatening or mere denunciation. It is the solemn disclosure of a sequence which even Almighty God could not suspend and yet retain the integrity of his throne and the security of the universe. We must never accuse Jesus Christ of what is termed threatening.
His denunciations are revelations,
and not the expressions of merely angry feelings.
The way of the approach having been settled, the kings proceeded to fetch a compass of 7 days' journey around by the south end of the Dead Sea.
They little knew the difficulty that would arise in their way. We do not read that they made any religious inquiry at the outset of their journey, and therefore no responsibility could be charged upon God for the misadventure which occurred.
The 3 kings seem to have consulted only with themselves,
and to have resolved in their own counsel and strength upon their expedition against Mesha.
What was the misadventure which occurred? It is related, and there was no water for the host and for the cattle that followed them.
Even kings are dependent upon nature.
Think of 3 kings
who supposed themselves at least to be very mighty,
and all their people
stopped in their career simply for want of water.
Very pitiable and yet very instructive picture is this of 3 kings and their armies standing still merely for want of water. The so-called little things of life are often turned into not only things that are great, but into things that are vital. Blessed indeed would be the man who sees even in natural arrangements and daily providences a call to him to lift up his head toward the heavens and ask great questions about being and duty and destiny.
So we have the usual religious appeal. Is there not here a prophet of the Lord?
That we may inquire of the Lord by him. Elisha now assumes a new attitude,
and one certainly not destitute of spiritual grandeur.
Turning to the king of Israel, he said, "What have I to do with thee? Get thee to the prophets of thy father, and to the prophets of thy mother." And the king of Israel said unto him, "Nay, for the Lord hath called these 3 kings together, to deliver them into the hand of Moab."
Observe that this address was made to the very king of Israel.
It simply means that the God of Israel had nothing to do with the king of Israel, and yet Israel was understood to be a theocracy. The form was theocratic,
but not the power.
Think of a man bearing the name of God, and yet being godless. A temple deserted of its deity is surely a melancholy sight. But what shall be said of the man from whose heart the spirit of the living God has utterly departed? Elisha seems to have inherited the taunting spirit of his great predecessor. Get thee to the prophets of thy father, and to the prophets of thy mother. Who can say with how bitter a taunt the word mother was pronounced in this connection?
The evil that men do goes on for many a day, not only to the end of their lifetime,
but it lives after them. This is a taunt that is founded on reason.
If men have been serving a God for 7 years past,
surely it cannot be unreasonable to refer them to that God in the time of their extremity. What is faith if it cannot be tested? What is the value of an altar if you cannot go to it and find lying upon it direct answers to your prayer? Is there anything meaner in all the history of cowardice than that a man should ignore the living God all his life, and then whiningly repent upon his deathbed? Why does he not go to the trusts to which he has committed himself, and say he will die in them as he has lived in them? Surely the cowardice of men should teach those who observe it something regarding the nature and uses of religious faith.
The appeal of Elijah was perfectly fair. If the gods of Jehoram were worth anything, they could find water for him in the time of his necessity.
Let them do it. If they will do it, then they will establish their claim to be regarded with reverence,
and indeed be honored and worshipped. We must insist upon making the same appeal in our own day. Men must be made to feel their irreligion.
Jehoram did feel his in this instance,
for he protested against the decision of Elijah.
Throughout the course of Scripture, men are referred to their gods,
and are made to test the value of their religion.
Possibly many a Jehoram may be acting under influences which he himself cannot explain, so much that he becomes a puzzle to his own mind,
wondering how it is that he takes one road when he has decided upon another,
and that he mistakes substances for shadows and shadows for substances, so that his whole life is turned into a mocking bewilderment. The answer is given in Scripture. I also will choose their delusions,
and will bring their fears upon them.
Because when I called, none did answer. When I spake, they did not hear, but they did evil before mine eyes,
and chose that in which I delighted not.
Now we come to a better phase of this history, namely, to the saving element, which appears and reappears in the course of our changeful life. Elisha was not to be placated by the king of Israel.
In his eyes a vile person was contemned. The king of Israel was but a poor,
frail thing in the presence of a man who lived with God and was commissioned to denounce the judgments of heaven against evil.
But the world is not made up of Jehorams.
Blessed be God, there are men of another type,
whose very presence saves society from judicial ruin.
And Elisha said, As the Lord of hosts liveth, before whom I stand, surely, were it not that I regard the presence of Jehoshaphat,
the king of Judah, I would not look toward thee, nor see thee. Now we know that the spirit of Elijah rested upon Elijah. We seem to hear the very tones of the old master in the new disciple.
Is it not always so in life, that it is one man who saves many?
That the 10 righteous men save the city,
and that Paul saves all those who sail with him in the midst of the tempestuous sea?
Your house is saved because of your little child. Your whole estate is protected from ruin because your wife is a praying woman. Your life would be cut off tomorrow in shame and disgrace were it not that you have entered upon an inheritance of prayers laid up for you by those who went before. Life thus becomes very sacred and very tender, and we know not to whom we are under the deepest obligations, enough to know that
somewhere there is a presence that saves us. There is an influence that guards our life, and that we owe absolutely nothing in the way of security or honor to bad kings or bad men of any name. The remainder of the chapter is occupied with the prophecy of Elisha and by a statement of the overthrow of the king of Moab.
Nothing now could save Mesha.
A strong delusion was sent upon him to believe a lie.
When water came down by way of Edom, and the whole country was filled with it, the Moabites rose up early in the morning.
And as the sun shone on the water, the Moabites saw the water on the other side as red as blood.
It looked so like blood that they declared it to be blood.
And,
believing that the kings were slain who had come up against them, the Moabites advanced to the spoil. Alas, they advanced to their ruin.
the king of Moab saw that the battle was too sore for him.
In his despair he took with him 700 men that drew swords, to break through even unto the king of Edom. But through the iron wall he could not force his way. In his madness he took his eldest son,
who should have reigned in his stead,
and flung him for a burnt offering upon the wall.
But the Lord will not be pleased with thousands of rams or with 10,000 rivers of oil.
Nor will he accept the firstborn for a man's transgression, or the fruit of his body for the sin of his soul.
Jehoshaphat. In succeeding to the throne of Judah, Jehoshaphat simply followed the course of a law, but in strengthening himself against Israel, he indicated a personal policy. How definitely the statement reads, "And Jehoshaphat, his son, reigned in his stead,
and strengthened himself against Israel."
There is no doubt or hesitation in the mind of Jehoshaphat as to the course which ought to be pursued. He did not simply think that he would strengthen himself against Israel. He had not a merely momentary vision of a possible fortification against the enemy, but he carried out his purpose and thus challenged northern Israel. On the other hand, how peaceful is the declaration that is here made. There is not an aggressive tone in all the statement. Innocent Jehoshaphat simply strengthened himself against Israel. That is to say, he put himself into a highly defensive position, so that if the enemy should pour down from the north, Jehoshaphat would be secured against his assaults. Everything, therefore, depends on the point of view which we take of this policy. But the thing which history has made clear is that a man often lays down a policy before awaiting the issue of events which would determine its scope and tone. All this was done by Jehoshaphat before he connected himself by marriage with the northern dynasty.
Marriage may upset a policy.
A domestic event may alter the course of a king's thinking,
and may readjust the lines of a nation's relation to other kingdoms.
The wise man holds himself open to the suggestion and inspiration of events.
No man is as wise today as he will be tomorrow, provided
he pay attention to the literature of providence, which is being daily written before his eyes. Our dogmatics, whether in theology or in state policy, should be modified by the recollection that we do not now know all things, and that further light may show what we do know in a totally different aspect. Our policy, like our bread, should in a sense be from day to day.
When men are omniscient, they may lay down a theological program from which departure would be blasphemy.
But until they are omniscient, they had better write with modesty and subscribe even their best constructed creeds with reservations which will leave room for providence. And the Lord was with Jehoshaphat, because he walked in the first ways of his father, David, and sought not unto Baalim. The Lord was not with Jehoshaphat, because he strengthened himself against Israel,
nor because he had placed forces in all the fenced cities of Judah, and set garrisons in the land of Judah and within the streets of Ephraim.
Not one of these little triumphs is referred to as affording God a basis for the complacent treatment of the new king. As ever, the Lord's relation to Jehoshaphat was determined by Jehoshaphat's own moral condition. The very beautiful expression is this: he walked in the first ways of his father, David, that is to say, in the former or earlier ways of David, as contrasted with David's later conduct. Some have found here a tacit allusion to David's greatest sin, which he committed when he was advanced in life. A somewhat mournful thing it is that a man's first ways should be better than his last. The other relation would seem to be the one which reason would approve and God would specially honor, namely, that a man's old age should be the ripest and best part of his conduct, rich with wisdom, strong with experience,
and chastened by many a pensive recollection.
Sad when you have to go back to a man's youth to find his virtues or his most conspicuous excellences, but most beautiful when a man's earlier mistakes are lost in the richness and wisdom of his later conduct. Jehoshaphat's conduct in this matter is the more notable because of the constant observation of mankind that it is easier to follow the evil than to imitate the good.
When imitation enters into a man's life, he is apt to copy that which is inferior,
and to leave without reproduction that which is lofty and disciplinary. In this instance, Jehoshaphat sets an example to the world. His conduct, too, is represented negatively as well as positively, and sought not unto Baalim. The word Baalim is in the plural number, and the literal reading might be, Jehoshaphat sought not the Baals. The Baals were different local aspects or phases of the sun god. It is to be specially noted that the term Baal includes an aspect even of Jehovah, that is to say, Israel had degenerated so far as to suppose that in worshipping Baal, they were worshipping at least one phase of the true God. It is often difficult to abandon a popular custom. More people might be in favor of Jehoshaphat strengthening himself against Israel than in returning to the first ways of David and abandoning the altar of the Baals. History and religion are always considered in their separate distribution. There are politicians who would vote for a war who would on no account surrender a superstition. On the other hand, there are men who pride themselves on being free of the influence of superstition, yet who would enter willingly into the most sanguinary wars for the extension of empire or the glory of some particular throne. In Jehoshaphat, we seem to come into contact with a complete character. In other words,
a man who in every point was equally strong, a man of foresight,
a man of reverence, a man of an honest heart,
a man who felt that idolatry and true worship could not coexist in the same breast,
but sought to the Lord God of his father, and walked in his commandments,
and not after the doings of Israel. We must be prepared for singularity if we are genuinely prepared to be good. Let a man settle it with himself in prayerful solitude whether he means to walk with God or to identify himself with the spirit and customs of his age.
Jehoshaphat laid down a clear program for himself,
and he followed it out with patient and faithful industry. The Lord God of his father was not a mere term in a crowd. It was the object of daily search and quest.
Jehoshaphat inquired for him, and operated constantly upon the doctrine, ask, and it shall be given you. Knock, knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Nor was Jehoshaphat's religion merely speculative, that is to say, an intellectual quest after an intellectual God.
Whatever was speculative in the mind and service of Jehoshaphat was sustained and ennobled by a solid moral element.
He read the Decalogue. He studied the Word of God. He would take no action, regal or social, that was not first examined and approved in the light of the divine statutes. All this might have been comparatively easy if Jehoshaphat had started at an independent point. But at such a point no man can start, for he must take up the age as he finds it,
and must first disembarrass himself from all the stipulations and claims of custom, usage, and popular superstition.
Jehoshaphat sought not after the doings of Israel. He set himself up in this respect against the kingdom. He was not afraid of peculiarity. In a word, Jehoshaphat's religion was characteristic. It had lines, points, and colors of its own,
about which there could be no reasonable mistake.
What is our religion? Do we intellectually assent to the existence and sovereignty of one God, and then degenerate into self-worship? Do we admit that there must be an ultimate morality, a philosophy of conduct founded on eternal metaphysics? And then do we measure our own behavior by the canon of custom? These are questions that search the heart, and no man can answer them for his brother. What became of all this noble conduct arising out of this high religious conception? We shall see in the following verse. Therefore the Lord established the kingdom in his hand, and all Judah brought to Jehoshaphat presents,
and he had riches and honor in abundance.
Whatever was doubtful about the ascent of Jehoshaphat to the throne was removed, and the king was enabled to realize his power.
When he closed his hand on the royal scepter, he found that he was not grasping a shadow, but a reality.
There are times when men become fully conscious of their influence and of their proper social position. Happy are they if in this consciousness they detect a prevailing religious element,
which constrains them to acknowledge that honor and wealth,
power and dignity are the gifts of God. Is not this an anticipation of the Saviour's great doctrine? Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Jehoshaphat did not seek riches and honor, but he sought to the Lord God of his father and walked in the divine commandments. And as a result, he enjoyed all that kings delight in as indicating strength, renown, and influence.
And his heart was lifted up in the ways of the Lord.
Moreover, he took away the high places and the groves out of Judah. The expression his heart was lifted up is an awkward one. The lifting up of the heart signifies increase of pride, a sensation of vanity, a desire to gratify personal ambition,
and to make an idol of his will.
In this instance, the marginal reading is to be preferred, was encouraged, or otherwise, his courage rose high. It has also been rendered, Jehoshaphat grew bold. That is to say, he was not a timid reformer or a timid worshipper,
nor a trimmer or time-server in any sense.
He was a heroic worshipper of the living God.
When he saw that reform was necessary, he went forward with a steady step and an energetic hand.
We should call Jehoshaphat a man of conviction and a man who had the courage of his convictions. Altogether, this is the outline of a noble personage, a born king,
a man who has a right to the purple and the scepter. When such men ascend thrones, nations should be glad and rejoice with a great joy.
For their character is grander than their office, and their spirit is the best guarantee of the elevation and utility of their regal policy. Becoming conscious of his power, knowing that his kingdom was established from on high, Jehoshaphat not only did not seek the Baals himself, but he took away the high places and groves out of Judah. Jehoshaphat was not content with a merely personal religion. He could not convert the hearts of his people, but he could destroy all the symbols of unholy worship, and are only required to do that which lies in their power. A proprietor may not be able to make people sober, but he can forbid the introduction of temptations to drunkenness. A parent may not be able to subdue the spirit of pride, but he can, in many instances, limit the means of gratifying it. There are reforms which are open to us all, in personal custom, in social habit, and it may be even in imperial ways.
Let each Jehoshaphat seize his opportunity and magnify it.
All this would have been comparatively in vain, but for another step which Jehoshaphat took. In the 3rd year of his reign, he sent to his princes, that is to say, he sent his princes, and he sent Levites, all of whose names are given.
And he sent also 2 priests,
Elishama and Jehoram,
and their business was purely educational.
and they taught in Judah, and had the book of the law of the Lord with them,
and went about throughout all the cities of Judah,
and taught the people. This was a mixed commission, partly civil, partly ecclesiastical. The men here mentioned are otherwise unknown.
We identify them as educational reformers,
All reformers who operated through the medium of education. They were not warriors, destroyers, revolutionists, but men who addressed the mind and understanding and conscience,
and caused men to know that the true law was from above and not from beneath.
The book which the commission had in hand was the Pentateuch, all the law of Moses. This was known to be the law which alone could touch all the vital necessities of the Commonwealth. Again and again, we are constrained to admit that there is a law beyond man,
Above man, in a sense, apart from man. Men are not driven within themselves to find a law,
an instinct or a reason. They have a written statute, an authoritative declaration, a book which Christian teachers do not hesitate to describe as a revelation, and to that they call the attention of men.
If the teacher were teaching out of his own consciousness, he would be but an equal, often exposing himself to the destructive criticism of his more advanced and penetrating scholars.
But the teacher takes his stand on the book, the Bible, a revelation which he believes to be divine and final. Say what we will, the effect of Bible teaching must be judged by its fruits. Where are the nations that are most distinguished for wide and varied intelligence, for large and exhaustive sympathy, for missionary enterprise, for philanthropic institutions, and for all the elements which give grace and beauty to social existence? The question should admit of definite reply. The facts are before men. Let them judge fearlessly and honestly, and we need have no apprehension concerning their verdict.
Wherever the word of the Lord has had free course, superstition has been chased away.
Human slavery has been abolished. Every instance of intolerance, injustice, unkindness has felt the influence of holy thought. In all these matters, discussion should be limited strictly to facts. Thus kings can help nations, not by forcing education, not by attempting to rule opinion,
not by setting up standards of orthodoxy to fall short of which is to incur penalty,
but by spreading education, by extending light, by cultivating a spirit of inquiry,
and by a generous multiplication of all the instrumentalities needed for the destruction of ignorance. What may come of this we are not supposed at this moment to know.
Meanwhile, let us be thankful that we are face to face with a man who has conviction, courage, independence, high patriotism, and generous impulse, and let us hope that his end may be as beautiful as his beginning was promising. While Jehoram was lying ill of his wounds, Elisha had called one of the children of the prophets and sent him on a special mission to Ramoth Gilead. It has been conjectured that this messenger was the Jonah who is mentioned in the 25th verse of the 14th chapter of the 2nd book of Kings. Jehu was left in supreme command of the forces at Jehoram's departure. Nothing is known of Jehu's origin. From the first, however, it is evident that he was called to special functions. He was one of the men who had been foreseen by Elijah. the prophet, under the divine inspiration. Elijah was ordered to return unto the wilderness of Damascus, and in the course of his progress he was to anoint Jehu, the son of Nimshi, to be king over Israel. Whether any communication had been made to Jehu we know not, yet it is not improbable that this had been done, as we may infer from the way in which he made answer to the appeal when it was addressed to him by the messenger of Elisha. All the circumstances of the communication are full of dramatic colour and impressiveness. The young man was to take a vial of oil and pour it on Jehu's head, and say, "Thus saith the Lord, I have anointed thee king over Israel." Instantly he was to open the door and flee from the presence of the new monarch. A tremendous charge was delivered to Jehu by the young man. "And thou shalt smite the house of Ahab, thy master, that I may avenge the blood of my servants, the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of the Lord, at the hand of Jezebel. For the whole house of Ahab shall perish. And I will make the house of Ahab like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha, the son of Ahijah. And the dogs shall eat Jezebel in the portion of Jezreel, and there shall be none to bury her." Having delivered this message, the young man then opened the door and fled, as if pursued by fire. We know not whether to pity Jehu under the delivery of this charge. The Lord must have many servants in his household, and some of them are entrusted with hard work. If we could choose our places in the divine economy, who would not elect to be a minister of sympathy, consolation, and tenderness to broken hearts? Who would be willing to go forth to fight the battle and endure the trial and hardship of military service? Above all, who would be willing to accept the ministry of shedding blood and cleansing the world of evil by putting to death all evil-doers? We must recognize the diversity of function in the Christian Church and in every department of human life. Few men could do what Jehu did, but where the special qualification is given, the special service is also demanded. It is pitiful criticism that stands back and shudders at the career of Jehu. It is wanting in large-mindedness and in completeness of view. The Lord's work is many-sided, and all kinds of men, as to intellectual energy and moral daring, and even as to physical capability, are required to complete the ministry of God. Today, one man is gifted with the power of intercession, another with the talent of controversy, another with the genius of exposition, another with the supreme gift of consolation. One minister must tarry at home and work close to the fireside at which he was brought up. In another is the spirit of travel and adventure, and he must brave all the dangers of enterprise and hasten to the ends of the earth, that he may tell others what he knows of the gospel of Christ. We must recognize this diversity and the unity that it constitutes. Otherwise we shall take but a partial view of the many-sided ministry which Jesus Christ came to establish, and to which he has promised his continual inspiration.
When Jehu came forth, he was taunted by the servants of his Lord.
They called the young man mad. From their manner, Jehu began to wonder whether the whole affair had not been planned by themselves with a view to befooling him by the excitement of his ambition. He said to them, "In effect, ye know the man, and his communication in this matter is one of your own arranging. Ye think to make a fool of me, and through the intoxication of my vanity to lead me to my ruin." But they denied the impeachment, and their tone so changed that Jehu reposed confidence in them, and told them what the man had said. Instantly, on hearing the message, they hasted, took every man his garment or coat, and put it under Jehu on the top of the stairs. which they constituted a kind of temporary throne. And then, amid loud blasts of the trumpet, they cried, "Jehu is king!" Thus Jehu was suddenly called to royalty and all its responsibilities. And should be prepared for the sudden calls of providence.
What I say unto you, I say unto all, watch.
One is struck by the obedience of Jehu to the heavenly call. There was no hesitation. Men but show themselves to be yet under bondage when they hesitate regarding the calls which God addresses to them. Jehu was determined to make complete work of his mission. Not one was to escape or go forth out of the city to tell what he was about to do to those who were in Jezreel. Springing into his chariot and calling for a detachment of cavalry, Jehu set out on his journey of 60 or 70 miles. You can see him almost flying down from Ramoth, which was about 3,000 feet above the sea level. Swiftly he crosses the Jordan, and then, turning to the north,
he fled over the spurs of Ephraim.
Then he darted up the valley of Trembling, made famous in the day of Gideon, and finally he came to the plain of Esdraelon. Where was Jezreel? Jehoram was unaware of the approach of Jehu. One messenger after another was sent out to make inquiry, but the messengers were ordered behind, and Jehu came forward until he and the king met at the vineyard of Naboth. The king asked what news was being brought, news of peace or of war. The question was answered with another question. What peace can there be so long as the idolatrous whoredoms of thy mother, Jezebel, and her witchcrafts are so many? Jehu thus referred to fundamental wrongs. Instead of trifling with details, he went straight to the fountainhead, and by the delivery of a profoundly religious message, he excited the alarm of those who heard him. Jehoram was weak and feeble and sought to flee, but Jehu drew a bow with his full strength and smote between his arms, and the arrow went out at the king's heart, and he sank down in his chariot. Then Jehu ordered his captain, or squire, to take up Jehoram and cast him into the portion of the field of Naboth, the Jezreelite, that the word of the Lord might be fulfilled. And when Ahaziah the king of Judah saw this, he sought to flee, but Jehu followed him, saying, "Smite him also in the chariot." After a hot pursuit, Ahaziah was struck at the declivity of Gur,
where his chariot was forced to slacken its speed.
Then came the most tragical of all the acts. No sooner was Jehu come to Jezreel than Jezebel, now old and withered,
heard of it, and her blood tingled at the news.
She was not one who was easily deterred. According to the custom of Oriental ladies, Jezebel painted her eyebrows and lashes with a pigment composed of antimony and zinc. The intention of the dark border was to throw the eye into relief and make it look larger. She adorned her head with a tire or a headdress, and after donning her royal dress, she looked out at a window, designing to impress Jehu. As Jehu looked up to the window, he exclaimed, "Who will my side?" He ordered the 2 or 3 eunuchs who looked out to throw down the painted woman. Jehu knew that the cruel queen was intensely hated by the palace officials. The 2 or 3 eunuchs, who had been accustomed to crouch before her in servile dread, now saw that Jehu was in the ascendant, and in obedience to the demand of the regicide, they threw her out of the window. Such has ever been the policy of sycophants, the rats of court, who only linger there with a view of seeing how much they can appropriate or destroy. No sooner was Jezebel thrown down than some of her blood was sprinkled on the wall and on the horses, and she was trodden underfoot. Here, again, we see the end of wickedness. For a time there is escape, but in the long run there is ruin. Look at Jezebel, and learn the fate of the wicked. No such fate in a merely physical sense
may await the iniquitous now.
but all those intermediate punishments simply point to the last great penalty. The wicked shall go away into everlasting punishment. One can pity Jezebel, as her flesh was eaten by the dogs, and her carcass was made as dung on the face of the field in the portion of Jezreel, and we almost shudder with horror as we think that she was to be so torn to pieces that none should be able to say, "This is Queen Jezebel." But all this is wasted sentiment, unless we reason from it towards spiritual conclusions. We are so much the victims of our senses that we can pity with great compassion those who are smitten with bodily disease, or are torn limb from limb in consequence of some wicked deed. But it seems impossible for us to rise to the conception of the terrible penalty which is to fall upon the soul for violating God's commandments and defying God's power. Instead of being appeased by the fate of Jezebel, Jehu sends out a decree that the whole family of Ahab shall be massacred, that the kinsmen of Ahaziah and the Baal worshippers shall be extirpated from the face of the earth. He takes a new point of departure when he challenges the sons of Ahab, saying, "Look even out the best and meetest of your master's sons, and set him on his father's throne, and fight for your master's house." All this was a declaration of warlike intention on the part of Jehu. But Jehu's character as a soldier was too well known to permit the rulers of Jezreel and the elders to entertain the thought of encountering him in open battle. So they made this answer: "We are thy servants, and will do all that thou shalt bid us. We will not make any king. Do thou that which is good in thine eyes." Then Jehu set up a test of their obedience. He did impose on them hard work. He said, "If ye be mine, and if you will hearken unto my voice, take ye the heads of the men your master's sons, and come to me to Jezreel by tomorrow this time." The word was enough. The heads of 70 men were put into baskets and sent to Jehu at Jezreel. Jehu pronounced the men who had beheaded the sons of Ahab guiltless in respect of their deaths, because what they did had been done judicially, under royal command. Some think that Jehu wished to make them guilty of the massacre of the princes,
while he had slain but one king.
On the whole, however, it is better to consider that Jehu exculpates the men who had only executed his command. The slaughter of the priests is one of the most dramatic incidents in all this portion of biblical history. Jehu proceeded by way of strategy. It is impossible to justify the spirit of the policy of Jehu in this matter. He said he would serve Baal much. It has been thought that he was thinking of his intended holocaust of human victims. But whatever his thoughts, it is impossible to deny that the impression he produced was that Jehu was about to become a worshipper of Baal. This reading is imported into the narrative in these words, but Jehu did it in subtlety, to the intent that he might destroy the worshippers of Baal. Now a solemn assembly for Baal was proclaimed.
From all Israel the devotees of Baal came,
so that there was not left a man that came not. The house of Baal was full from one end to the other,
and they were all clothed with appropriate vestments.
Jehu was careful that not one worshipper of Jehovah should be in the assembly, but those of Baal only.
When the worshippers went in to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings, Jehu stationed 80 men without,
and said, "If any of the men whom I have brought into your hands escape, he that letteth him go, his life shall be for the life of him." Then came the moment of massacre, and they smote them with the edge of the sword, and the guard and the captains cast them out, and went to the city of the house of Baal. Jehu's guards, having completed their bloody work in the court of the temple, hastened up the steps into the sanctuary itself, which, like the Temple of Solomon,
was made after the pattern of a fortress.
The images of Baal were brought forth out of the house of Baal and burned. The image of Baal was broken down, and his house was broken down, and the whole scene was utterly dishonored and desecrated. Thus Jehu destroyed Baal out of Israel, but the way was wrong. Perhaps for the period within which the destruction took place, it was the only ministry that was possible. The incident, however, must stand in historical isolation,
being utterly useless as a lesson or guide for our imitation.
We are called upon to destroy Baal out of Israel,
but not with sword or staff or implement of war.
The weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but are mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds of Satan. Jehu did his rough and ready work, a work, as we have said, adapted to the barbaric conditions under which he reigned. But there must be no Jehu in the Christian church, except in point of energy, decision, obedience, and single-mindedness of purpose. A Christian persecution is a contradiction in terms. When Christians see evil, they are not to assail it with weapons of war. They are to preach against it, to argue against it, to pray about it, to bring all possible moral force to bear upon it. But in no case is physical persecution to accompany the propagation of Christianity. Not only so, any destruction that is accomplished by physical means is a merely temporary destruction. There is in reality nothing in it. When progress of a Christian kind is reported, it must not be tainted by the presence of physical severity.
We cannot silence evil speakers by merely closing their mouths.
So long as we can hold those mouths, there may indeed be silence, but not until the spirit has been changed, not until the very heart has been converted and born again. Jehu himself was not a good man. From the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, Jehu departed not from after them. For reasons of state policy, Jehu maintained the worship of Bethel and Dan. But Jehu took no heed to walk in the law of the Lord God of Israel with all his heart, for he departed not from the sins of Jeroboam,
which made Israel to sin.
Jehu had done homage to Jehovah by extirpating the foreign Baal worship, but he patronized and actively supported the irregular mode of worshipping Jehovah established by Jeroboam as the state religion of the northern kingdom.
He attempted to serve God and Mammon.
Religion was to him but a political instrument. Jehu did the particular kind of work which had been assigned to him, a work of destruction and blood. Perhaps he alone, of all the people of his time, could have accomplished this task. But Jehu must stand in history as a warning rather than as an example. Job.
Sometimes I have most clearly seen the whole tragedy of Job in a waking dream.
The whole passing before me in twilight shadows, losing itself in thick darkness, reappearing in light like the dawn, always changing,
always solemn, always instructive.
A thing that surely happened,
because a thing now happening in all the substance of its eternal meaning.
Is it a pillar grand in height, and finished all over with the dainty care of an artist whose life has been spent in learning and applying the art of colour? How stately, how heaven-seeking because heaven-worthy. While I admire, I wonder religiously. See the hosts of darkness gathering around the erstwhile flashing capital, and resting over it like midnight sevenfold in blackness. Then the lightning gleams from the centre of the gloom. Then the firebolt flies forth and smites the coronal once so glorious, and dashes it in hot dust to the earth. And the tall stalk, so upright, so delicate, so like a well-trained life, reels, totters and falls in an infinite crash. Is it true? Every word of it? True now, maybe true in thee and me.
O man so assured of stability and immovableness.
There is danger in high places. Is there a spirit which hates all noble-mindedness and seeks to level the spiritual pile with mean things? Evil spirit, the very devil, hating all goodness because hating God. But stop. After all, who smote the pillar, whose lightning was used to overthrow the fair masonry?
God of gods, the devil's creator and master,
without whom Satan could not be, nor hell, nor trees forbidden, nor blast of death. O mystery of being, what can our souls say in their groaning? And how, through anguish so intolerable, can they pray, am afraid to build?
Because the higher the tower, the more deadly the fall.
Dost thou watch our rising towers and delight to rain thy fires on them, lest our pride should abound and our damnation be aggravated by our vanity? And God's own book it is that tells the good man's pains, and that revels in swelling rhetoric over the rottenness and despair of the man who feared God and eschewed evil. And what unguided hands, if hands unguided, set the tale of wrong and woe and sorrow next to the very Psalter? Is not the irony immoral, because cruel, or is there meaning in all this? Is it life's story down to the very letter and jot of reality? How better to come out of the valley than to the harping and song of musicians who have known the way of the Almighty and tasted the counsels of heaven? Cheer thee, O poor soul! Thou art today miserable as Job, but tomorrow thou mayest dance to the music of David. Tomorrow thou mayest have a harp of thine own. Tree of the Lord's right hand planting arises loftily and broadly in the warm air. Birds twitter and sing as they flit through its warp and woof of light and shade. It is a tree whose leaves might heal the nations. What sudden wind makes it writhe? What spirit torments every branch and leaf? What demon yells in triumph as the firm trunk splits and falls in twain? Was it grown for such a fate as this?
Better if the seed had been crushed and thrown into the fire, than that it should have been thus reared and perfected and then put to shame among the trees of the field.
Who can give speech to this flood as it plunges from rock to rock in the black night time? Hush! There is a man's voice in the infinite storm. Let the day perish in which I was born.
Let it be darkness.
Let that night be joyless. Let no song enter into it. Let them who curse the day stigmatize it, who are ready to stir up the Leviathan. Why died I not from the womb? Then had I lain down and been quiet. I had slept. There the wicked cease from troubling, and there the wearied mighty rest. The prisoners sweetly repose together. They hear not the voice of the exactor, and the slave is free from his lord. These are human words. But are they not too strong, too rhetorical to be true? No, for who can mechanize the rhetoric of woe? Why is life given to the miserable, and to one who would be blithe to find a grave? I have no quiet, no repose, for trouble on trouble came, and my sighs gush out like waters long dammed back. No doubt the rhetoric is lofty, yet with a strange familiarity it touches with happy expressiveness all that is most vivid in our remembrance of woe. I loathe my life. I will give loose to my complaint. I will speak in the bitterness of my soul. To God I will say, condemn me not. Show me why thou contendest with me. As the clay thou hast fashioned me, and to dust thou causest me to return. Thou hast poured me as milk and compacted me as cheese. As a fierce lion thou huntest me. Then thou turnest again and showest thyself marvelous. Job has found fit words for all mourning souls, so they borrow of him when their own words fail, like a stream which the sun has dried up. What woe the poor little heart can feel! Herein is its greatness.
It is in its own way as the heart of God.
Truly now he hath worn me out. Thou hast made all my household desolate, and thou hast shrivelled me up. God giveth me up to the ungodly, and flingeth me over into the hands of the wicked. He seized me by the throat and shook me. He breacheth me with breach on breach. He rusheth on me like a man of war. In what good man's sick chamber is not Job welcome? Welcome because he can utter the whole gamut of human woe. He can find words for the heart that is ill at ease, and prayers for lips which have been chilled and silenced by unbelief. Whose woe belongs to the whole world. All other woe is as the dripping of an icicle compared with the rush of stormy waters. In the case of Job, the internal is proved to be greater than the external. When the trials came one after another, like shocks of thunder, in all this Job sinned not, nor charged God foolishly. But did he speak? That is the point.
If he did not, perhaps he was dazed.
He felt a tremendous blow on the forehead,
and he reeled, and was not in a condition to bear witness about the matter.
If he said anything, let us know what he did say. Could he speak in that tremendous crisis? Yes, he spoke. His words are before us.
Like a wise man, he went back to first principles. He said, circumstances are nothing.
They are temporary arrangements. The man is not what he has, but what he is. I do not hold my life in my hands,
saying it weighs so much, and count up to a high number.
Job went back to first principles, back to elementary truths. He said, naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord.
Could Job look over the ages that have been healed and comforted by his example, stimulated to bear the ills of this life by the grateful memory of his invincible patience?
Surely, even now in heaven, he would be taking the reward of his long-continued and noble endurance of the divine visitation. It may be so with you,
poor man or woman.
You do not get all the sweet now. This shall be a memory to you in heaven, long ages hence. The wrestling you have now may minister to you high delight, keen enjoyment and rapture, pure and abiding.
Who can tell when God's rewards end?
Who will venture to say, this is the measure of his benediction? God is able to give and to do abundantly beyond all that we ask or think. Should anyone inquire of you as to your compensation, say it is given by installments, today and tomorrow, in death, in the resurrection.
All through the ages of eternity.
Ask me thousands of ages hence, and I will reply to your question concerning compensation. Life is not limited by the cradle and the tomb, and it is not between these two mean and near points that great questions are to be discussed or determined. Job has been read by countless readers. His was, of course, a public trial, a tragedy that was wrought out for the benefit of multitudes in all generations. Nevertheless, it is literally and pathetically true that every man, even the most obscure, has his readers, fewer in number,
it may be, but equally earnest in attention.
Think you that your children are not taking notice of you, seeing how you bear your temptations? difficulties and anxieties? Think you not that your eldest boy is kept away from the table of the Lord because you are as atheistic in sorrow as ever Voltaire was? Do you know that your daughter hates the church because her pious father is only pious in the 3 summer months of the year?
He curls under the cold and biting wind as much as any atheist ever did.
Therefore, the girl says, he is a sham and a hypocrite, my father in the flesh,
but no relative of mine in the spirit.
You have your readers. The little Bible of your life is read in your kitchen, in your parlor, in your shop, and in your warehouse. And if you do not bear your trials, anxieties, and difficulties with a Christian chivalry and heroism, what is there but mockery on earth and gloating in hell? Aye, God give us grace to bear chastisement nobly and serenely. Bless us with the peace which passeth understanding, with the quietness kindred to the calm of God. Help us when death is in the house, when poverty is on the hearthstone, when there is a storm blinding the only poor little window we have. Let us say, though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. If I perish, I will pray, and perish only here. That is Christianity, not some clever chatter and able controversy about metaphysical points, but noble temper, high behavior, faultless constancy, and an invincible fortitude in the hour of trial and in the agony of pain. Nebuchadnezzar. The moral character of Nebuchadnezzar is not such as entitles him to our approval. Besides the overweening pride which brought on him such terrible chastisement, we note a violence and fury common enough in Oriental monarchs of the weaker kind, but from which the greatest of them have usually been free, while at the same time we observe a cold and relentless cruelty that is particularly revolting. The blinding of Zedekiah may possibly be justified as an ordinary Eastern practice, though it is the earliest case of the kind on record. But the refinement of cruelty by which he was made to witness his son's execution before his eyes were put out was more worthy of a Dionysius or a Domitian than of a really great king. Again, the detention of Jehoiakim in prison 36 years for an offense committed at the age of 18 is a severity surpassing Oriental harshness. Against these grave faults, we have nothing to set, unless it be a feeble trait of magnanimity in the pardon of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, when he found that he was without power to punish them. It has been thought remarkable that to a man of this character God should have vouchsafed a revelation of the future by means of visions. But the circumstance, however it may disturb our preconceived notions, is not really at variance with the general laws of God's providence, as revealed to us in Scripture. As with his natural gifts,
so with his supernatural gifts, they are not confined to the worthy.
Even under Christianity, miraculous powers were sometimes possessed by those who made an ill use of them. And God, it is plain, did not leave the old heathen world without some supernatural aid, but made his presence felt from time to time in visions, through prophets, or even by a voice from heaven. It is only necessary to refer to the histories of Pharaoh, Abimelech, Job, and Balaam in order to establish the parity of Nebuchadnezzar's visions with other facts recorded in the Bible. He was warned, and the nations over which he ruled were warned through him,
God leaving not himself without witness even in those dark times.
Abidenus, a heathen writer who generally drew his inspiration from Berossus, ascribes to Nebuchadnezzar a miraculous speech just before his death, announcing to the Babylonians the speedy coming of a Persian mule who, with the aid of the Medes, would enslave Babylon. Moses loses nothing by diffuseness,
Even in days that were made long by intolerable monotony, in which men lived centuries because of weariness, Moses did not shrink from a condensation unparalleled in human literature.
considered as embracing the history of 1 month only. The third book of Moses may claim to be the most remarkable book in the Old Testament, containing 27 chapters, ranging its contents under 16 different categories, and requiring to be actively represented within the space of 28 days. It may, in its own degree, claim an energy not inferior to the book of Genesis.
The same fearlessness of treatment is distinctive of both books.
The reverent audacity which represented creation as the work of 6 days, whatever the measure of a day may be, did not shrink from focalizing into 1 month the whole discipline of life. Moses' words could hardly have been fewer if he had lived in our time of feverish haste and tumult. To put up the heavens and the earth in 1 chapter was a miracle in authorship. Yet, well pondered, it was the only thing to be done. Any poet could have built them in endless stanzas, and any philosopher could have begun the infinite story in a book too large for the world to hold. Moses chose the more excellent way, creating creation with a swiftness that has dazed a literal criticism ever since. Literal criticism that has but 1 season in its dreary year.
A year that knows nothing of snow blossom or wedded light and song. But this very haste was part of the man. The Moses of poetry required 51 days for the revolution of his Iliad.
The Moses of Revelation only took a week for the settlement of the heavens and the earth, and in that week he found 1 whole day of rest for the Creator. This action was entirely characteristic of Moses, for he was the most wrathful man as well as the meekest, killing, smiting, destroying, and burning with anger,
as well as praying like the father, priest of his people.
In a sense obvious enough, he was the protoplastic Christ, for was not he who described himself as meek and lowly in heart, the scourger of trespassers? And did he not burn the religious actors of his day? Moses and Christ both did things with most startling rapidity. In their very soul they were akin. They were straightened until their work was accomplished. The Pentateuch and the Gospels have action enough in them to fill innumerable volumes. Yet there is an infinite calm in both, the haste being in the temporary framework, the calm being in the eternal purpose. Think of these 27 chapters constituting the discipline of 1 month. The reflections started by this circumstance culminate in a sense of pain. For who can bear this grievous toil or endure this sting of accusation? There is no respite. Egyptian burdens were for the body, but these wilderness exactions tormented the soul, and by so doing made Egyptian memories bright.
The trial of muscle is nothing to the trial of patience.
Men may sleep after labor, but an unquiet conscience keeps the eyes wide open. This discipline afflicted both the body and the soul, and thus drained the entire strength of the people. This conscious toil must have been accompanied by unconscious inspiration, a reciprocal action impossible in theory, but well understood in spiritual experience. We resume our burdens in the very act of dreading them. We pray the next prayer in the very process of waiting for answers to 1,000 prayers to which God has paid no known heed. Yesterday's sacrifice has nothing to do with this day's sin, except to remind us that today it must provide its own sacrifice. This was so with the Jews. This is precisely so with ourselves. Yet we boast our liberty. and suppose that in leaping 1 inch from the earth, we have broken the tether of gravitation, as put before us in this manual called Leviticus.
The discipline of the month seems to be more than we could endure.
And this we say in ignorance of the fact that our own manual imposes a more severe discipline. Our pity for the Jews arises out of the apparently ineradicable sophism that spiritual service is easier than bodily exercise. A most deadly sophism is this, and prevalent yet, notwithstanding the rebuke and condemnation of universal history. In no spiritual sense is Leviticus an obsolete book. Moses is not dead. The inventors of the alphabet have some rights, even in Paradise Lost, and quite a large property in Euclid. It is not grateful on our part to forget the primers through which we passed to the encyclopedias, though their authors were but our intellectual nurses. In no mere dream was Moses present when Christ communed with him concerning the exodus that was to be accomplished at Jerusalem, and in no dramatic sense did Elijah watch the consummation of prophecy. The wonder is that Christians should be so willing to regard the Pentateuch as obsolete. This is practically a foregone conclusion, to such an extent, certainly, that the Pentateuch is tolerated, rather than studied for edification, by the rank and file of Christians. Without the Pentateuch,
Christ as revealed in the Gospels would have been impossible.
And without Christ, the Pentateuch would have been impossible. Venture upon this proposition, because I find no great event in the Pentateuch that is not for some purpose of argument or illustration used by Christ or by his disciples and apostles in the interests of what is known as evangelical truth. It lies within easy proof that Christ is the text of the Old Testament, and that the Old Testament is the text of Christ. What use is made in the New Testament of the creation of the universe, the faith of Abraham, the rain of manna, the lifting up of the serpent, and the tabernacle of witness? The sublime apology of Stephen epitomizes the Old Testament, and the epistle to the Hebrews could not have been written but for the ritual of Exodus and Leviticus. In its purely moral tone, the Old Testament is of kindred quality with the New. Take an instance from Leviticus. 3 forms of evil are recognized in one of its most ardent chapters, namely, violence, deceit, and perjury. This is a succession amounting to a development, and unwittingly it may or may not be, confirming that law of evolution which is as happily illustrated in morals as in physics.
And begin with acts of violence,
then go on to silent deceit and calculation, and close with a profanation of the holiest terms.
The early sinners robbed gardens and killed brothers. The later sinners agreed together to lie unto God.
It is something, therefore, to find in so ancient a book as Leviticus recognition of an order which is true to philosophy and to history. But the proof that Moses and Christ are identical in moral tone is to be found in the process which offenders were commanded to adopt.
By no sacerdotal jugglery was the foul blot to be removed. By no sigh of selfishness could the inward corruption be permitted to evaporate. By no investment of cheap tears could thieves compound for felony. First, there must be restoration.
Second,
there must be an addition of a 5th part of the whole.
Third, the priest must be faced as the very representative of God, and a trespass offering be laid on the altar. After atonement, forgiveness would come, a white angel from heaven, and dwell in the reclaimed and sanctified heart. All the past would be driven away as a black cloud, and all the present filled with a light above the brightness of the sun. What is this but an outline or forecast of what Christ said when he drove the hostile and vindictive man from the altar? bidding him first be reconciled with his brother and at peace with society. Christianity is not a substitute for morality. It is morality inspired, glorified, and crowned. Say that the ritual was sanitary rather than doctrinal or theological. What then? All divine things are first sanitary, but not necessarily bounded by that term. It will be found that the practice of genuine cleanness, chemical as well as mechanical, will be followed by a philosophy, and that the morality of cleanness will be followed by a theology. Accustom a man to look out for bullocks and rams and lambs without blemish, and he will find that he cannot stop at that point. He has begun an education which can only culminate in the prayer, "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me."
Yet no word of that holy thought was named in the original instructions.
Leviticus is the gospel of the Pentateuch, glistening with purity, turning law into music and spreading a banquet in the wilderness. But its ritual is dead. This is hard to believe. Hard because religious vanity is fond of ritualism,
which makes no demand on the conscience.
Yet ritualism had a divinely appointed function in the education of the awakening mind, and was the only influence which could hold the attention of a people to whom freedom was a new experience. Spectacular religion is alphabetic religion. Therefore, to revert to it is to ignore every characteristic and impulse of manhood and progress. But they who say so, be prepared to complete the philosophy which that contention initiates. It is not enough to dismiss ritualism on the ground that it has been displaced by spiritual worship. Admit that such is the case, and other and broader admissions are involved in the plea, and can only be shirked at the expense of consistency. It is generally admitted, for example, that the Old Testament law has been displaced by a New Testament principle.
So ritualism and law,
in their ancient forms, have passed away. But let us be careful. When we say ritualism and law, we mean in reality the letter, and it is evident that if any one letter can be displaced, every other letter may be outlived and completed. And what is the letter but a symbol of flesh, visibleness, objectivity, historic fact, and bulk? Apostle Paul went so far as to say that even Christ was no longer known after the flesh. Yea, though he had been known after the flesh, that kind of knowledge was forever done away, and another knowledge had permanently taken its place. The Church has never adopted the whole meaning of that teaching, willing enough to consign Leviticus to the shades.
The Church still clings to some sort of bodily Christ, the figure of a man, a bulk to be at least imaginatively touched.
This is easily accounted for without suggesting superstition, and yet it might be done away with without imperiling faith. We are held in bondage by a mistaken conception of personality. When we think of that term, we think of ourselves. But even admitting the necessity of this, we may, by a correct definition of personality, acquire a higher conception of our own being. Instead of saying personality is this or that, after the manner of a geometrical figure, binding it to 4 points and otherwise limiting it, say that personality is the unit of being, and instantly every conception is enlarged and illuminated. The meaning being that personality is the starting point of conscious existence, not the fullness, but the outline, not the maximum, but the minimum. The very smallest conception which the mind can lay hold of, the Euclidic point, to be carried on into ratios and dimensions which originate a new vocabulary. We do not, then, define God when we describe him as a person, but we merely begin to define him. In other words, we say that God cannot be less than a person. What more he is, we must gradually and adoringly discover. So far as Christ is concerned, there is one enlargement of his personality which no school of thinkers will dispute.
This is rhetorically expressed by me.
Renan, when he says of Jesus, 1,000 times more living, 1,000 times more loved, since thy death and during the days of thy pilgrimage here below, thou wilt become to such a degree the cornerstone of humanity that to tear thy name from this world would be to shake it to its foundations. If ritualism has been displaced by spirituality, and if law has been suspended by a principle, in other words, if the local has made way for the universal, why shrink from the admission that limited personality has been exchanged for unlimited influence? How would Moses regard 19th century worship, say, of a low church and evangelical type, as the true evolution of Leviticus? Where is the resemblance? The eye that can see the similitude is surely looking through an adapted medium. Yet the mystery would be dissolved if the book of Leviticus were not open to reference. The man is the completion of the child, but the child is no longer in existence. The fruit is the fulfillment of the blossom, but the blossom is no longer available for comparison and for contrast. Christianity is the consummation of Leviticus, but Leviticus remains, unlike the child and the blossom, and offers a series of dissonances or dissimilarities of the most positive quality. Yet if Moses were living now, he would be unchurched if he refused to identify the meaning of Leviticus in the service of the Christian sanctuary. The papist nearest in gorgeousness,
The Protestant claiming to be nearest in doctrine,
the nonconformist Moses, in the absence of inspiration, would in this matter be the arch heretic of the century. Queen of Sheba. The Queen of Sheba is a model to all inquirers. It was not enough for her to have heard of the fame of Solomon and to have admired him at a distance as a unique genius. Her admiration excited her interest and suspicion, and, being a woman of penetrating mind, she desired to put riddles and enigmas whereby she could test the proverbial wisdom of Solomon. When she arrived at his court, she did not put flippant questions to King Solomon. She rather sought out the most difficult inquiries which she could possibly make. It is recorded that Solomon told the queen all her questions, and there was nothing hid from Solomon which he told her not. She was astounded by what she heard and what she saw. She declared that the half had not been told her. The visit of the Queen of Sheba to Solomon, though not strictly commercial,
arose out of commercial intercourse.
The territory of Sheba, according to Strabo, reached so far north as to meet that of the Nabateans, although its proper seat was at the southernmost angle of Arabia. The very rich presents made by the queen show the extreme value of her commerce with the Hebrew monarch. This early interchange of hospitality derives a peculiar interest from the fact that in much later ages, those of the Maccabees and downward, the intercourse of the Jews with Sheba became so intimate and their influence and power so great. Jewish circumcision took root there, and princes held sway there who were called Jewish. The language of Sheba is believed to have been very different from the literate Arabic. Yet, like the Ethiopic, it belonged to the great Syro-Arabian family, and was not alien to the Hebrew in the same sense that the Egyptian language was. The great ease with which the pure monotheism of the Maccabees spread itself in Sheba gives plausibility to the opinion that even at the time of Solomon, The people of Sheba had much religious superiority over the Arabs and Syrians in general. If so, it becomes clear how the curiosity of the southern queen would be worked on by seeing the riches of the distant monarch, whose purer creed must have been carried everywhere with them by his sailors and servants. Rehoboam. So Jeroboam and all Israel came and spake to Rehoboam, saying, Thy father made our yoke grievous. Now therefore ease thou somewhat the grievous servitude of thy father, and his heavy yoke that he put upon us, and we will serve thee. Cause so stated must succeed. There will be difficulty, but the end is assured. The reasonable always triumphs, due time being given for the elucidation of its purposes and the manifestation of its real spirit. The violence can have but a short day. The tempest cries itself to rest. The speech of this man was a speech strong in reason. Ease thou somewhat the grievous servitude of thy father, and his heavy yoke that he put upon us, and we will serve thee. They wanted ease for service, for loyalty. Where there is no ease, how can there be homage, thankfulness, devotion, or any of the high qualities of patriotism? And who are not disquieted are prone to tell others to bear their burdens uncomplainingly. We ought to hear what they have to say who feel the iron. Our inquiry should be, how does it suit you? What is the effect of the piercing iron on the soul? How does manhood bear the heel of oppression? The sufferers should sometimes be admitted to the witness box, and there is a danger lest our personal comfortableness should disqualify us for judging the case of downtrodden men. Wherever there is weakness, the Christian church should be found. Wherever there is reasonableness, the Christian sanctuary should offer hospitality. The Christian sanctuary ceases to be the tabernacle of God among men when it shuts its door on the cries of reason, the petitions of weakness, the humble requests of those who ask for nothing exaggerated, but simply ask to have their misery mitigated somewhat, that their loyalty may be of a larger and better quality. The names are ancient, but the circumstances may be painfully modern. It is the peculiarity of the Bible that it is always getting in our way. It has a word on every subject. Is there anything more detestable than that a man who has his own way 7 days a week, whose footsteps are marked by prosperity, whose very breathing is a commercial success, should stand up and tell men who are bleeding at every pore to be quiet and contented, and not create disturbance in the body politics? If Jeroboam had come with a petition conceived in another tone, it ought to have been rejected. It would have been irrational, violent, and contemptuous, but the reasonableness of the request will ensure its victory in the long run. How easy it is to think of Rehoboam as the foolish son of a wise father, but are we not unjust to the son in so regarding him? Was Solomon the wise man he is often made out to be? The answer would be yes, no. There was no greater fool than Solomon, and he attained his supremacy and folly because there was no man so wise. If the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? If he had not been son of the morning, some shallow pit might have held him. But being son of the morning and detaching himself from the gravitation of God, the pit into which he falls is bottomless. Pliny says no man can be always wise. That is true philosophically and experimentally, for all men have vulnerable heels, or are exposed to temptations to lightness of mind, amounting in some instances almost to frivolity. They are also the subjects of a most singular rebound, which makes them appear the more frivolous because when we last saw them they were absorbed in the solemnity of prayer. Solomon was not wise in this matter of government. The history shows that the people were appealing, not against Rehoboam, who had yet had no opportunity of proving his quality as a king, but against his father.
Thy father made our yoke grievous. We are prone to copy the defects of our ancestors and our idols rather than their excellences. The folly has often more charms for us than wisdom. When Diogenes discoursed of philosophy, his auditors turned away from him.
But when he began to play frivolous music or to sing frivolous songs, the crowds thronged about him.
And he said, Ye gods, how much more popular is folly than wisdom?
Even there he spoke as a philosopher. Rehoboam made a cautious reply,
and therein he began well. He said to the petitioners, Come again unto me after 3 days. This looked hopeful.
King Rehoboam utilized the interval by taking counsel with the old men who had stood before Solomon,
his father, while he yet lived,
saying, What counsel give ye me to return answer to this people? And they spake unto him, saying, If thou be kind to this people and please them,
and speak good words to them, that they will be thy servants forever. Rich is the king whose old men talk in such a strain. They were patriots and philanthropists and philosophers. They were Christians before the time. Marvelous is the power of kindness. They will do most in life who are most considerate. They may be charged with sentimentalism by those who do not understand the power of human feeling, but they will be given credit for philosophy by men who understand the genius of sympathy.
What a message would this have been to return to the complaining people, if, when the people returned after 3 days, Rehoboam had spoken so?
The welkin would have rung with the resonant cheers of a delighted and thankful people.
Kindness is not weakness.
But Rehoboam forsook the counsel which the old man gave him, and took counsel with the young men who had been brought up with him, and who stood before him. He asked them the same question he'd asked the old men. Their answer was, Say unto them, My little finger shall be thicker than my father's loins.
For, whereas my father put a heavy yoke upon you,
I will put more to your yoke.
My father chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions.
Woe to the nation whose young men talked so. A young oppressor is an infant devil. Young men talking so will ruin any occasion.
Are there such things in history as retorts, reprisals, rebounds, and consequences?
Let it be known and laid down as the basic principle of all action, social,
ecclesiastical, and imperial, that there is no right of tyranny.
It might be supposed that the king had taken a most patriotic course in consulting the young and the old. He had done nothing of the kind. He had omitted to consult him who had called his house to the royalty.
Rehoboam should have consulted the kingmaker, whose throne is on the circle of the earth, whose scepter touches the horizon, and whose will is the law of both monarchy and commonwealth. The greater the man,
the nearer should he stand to God.
Yea, he should be within whisper, reach of the Lord of Lords,
asking him in every crisis of national history what Israel ought to do, what the country ought to answer, what is the will of heaven.
Rehoboam answered the people roughly,
and forsook the counsel of the old men.
So the king hearkened not unto the people.
The gospel never gives liberty to oppression.
Employers may adopt this course if they please,
but they will find it end in ruin.
We must recognize the difference between employing cattle and employing men. A parent may adopt this course of Rehoboam, if he so chooses, but his children will chastise him and sting him with many a disappointment. Or, if he does not live to see the wreck of their manhood,
they will execrate his unfragrant memory.
Rehoboam will be punished.
I have no fear of that. With what measure you mete, it shall be measured to you again.
You can make your whips thongs of scorpions, but on your own back shall the lacerating lash be laid. You can play the fantastic trick before high heaven and make the angels weep,
but the bitterness shall be yours. The triumphing of such a policy is short, and the end is everlasting punishment.
Shishak. Shishak was a king of Egypt contemporary with Jeroboam,
to whom he gave an asylum when he fled from Solomon.
This was indicative of his politic disposition to encourage the weakening of the neighboring kingdom, the growth of which under David and Solomon was probably regarded by the kings of Egypt with some alarm. After Jeroboam had become king of Israel, and probably at his suggestion, Shishak invaded the kingdom of Judah, B.C. 971, at the head of an immense army,
and after having taken the fortified places advanced against Jerusalem.
Satisfied with the submission of Rehoboam and with the immense spoils of the temple,
the king of Egypt withdrew without imposing any onerous conditions on the humbled grandson of David.
Shishak has been identified as the first king of the 22nd or Diaspolitan dynasty,
the Seleucids of profane history. His name has been found on the Egyptian monuments in the form of Shishonk. He is said to have been of Ethiopian origin,
and it is thought that, with the aid of the military caste,
he dethroned the pharaoh who gave his daughter to Solomon.
Solomon. The first prominent scene in the reign of Solomon is one which presents his character in its noblest aspect. There were two holy places which divided the reverence of the people: the Ark and its provisional tabernacle at Jerusalem, and the original tabernacle of the congregation, which, after many wanderings, was then pitched at Gibeon. It was thought right that the new king should offer solemn sacrifices at both. After those at Gibeon, there came that vision of the night which has, in all ages, borne its noble witness to the hearts of rulers. Not for riches, long life, or victory over enemies did the son of David, then, at least true to his high calling, feeling himself as a little child in comparison with the vastness of his work, offer his supplications, but for a wise and understanding heart, that he might judge the people. The speech pleased the Lord. There came in answer the promise of a wisdom like which there had been none before, like which there should be none after. So far all was well. The prayer was a right and noble one. Yet there is also a contrast between it and the prayers of David, which accounts for many other contrasts. The desire of David's heart is not chiefly for wisdom, but for holiness.
He is conscious of an oppressing evil,
and seeks to be delivered from it. He repents and falls, and repents again. Solomon asks only for wisdom. He has a lofty ideal before him, and seeks to accomplish it, but he is as yet haunted by no deeper yearnings, and speaks as one who has no need of repentance. Then began Solomon's marvelous development as a builder and statesman. He was not content to build the house of the Lord alone. This is a remarkable circumstance, as illustrating the spirit which is created and sustained by all truly religious exercises. It would have been ambition enough for any man religiously uninspired to have erected such an edifice as the temple. Most men are contented to do one thing, and to rest their fame on its peculiar excellence. Having completed the house of the Lord and his own house, Solomon began to build the cities which Hiram had restored to him, and to cause the children of Israel to dwell there. Religion that ends only in ceremony building is little better than a superstition. No man can be zealously affected in the interests of the Church without having his whole philanthropic spirit enlarged and ennobled, so that he may become a builder of cities as well as a builder of churches. It must be remembered, on the other hand, that he who builds a synagogue really helps to build the town in which it is located. A synagogue, temple, or church is not to be looked on in its singularity, as if it were so many walls,
with so many doors and so many windows.
A church is a representative institution through which should flow rivers that will fertilize all the districts of the city, rivers of knowledge, rivers of charity, rivers of brotherhood, rivers of cooperation, so that men should turn to the church, assured that every rational and healthy expectation would be satisfied by its provisions. Having completed for the time being the measure of building on which his mind was set, Solomon went forth to war. It would seem as if, in ancient days, kings could not be satisfied to dwell at peace. Even Solomon, whose very name signifies peace, had in him the military spirit which was characteristic of his race and time. It was in him, indeed, as the word of the living God.
Solomon did not go forth to war for the sake of war.
He believed he was obeying a divinely implanted instinct, or carrying out to the letter some divinely written law. Having passed through another military period, King Solomon began once more to build.
He built Tadmor and all the store cities.
He built Beth Horon the upper and Beth Horon the lower, and fenced cities with walls, gates and bars. Busy time it was in the reign of Solomon, but even all this building is not without its suggestion of a corresponding evil. Why were the cities fenced? Why the gates? Why the bars? We have instances of the same kind in our own civilization, silent witnesses against the honesty of the society in which we live.
Every bolt on the door is a moral accusation.
Every time we turn the lock, we mean that there is an enemy outside who may endeavor to violate the sanctity of the house. We sometimes forget the moral suggestiveness even of our commonest institutions and plans of procedure. Every precaution that is taken for our preservation implies the presence of hostile elements in the society that is round about us. Solomon may be taken in this instance as representing the great doctrine that men should seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and afterward attend to minor matters, or even leave those minor matters to the adjustment of providence. Solomon is represented as first most anxious about the temple, giving himself wholly to its erection, occupying his thoughts night and day, turning everything to account in its relation to the temple. Having finished that marvelous structure, he was prepared to descend to other levels and do the commoner work which lay to his hand. Any persons leave the temple half-finished. What wonder if they go out to the war and return wounded and disabled? Our religious purposes are broken off. What wonder if our political ends pierce us and sting us by way of retribution? But of the children of Israel did Solomon make no servants for his work, but they were men of war, and chief of his captains, and captains of his chariots and horsemen. The statesmanship of Solomon is as distinctly proved by this arrangement as by anything we have yet seen in his whole policy. Solomon knew that one man was not as good as another, however much democratic philosophy may have endeavored to prove the contrary. One man is a genius, but another man is a slave, an imitator, a hewer of wood, very serviceable, and in fact indispensable, but not adorned with the very highest excellence and dignity of mind. Solomon made a distribution of classes, saying in effect that some men can do the drudgery, some men can dig and build, some can pull down and take away, and make ready for the exertions of others. The higher class of men can think and direct, for they are inspired with the genius of administration, and are men of powerful mind,
of fertile resources in government and in war.
So Solomon made the best use of the material at his disposal. not getting great men to do small work or setting small men to fail in great work. Adaptation is the secret of success. For want of knowing this, many men fail in life. There are employers who are making themselves but little better than toilers, when they might, by an expenditure of money apparently distinctly not economical, very greatly assist the progress and solidity of their fortunes. A man may be industrious in a way which involves the absolute frittering and humiliation of his energies. We are to be careful not only to be industrious, but industrious about the right things and in the right proportion. A man might slave himself to death cutting down wood or in throwing away stones. But if some other man of inferior mental faculty could be employed to do that work, the superior man should turn his attention to other and nobler pursuits, and thus with smaller expenditure of strength he might be doing immeasurably greater good. If the thinker is not to degrade himself to the level of a drudge, neither is the drudge to attempt to force his way to positions for which he is not qualified. Nothing is mean that is not meanly done. The Canaanites might be as useful as the Israelites in their own way. With the eye of a statesman and with the inspiration of a genius, Solomon saw that he must distribute and classify men, and set each man to do that for which he was best fitted. Even Solomon could not do all the work alone. And Solomon brought up the daughter of Pharaoh out of the city of David unto the house that he had built for her. For he said, My wife shall not dwell in the house of David, king of Israel, because the places are holy whereunto the ark of the Lord hath come. This may be taken as an instance of punctilious morality. We are not able to understand all that was involved in the incident. Evidently we are in the presence of conscience, working under some eccentric law or suggestion. Yet here is a conscience, and by so much the action of Solomon is to be respected. He will not have any place or institution even ceremonially defiled. He will go back to precedents. He will consult the genius of history. He will preserve the consistency of the royal policy. Solomon felt that the ark of the Lord had sanctified every locality into which it had come, and that a broad distinction must always be maintained between hedonism and Judaism, between the idols of pagan lands and the spirit of the living God. In these matters, Solomon's wisdom was displayed as certainly as in the greater concerns of state and church. We are to remember that, at the beginning, Solomon was endowed with the spirit of wisdom and of a sound mind. The Lord quickened his sagacity and gave him that marvelous insight which enabled him to penetrate into the interiors and cores which were hidden from the scrutiny of other men. We are, therefore, to give Solomon credit for being at once wise and conscientious. We are to see in his action the working of a tender conscience. Even though he may be appeasing his conscience by some trick or ceremony, yet he is showing us the working of the moral nature within the kingly breast. Yet there is a point to be noted here, which is common to human experience. Why should Solomon have married the daughter of Pharaoh? Why should he, in the first instance, have placed himself in so vital a relation to hedonism? Are there not men who first plunge into great mistakes, and then seek to rectify their position by zealous care about comparatively trifling details? Do not men make money by base means, and then most zealously betake themselves to bookkeeping, as if they would not spend money except in approved directions? There is nothing more misleading than a conscience that does not rest on a basis of reason. We are to beware of the creation of a false conscience, or a partial conscience, or a conscience that operates only in given directions, but which makes up for sins of a larger kind by ostentatious devotion at the altar of detail and ceremony and petty ritual. Then Solomon offered burnt offerings unto the Lord on the altar of the Lord, which he had built before the porch, even after a certain rate every day, offering according to the commandment of Moses on the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, and on the solemn feasts, 3 times in the year, even in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles.
Solomon was great in burnt offerings.
Do not men sometimes make up in burnt offerings what they lack in moral consistency? Is not an ostentatious religion the best proof of internal decay? It ought not to be so. The hand and the heart should be one.
The outward and the inward should correspond. The action should be the incarnation of the thought.
We are not always to look on the ceremonial action of the church as indicative of its real spirituality. Solomon did not live to a very great age, since he was not more than 20 years old when he ascended the throne. Whether Solomon turned to the Lord again with all his heart, a question widely discussed by the older commentators, cannot be ascertained from the scriptures. If the preacher, Koheleth, is traceable to Solomon so far as the leading thoughts are concerned, we should find in this fact an evidence of his conversion, or at least proof that at the close of his life Solomon discovered the vanity of all earthly possessions and aims, and even declared the fear of God to be the only abiding good with which a man can stand before the judgment of God. The Temple of Solomon was, according to our ideas of size, a small building. It was less than 120 feet long and less than 35 feet broad. In other words, it was not so large as one of the ordinary parish churches of our own land. Much less did it approach to the size of the colossal buildings in Babylon or Egypt. But in Jewish eyes, at the time that it was built, it may have been great. That is to say, it may have exceeded the dimensions of any single separate building existing in Palestine up to the time of its erection. It may even have been larger than the buildings which the neighboring nations had erected to their respective gods. Ancient worship was mainly in the open air, and the temples were viewed as shrines for the deity and for his priests, not as buildings in which worshippers were to congregate, hence their comparatively small size. And Solomon slept with his fathers, and he was buried in the city of David.
His father
And Rehoboam, his son, reigned in his stead. This seems to be a lame and impotent conclusion, yet it distinctly sets forth the common humanity of this most extraordinary and brilliant king. Literally, the passage means that Solomon lay down with his fathers. He might hardly be recognized from the humblest of them. The sun dies at evening, with scarcely a reminder of the glory which shone from him at midday.